He was literally on a huge poster in every hall. He was featured front and center. Reporters wanted to speak to him.
First ever Red Bull sponsored esports athlete. I mean, that is just, it's crazy.
He was approachable. He was a winner. He was everything that you want in a superstar. He was like our Derek Jeter.
Final boss, once again, earning the right to call themselves champions. A new game, a new season, the same champs.
And you're talking about a guy who's got like 23 some odd championships, like 9 event wins in a row with final balls throughout that era.
When Walshy first came to a Halo tournament, the phrase esports had never really even been spoken.
He was competing in Halo CE, which didn't have the internet, so the only teammates you had were the locals.
At the time, there was a power dynamic. His answer to the power dynamic was to form a team called Team FFA.
Team Free-For-All, I think, is really his defining moment. He put together a squad that was purely successful free-for-all players, and this was the first team to finally dethrone the Ogres and STK.
People referred to them as gods, and so the fact that they were upset was just such a monumental event for us.
It actually motivated me. I remember when Clark, he just beat us the first series, they swept us. He goes, well, have fun in the losers bracket. And right from there, I knew if we got in the finals, I was going to tear them up.
They go, okay, well, you know, Killer N and Walshy are going to go and team with Ogres, right? And that's the beginning of the dynasty.
Walshy's extensive resume boasts over 20 major event wins, including a record 9 consecutive tournament victories and 3 national championships. Few players in history can match his phenomenal success in Pro Halo.
Dave always had a plan. He was so thoughtful with his approach to the game.
Walshy would make these plays, which is what I would call the weasel plays, right? He'd play bottom middle, and the whole game would flip. Midship in Halo 2 was a nightmare, absolute nightmare. Walshy loved it.
This is Walshy's home, baby. It's midship.
Always found the nerdiest spots.
One of the first people to start adopting the double shot.
Button glitches, he was a master. He was Mr. Close-Up, BXR, BXB.
We're about 100 yards away, and it takes out Karma to beat down.
Dave was one of the first to use the claw. Most people would take their thumb off of the thumbstick to hit a button like jump or melee. Not Dave.
Walsh would sit like this, like it was a praying mantis. He's getting ready to strike. And he used to have this strong index fingers. Yeah.
Dave is definitely known for the Insta-Splode. He was the guy who took the plasma grenades and made them lethal.
What he excelled at was taking advantage of everything he possibly could, and I think tactical advantages was all him.
Let's go! And more important, to shoot guys through cracks for double kills if you're Walshy. Walshy! Got him! Oh my! That is going in the top 10.
Dave was the leader on all of his teams. He was always the one who was making sure that the business is getting done both in the game and behind the scenes.
Walshy was always going to give whatever he could to his teammates to make sure they were in the best spot to succeed, and he was always there picking up all of the other pieces. He's got intrinsic motivation to be the best, no matter when the odds are against him. That little weasel is always going to be swinging for the fences.
You knew what you were going to get with Walshy, no matter what. Right? You were going to get somebody who's going to do everything in their power to be prepared for any situation. He's going to surround himself with talent and make that talent better, and who hated to lose.
Walsh did a great job of rising up and being pretty much a role model for everyone else to follow behind him as to how you're supposed to present yourself and what a superstar looks like in the game.
An athletic kid who loved to compete, wanted to be the best in the world, and put the time in. And with the length of his career and how well he did during his career, there's no question he's one of the greatest to ever play the game.
My name is Adam Hall, my gamer tag is Ads, and I've been playing competitive Halo for 17 years now. So I first started playing Halo in 2001 when Halo 1 came out. One of my best friends had an Xbox. I honestly hated the game at first because we were playing campaign and he was just betraying me the whole time, so really had no fun. When Xbox Live came out, I was playing head-to-head, which was the 1v1 playlist back in 2004. and I actually got matched with Junior's older brother, Teddy Joe. He said, you know, you're pretty good. There's actually Halo tournaments around, which at the time was called World Cyber Games. You know, it was exactly what I was looking for, being a competitive person. I ended up finding the best player at my school other than myself at Halo, and we signed up for World Cyber Games 2v2 Queensland qualifiers. We actually got 5th place in the Queensland qualifiers, and that sparked the competitive dream for me in Halo to be the #1 player in Australia. Later that year for Halo 2, there was a national tournament held by Oz Halo. There was probably about 20 teams that ended up going to this tournament, and it was super competitive, lots of trash talk. My team ended up getting 4th place, and after that tournament, both Dante and I got approached by Hacksaw, who wanted to make a super team essentially, which ended up being SBR, which was myself, Dante, Hacks, and Zerka. And we basically went on to be the #1 team in Halo 2 and Halo 3 for about 4 years at that point, until we were eventually dethroned by In Control, or who you now know as Team Immunity. I took a hiatus from Halo. I essentially retired indefinitely until Halo 5 came out, and they announced it was going to be a $2.5 million World Championship. And at that point, I'd had maybe 6 years break from playing competitive Halo. So the thought of coming back was very daunting, because I know that the scene had evolved a lot since that point, and it was going to take a lot of hard work. I didn't expect it to be as hard as it was, to be honest. There's not much else in my life I've worked that hard for in such a small space of time, and it was such a great feeling when we qualified with XL5 for the first World Championships. Obviously, once again, since Halo 5, I've had a few years break, and that's what I'm planning to do, coming back to Infinite. I wasn't 100% going to come back competitively, because I knew how much hard work it took, and we were just going to play semi-competitively and see how we did, and if we were looking like we were going to do well, we'd probably give it our all. I guess, long story short, I am pretty much giving it my all now. My competitive nature's taken over again, and it's really hard to just sit by and let other people win when you know you have the talent to do it yourself. So as the ANZ scene's getting more and more support, there's, you know, more incentive to play as you get older and older. It's just great to have a battle rifle back in my hands. So you could probably describe me as a bit of a slow and steady player. You know, I'm not someone that likes to be sprinting around the map, thrust sliding into close encounter engagements. I probably play more of an anchor role, and I like to sort of assess the situation and move around with my team accordingly. I am always looking to see where my teammates are, looking to see where the enemies are, looking to see where they're spawning, and I kind of make my decisions off that. So I can be described as a slow and steady player, but I think overall my playstyle is quite efficient. The amount of experience I have in competitive Halo is quite an advantage in some situations. My experience also gives me a level of confidence in myself. You know, having been in so many finals before, having won so many finals, and having clutched up in so many clutch occasions, I do have a confidence in myself that I've proven time and time again that I can pull off the win when I need to. So what I want to achieve in Halo Infinite is to sort of cement my name as one of the top ANZ players of all time, if I haven't already. I want to qualify for Kansas, and I want to qualify for World Finals. I want everyone to know that I'm one of the best players that ANZ's ever had.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello Halo fans, welcome back to another day of the HCS here in ANZ. Last week we had a wonderful qualifier, we were able to give 2 more teams a spot in our Super, and this time around we've got 4 slots up for grabs for everybody to play for. We're getting ever closer to the biggest tournament here in ANZ Halo history. I'm super excited for us to eventually get in the studio and talk to you guys all through that 3 big days of the ANZ Super. Before we get there, we've got to get through today, and we've got to bring in 2 wonderful casters who are going to be bringing you guys all the action for today. I've got the lovely 2 gentlemen in Hoots and SSJ4 who are going to be joining me for today. It's been a bit of a long time since we've had both of you on the desk. So Hoots, how's your week been?
It was good so far, but then I obviously didn't get the memo from Wardrobe about the floral shirts, so
Yeah,
I'm sitting here rocking a plain white, which I'm very self-conscious of. And then I went to make myself a coffee, and I know we've been speaking about it off broadcast, but I've only got almond milk, so I'm having an almond latte here, and it is horrific. So weekend ruined, but I'm looking forward to some good Halo over the next couple of hours with you fine gentlemen.
Hey, I mean, maybe the Halo might be able to bring you, away from that almond dilemma that you've had.
Bring me some full cream milk.
Maybe, who knows? Moving forward, we might have to just try and make sure that there's full cream on standby at all times. But Justin, how you been, mate? Obviously, you filled in last week for Mr. Bluey, so how you feeling again this time around?
Mate, I'm feeling really good, and I got the call up, as you know, and this is J4. Never dogs the boys, so I stepped up when it was needed, and I'm feeling good. Nice to get a quick little practice in for the big leagues today, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm super excited for us to jump into today. But before we get into today, we have to start talking about last week, lads. Obviously, last week we went through the Super Qualifier. We were able to give 2 teams 2 extra slots into that Super. And we had some banger matches throughout that weekend as well. Who's obviously we had the Direwolves and Team Immunity, who were 2 big teams that had big names. Even the Demons, the 16-20 Kings. I think we had a really big race for these 2 slots coming into it, where a lot of these teams are really starting to vie for that top 6 slot. And I think looking at this semi-final between the Direwolves and Team Immunity, that was just an absolute perfect banger for us to have a look at. Obviously, it wasn't something we got to see on stream, but the fact that it went down to a 50-49 in-street Slayer going the way of the Direwolves is just huge for the ANZ community as a whole, I think.
Yeah, and it's reflective of this narrative that we've had over the last couple of weeks of Immunity slowly starting to build and get some cohesion together and start to rise back up the ranks. So, we've spoken about them enough. We know they were the dominant force in Australian Halo for so long, but to see them starting to gel and get things back grooving, it just makes me excited to see how they can go at the Super next week and beyond.
Yeah, exactly. And let's have a look at this elimination bracket, because there were some big names that did fall down in it, and big names that had their backs up against the wall to really try and vie for those final slots. And Justin, just looking at this, it really did go to show that I think some of these teams really had a whole lot to prove. And I think Team Immunity, to me, was one of those teams that I don't think they have so much to prove, but it really just goes to show that they've got that extra bit of tenacity and kind of competitive flair, I think, to be able to make this run all the way through the elimination bracket.
Your choice of words have got nothing to prove, but I think they do to themselves. I think they're in their own heads right now, and it's like, boys, like, we are not the 2nd or 3rd best team. Like, ANZ Halo was our scene to dominate, and that's kind of what's fueling their drive back up to the top, and they'll get there. And it's good to see that they have that that competitive fire underneath their bellies again.
Yeah, and I think it was always good to hear from Voltage as well, just being able to give us the kind of insights about how Team Immunity are looking forward in towards the future. But enough about them, we've got somebody else to talk about. Our first team that did qualify through the HCS Super Qualifier has been the Direwolves. And Hoots, looking back at this team, these guys are the poster boys for roster stability. The fact that they've been together since the start of Halo Infinite, albeit might not have the most consistent results, but they've been able to crack into some top 2s, even top 4s and some top 6s more consistently, I think, throughout Halo Infinite right now.
Yeah, that's the key word, consistency, right? I mean, they have just been that consistent team the whole way through. And look, sometimes things don't work straight away. Things take a while to click. And I think with these guys, what we are starting to see is by staying together, they're starting to get on the same page with each other. And, they're starting to see some good results. So they're a team who, provided they can keep staying together, I think you are going to see, similar to Immunity, a gradual climb up the rankings. And who knows? It might not be too long before they are starting to compete with the really top-ranked teams like Chiefs and BBR and some of those guys.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, a kind of big step up that we saw from last week was it really felt like it was kind of Dino's playground. Obviously he got an overkill there off the rip a couple of times. And the fact that he was able to come in and do a whole lot of slaying, be able to take a bit of pressure off Vamp, who has been kind of notarized as their main slayer on the direwalls, it really goes to show that these guys are starting to improve across the entirety of Halo Infinite. I'm super excited to see what they can do in pool play here. But our other team that made it through the Super Qualifier, Justin, was Team Immunity. And these guys have a name and a legacy behind this roster. And obviously they brought in Dante this time around to make this their solid four going into the Super. And I think these guys are just going to go from strength to strength as they get more game time in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, and you know what? One thing that Immunity has down pat is the chemistry aspect. These guys are brothers from another mothers. They just have that on lock, and it's more about just, they got the controllers out of the cupboard. There was a bit of dust on them. Just blow the dust off, bust the rust off, and they'll climb up the ranks. And those things are already coming to fruition. And when we get to the big money time, I would expect Immunity to come out hot. So, the likes of Chiefs need to watch out, because these guys are on top for a long time, and they have it in them to be on top again.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing for us to look at for a team like Team Immunity. Is obviously they've got that competitive experience, being able to be such a dominant team in ANZ Halo in previous years. And now as we go into a massive tournament that is the Super, these guys are still looking to perform. And I think they've got that little bit of extra edge, just having that kind of experience and maybe just that little bit of calmness around the fact that they have been champions before. But these are our 6 teams that we have so far here that's qualified for the HCS Super. Obviously, these teams are going to be going into the pool play. And for today, we're going to be having 2 more that are going to be joining these members to make up our 8 that are going to be playing out in pool play, and then we're going to have 2 more that are going to be in the elimination bracket of our championship stage. And obviously, having a look back at this, Hoots, we've got a pretty stacked top 6 so far. Obviously, there might be a little bit of an asterisk on a team like Reunited, who haven't been able to get as many of these results, but Divine Mind, Chiefs, BBR, Direwolves, Immunity, these are all teams that you probably would have picked to be in the Super anyways.
Yeah, they're the names that we've probably been discussing every show that we've done for the past couple of months since Infinite's been out. They're pretty, obviously the Chiefs are that top one who have been dominating everything, but amongst those other ones, we've seen, recently BBR really starting to get things together. Their performances were pretty inconsistent tournament to tournament, but in the last few weeks, we've seen them really get gelling. And so, it bodes for a really interesting tournament next week. Chiefs are obviously the ones going in as favourites, but there's a fair bit of cash for everyone there to try and grab. So these teams are going to be battling it out really hard.
Yeah, I think it is really going to be a battle to see who is going to come out on top in that Super. But let's start speaking about the Super. Obviously, there's been a few pathways for a lot of these teams to get in here. Last week was the HCS Super Qualifier. We were able to get our 4 invited teams from that. And then we got our 2 teams in the Direwolves and Team Immunity that were able to join the pool play. But this is where we start to hone our eyes in on towards today, lads. HCS Super Open. We got a full open bracket, double elimination. Our first 2 teams, or our top 2 teams, are going to be going into the pool play. And then our 3rd and 4th placing teams from today are going to be going into that championship bracket, where they will be playing through the entirety of that lower bracket to see if they can make a bit more cashola. But then this is where it all starts getting excited, and everybody here on the desk is so excited for March the 4th. Friday, we'll have 3 full days of Halo Infinite action. We're all going to be in the studio. The broadcast is going to be sick. We're going to have some sick Halo. We're going to have full pools to go through and a championship bracket. And obviously at the end of the road as well, 50,000 USD just for these guys to play around with. I'm just so excited the fact that we're going to have this massive tournament for us to play around. And there's going to be this big money injection into these guys who have been grinding it out so much in Halo Infinite, and just give them a little bit of something back. And who knows, this might be the catalyst for some of these guys to stick around a little bit longer in Halo Infinite. Yeah, I feel like this prize pool is a long time coming for a lot of people that have invested, blood, sweat, and tears. The players, the organizers, everyone just has this love for Halo down under, and it's nice to see that is paying off quite literally for the people in the scene. And 50k USD, that is nothing to sniff at. That's better part of 70 grand, right? Yeah, well, I mean, Hoots was the one who was doing a few of those quick conversions, and I think he came up with a number of about $70,000, almost 28,000 Australian dollars that we've got here in that first place. So it's going to be insane to see who comes out on top, and even being able to pay everybody all the way down to 10th, Hoots, I think is the best part, because, I was tuning into Scoob's stream the other day, and he was saying that even that $1,000 is going to go a big way for a lot of these guys, because it just gives them that little bit of extra incentive to say, hey, look, I've been able to make a little bit of money with a bit of this grind going forward. Maybe it might be able to pay some bills in the future, and they can feel happy happy with the way that they've gone here for Halo Infinite, and I'm just excited to be able to jump into the Super for us.
Yeah, just compare it to the kind of prizes we were giving away 10 years or so ago when we were running those, community-funded tournaments pretty much. And I think first place at most of those events would take home around $800, so $200 per player. And just compare that to this when we're looking at, as we said before, first place 28 grand. It's a sizable difference, and as Justin said as well, long time coming for a lot of these people who've been consistently playing for such a long period of time with very little reward financially.
Yeah, and I think it's really just going to be a nice spot for us to be able to give that to those players and really get them to kind of have this extra bit. Obviously, the glory is always nice at the end of the day, much like it has been for these online tournaments, but I think the prize pool is a really big thing for us to start to touch on. And obviously, we're going to be talking about it for the next week as we go into that Super as well. And I'm super excited for us to just start jumping in towards that Super. But lads, we've got to get through today. We have to start giving away these 4 extra slots and figure out how our 10 teams are going to be looking at the end of today. So let's have a look at this bracket. So far, there has been a few rounds that have been playing off stream, ladies and gentlemen. I think a big caveat for us to start to talk about here, Justin, as well, is every single one of these bracket matches that we've got going forward are going to be best of 5. So being able to play through a whole lot of Infinite for today for these teams really goes to show that we're going to be able to find our 4 best teams that have signed up through today.
Yeah, it's a great format. Like, not only do you have the best of 5 that gives you a really good chance of, you have a couple of poor games, you can bring things back, and a best of 3 doesn't really give you that opportunity. But you have the other aspect is that the top 6 teams, they've already qualified. You are not going to be round one by Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be in a little bit more of an even playing field, and then you got the best of 5. Every opportunity to find out just who's the best in this not bottom end, in the top 8. The 8th to 10th place teams. Like, who's really going to earn those spots? And I'm a big fan of this format.
Yeah, and I think, looking across some of these team names as well, a bit of a caveat for everybody who's looking at this bracket. A big thing for us to touch on right now, Hoots, is the fact that if you lose one series here in this bracket, you can't get top 2. So as soon as you lose a series in this bracket and drop into that elimination bracket, you're only being able to play for 3rd and 4th slots. So that is going to mean that every single one of these maps, every single one of these series is oh so important for these teams because they really want to get into pool play, right? Like, you want to make sure that you have those extra kind of matches underneath your belt and be able to get the experience against these top 6 teams and come into the championship bracket with a bit of extra playtime and a bit of extra experience.
Yeah, you're right. Missing that pool play if you do finish 3rd or 4th and having to go straight into the lower bracket there in the championship bracket, you're kind of up against it from the get-go. So you're right, the stakes are very, very high. So yeah, these teams can't really afford to falter.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be super important for us to look across today and see how these teams do perform. And I guess speaking of today, before we start jumping into our first matchup, boys, I kind of want to get a little bit of a gauge about how you're feeling about some of these teams going into it. Justin, we'll start with you first. Do you feel like there's any teams that are kind of standing out to you today that feel like, I don't want to say a shoe-in for top 2, but maybe a team that you're expecting to be in towards that race for top 2 today?
Demons. Honestly, that team, they are so close to making it into that top 4, in my opinion. Yeah. They have all the talent in the world, and honestly, I think the only difference maker is that they just haven't got nearly the same level of experience that the other top already qualified teams have. Like, you look at the names in the top 6 currently, and they're players that have been playing for a really long time. Even the young guys like Barcode, like, he's been playing for a few years now. But Demons, they've made a transition from another title, so they're still kind of new to Halo, and they're getting those fundamentals right. And as this year plays out, and then even the Supers, you've got to watch out for these guys. Rising talent, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I'm certainly going to have to echo that statement, especially because what we saw last week, something we really didn't touch on, but Demons only lost to the 2 teams that qualified coming out of that Super Qualifier. So the fact that these guys have been able to beat almost every single team underneath them and not really be able to crack into that top 6, I think they certainly are a team that we're looking at today. But Hoots, do you feel like that there's going to be a little bit more of a race for that 2nd slot then, if we're kind of putting Demons in this upper echelon where they're very close to getting in towards that top 6? Do we feel like it's still going to be a tight race for those last couple of slots?
Yeah, I mean, Demons are obviously the ones you would put at the top, given that the only 2 teams they lost to last week were Immunity and Direwolves, who were the 2 teams that went through to the Super. But yeah, the second place after them is a tricky one. Lolly Degeners, we saw them quite a bit last week, and they were looking pretty decent. I guess the big question, though, I saw on Twitter only about an hour ago, the question mark was, is Zave actually awake? I think his teammates were trying to find out if he was actually there and ready to play. So, you would put a bit of emphasis on them, but one of their players is asleep, 3v4 is going to be a tricky proposition for them.
It's going to be a bit rough, especially when we're looking across a lot of these teams who seem like they have been quite consistently been able to get themselves towards this kind of, I want to say like 9th through to 12th kind of placings that we've seen with a lot of these open brackets, and these teams are really starting to make a crack towards that. I think one big thing for us to touch on is the fact that we've got 16-20 Kings and Nebula who are going to be fighting up against each other, and these two teams, 16-20 Kings from previous weeks, they have looked pretty good in and of themselves, and I think Nebula has been a team for us, Justin, that we're just, I know I'm personally wanting these guys to be able to get towards the Super because I know that they have been grinding quite a lot and they've been taking this quite seriously here in Halo Infinite. And I want to see if these guys can start making a crack towards some of these top teams because a lot of the open qualifiers and open series that we've seen from Team Nebula, they're getting very, very close to getting in towards that top 8, but just haven't been able to make that stand just yet.
Yeah, a lot of the time with these more mid-range teams, right? If you go back and you look in the theater, you can see just how close they were, and it's like, if we got a pick here, then we could have made a push. We didn't utilize these opportunities. It's like, we made a bad push here, which allowed them to come in and do whatever, and it's just about getting all of those stars to align, and there are only a few more stars that need to get into place before they can challenge these top teams. But I mean, overall, all the teams that we're going to have today, they're pretty evenly matched. So I'm really excited to see it because I prefer a matchup to be nice and even. We go to that game 5 hype rather than just like a whitewash like 3-0 in every game. So I'm excited to see the scrappiness of the matches today.
Yeah, I think that's a good place for us to touch on, right? As it feels like a lot of these teams are very going to be close with each other, and I think we're going to have a whole lot of long series, especially when we're getting into these full best of 5s. But let's start talking about this series that we want to jump into here, lads. Obviously, it is an upper bracket match. We're going to be jumping into Next versus Lolly DeGeneres here, and obviously these are two teams. Hoots, before we start getting into this next lineup, how sick is that logo?
That is actually really cool. I haven't seen that before. Yeah, props to whoever put that together. Sell me the NFT. Make some bank on it.
Either way, let's start talking about this roster. These guys obviously have been a team that we haven't been able to show on broadcast just yet. Are there any of these names that really kind of stick out to you, Hoots? Because obviously I think today there's going to be a lot of teams that we haven't really been able to see all too much and really are kind of just walking in the dark and seeing how they perform.
Yeah, look, to be honest, as you said, we haven't really seen much of them, so not super familiar with them. But I guess that's what we said before, is that without having these big wrecking ball teams like Chiefs and those guys coming through, that we do get to give some of these guys exposure. And so, we can see here, they placed top 8 last week in the Super Qualifier. Unfortunately, obviously wasn't enough to get them through into the Super, but giving them another chance now. And, if you are making top 8 there, it just shows that if it's on your day, on any given Sunday, I guess you could say, if you do rock up and perform, then that place can be yours. So they're as good of a chance as anyone this weekend.
Yeah, and I think it is really just going to be kind of wait and see for a lot of these teams, right? Especially the ones that are brand new to us on the broadcast, where we really want to see how they make these setups, whether or not they're a team that kind of relies on their slaying a little bit more, or whether or not they are completely, kind of objective-focused team. And I think it's going to be exciting for us to see what Next can do, especially if we get to see that sick logo floating around. I'm super amped about that, just to see that more floating around. But Justin, the other side of the server today, we're going to have Lolly DeGeneres. This was a team that last week when they came in, I wasn't quite sure where to really put them. Obviously, they've got some good names that's floating around on this roster. They did pretty well in their results, but they just weren't able to obviously get that top 2 placing because it was a pretty stacked qualifier for them to go into.
Yeah, and as I kind of echoing what I was already saying, like this team is starting to get some results, and there's plenty of skill on this team, and they're just going to get things together, get things rolling, and they'll be taking games off loads of people, I think. And Zave, now that he's probably woken up, hopefully, he's a monster slayer, so watch out for him. And Biz, he's got a lot of experience as well, so you need to watch out for him. He might be the glue, Halo fundamental glue, so to speak, that keeps the team together and on track and able to take matches off the other team.
Well, luckily for us, lads, they have actually been able to play a full series. So at least we know that Xavier's floating around. He's awake. He's there. Maybe he might have had another power nap going into this series here. Who knows? But
I'm all about those power naps.
I mean,
get him an almond latte.
It was about like what, like 2 p.m. on a Sunday. They're gamers, guys. We're going to give them a break. Sometimes these guys just might want to sleep in a little bit longer, but it looks like he's here. He's ready to game. I'm excited to see how this does pan out because I think this is where we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of these KBM players as well. And I think that's why, Nebula is a team that's kind of close to my heart. Same with these Lolly DeGeneres. And I think when we see these teams that have the kind of 3 controller boys in combination with the keyboard and mouse players, we've seen what these KBM players can really do for some of these teams. Get that extra bit of info, even some of these extra bits of finesse as well, and some things that they can do with, like, you know, the flag and even the ball and oddball and that kind of stuff, and the way they can move around the map. So I think this is going to be a good indicator for us to see, you know, how these keyboard and mouse players do really start to stack up and how these teams play around that extra bit of input.
Yeah, we know you're a big fan of the KBM players, Luke. We were speaking off stream, and I think we were watching some of the other streamers, and you were laughing at how slow that the controller players are with the snipe. And so we know you're a big fan of them, but we've
Don't
loved
come
watching
after me,
them.
controller boys, please.
Yeah, we've
please
loved
don't.
watching them.
We haven't even started watching the first match, and you guys are already like kicking the hornet's nest.
Hey,
the mouse and keyboard controller debate.
I'm pretty sure Hoots just enraged half of Melbourne saying that almond milk is bad. So I think at this point that like we might as well just start to, you know, talk a bit of smack about everybody here, so at least everybody can be mad. But I think that's kind of a conversation that we're probably going to have a whole lot more in the Super as well. And I'm super excited to see if people can actually make the transition between controller and mouse and keyboard. Maybe we might be able to see something special. But lads, either way, let's start talking about some maps. Let's start talking about the game of Halo Infinite here. Let's start talking about this series as a whole, because obviously we're looking at this, Justin. We're looking at next. Don't really have much information about these guys. Lolly Degenerates, though, we feel like that we have a kind of okay grasp about how these guys are going to play. And looking at a series like this, where you've got, you know, maps that are pretty standard, I think, for a lot of these teams, things like Live Fire, things like Streets, where teams can kind of play how they want to play. I feel like that's probably going to lean a little bit more towards a team like Next, who we haven't really seen all too much of.
Yeah, and listen, a little bit more insight into Next. You have someone like Fraser. He's been playing for a really long time, and I'd say he's a consistently well-performing player and can solo slay. You'll see him solo queuing a lot in matchmaking, putting up pretty decent numbers on his own. And it'll be interesting to see how that translates into the team environment, because we haven't really spent much time with him on broadcast, seeing how he works with the rest of his squad. But, I mean, they've got that sick logo, so someone had to pay for that, so these boys have to be serious.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be serious about it, and, you know, maybe they have to get to the Super just to pay back their artists to try and get the logo all paid for.
Got to pay the bills.
You got to pay the bills
or
somehow.
pay him exposure, and it's working out well so far.
I mean,
everyone's saying nice things about the logo.
If someone just tweets at me the @ of the artist who made that next thing, I'm probably just going to commission a random monkey just because I think it's absolutely sick. Either way, you know, Hoots, do you have anything to touch on here with these maps? How you feel like it's going to pan out?
Yeah, no, I mean, it is a hard one to call, really, just like we said before, because we don't know a huge amount about Next. But, you know, only 2 Slayers in this were more heavily on the objective. So we have seen Lolly Degenerates be a relatively strong objective-based team. And, you know, we spoke before about with the KBM player on their roster, what kind of role do they play? Do they play a specific role in terms of always going for snipe, for example? Or, like you said before, you know, the ability to run a flag a little bit easier with a keyboard and mouse. So do they fill a particular role, or is that something they haven't really assigned and they're simply just taking Jackson because he's a decent player, regardless of his input?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be something that we'll probably get to touch on quite a lot, especially as we start to dive deeper in this whole conversation about inputs, right? Obviously, controller players have been kind of the stock standard for Halo since forever, and now only the fact that we've come into Infinite have we been able to see what keyboard and mouse players can do. And I think, Justin, this is a conversation that we'll probably get deeper into the Super as well, is about, do we start to see these teams have dedicated role players, or is it more just kind of a 4-man squad where, you know, at any given time, considering where you are on the map or how you want to play, that you go for these different kind of objectives? Or do we feel like teams are going to start to fulfill some more roles as we go forward?
I mean, you always kind of have that balance of players that are more perhaps objectively inclined, or you have your Slayers and things like that. But with how fluid Halo is fundamentally, you just need to be ready, right? If you're the quote-unquote objective player and the sniper pad comes up, like, you can't go, oh, well, you know, I better leave that for what's his face because he's the designated sniper. It's a little bit more fluid like that. But however, if you have that gun and you have the opportunity to pass off that weapon to another player, you can. We have seen it before. I mean, you'll see it consistently with a team like Sentinels from North America. You'll see the sniper rifle get dropped off to Frosty or Royal 2 just because of how monstrous they are. But, you know, you still got to watch out for Snakebite and Lethal because they're amazing players in their own right. And yes, you'll see players fit into roles and as things go on. But you got to be ready for everything. It's kind of, there's no excuses. Like if you pick up a power weapon, you need to utilize that for your team, whether or not you're the Slayer on your team or whatever role people are giving to you.
And especially because we've seen a lot of these teams, especially the higher tier teams, right, who's really kind of put a lot of emphasis on a lot of the power-ups and the power weapons on a lot of these maps. And I think that's certainly how the kind of quote-unquote meta is going to evolve as we get deeper into this competition, is going to be about power weapon control and maybe how teams want to set up. And maybe that's something that these lower tier teams can really look at, is how they want to play off the rip, right? Because we've seen it quite a few times about how they play off the rip can really affect how the start of a map goes.
I mean, it's not just power weapon control, it's power weapon use as well, right? I mean, we've seen consistently players struggling with the rockets in Infinite. They're just a different beast to previous versions that we've had, and we've seen a lot of, 2 rockets not even taking a person down. The splash damage isn't as big. The snipe's a bit of a different beast as well in terms of, the zoom feels a little bit different to some of the other Halos. But people seem to be getting used to it mostly, it seems. There was a bit of a learning curve, but yeah, it's not just control, it is use as well. So there's a 2-part process to that.
Okay, so it seems like we're starting to get a little bit deeper here when we talk about these teams. And I think that's kind of the natural progression for a lot of us, right? And a lot of these teams as well, right, Justin? Because we're not just going to start to talk about the star power that a lot of these teams have on their roster. We're going to start to talk about how they actually effectively utilize the maps and how they effectively go into a lot of these series and how they play up against each other. But enough about all these ifs and buts. It's time for some solidified gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be jumping into our first map here between Next as well as the Lolly Degeners. Who's going to move forward in the upper bracket? You guys have to wait and find out here with Hoots and SSJ4.
Yeah, I'm certainly ready to go. Let's bring up the hype levels. Hooters, it's good to have you back by my sides. I'm very excited for the rest of the Sunday session, casting some good Halo.
Yeah, it's good to be here, Justin. And yeah, unfortunately, you had to do the shift with Hoggy, which I know no one enjoys, but I'm glad to be back here with you. And we are jumping on board with Biz, starting to move over to this B stronghold here. But we also do have that, obviously, snipe coming up at the start as well. So it looks like Lolly Degeners have tried to avoid that at the start, I think, and it looks like Next will probably be in a pretty good position to grab hold of that. As I do say that, Divinity is actually the only one alive for Lolly Degeners, and he was managing to get it. So moving over to the Nest here, putting some snipes and trying to hold off on the B, but it looks like Justin Next really keen on that B side. I think they had 3 people there to capture it.
Yeah, just committing all their resources, which is strange. They managed to get it, but the overshield has just popped up. Divinity not able to land very much at the moment, and he is getting sniffed out currently. And look at that overshield coming in, and Divinity opting to rotate there. He can feel the pressure. It's like, you know what? I want to hold on to this power weapon. Nice nade there from Lith, taking that out and securing another stronghold. Now moving around the map, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Next at the moment. Lollies couldn't really do much with that sniper rifle. The pressure is very real on them at the moment.
Yeah, we saw at the start Next really keen to stack that OS run as well. I think they had 3 guys going to secure that. So they're obviously really keen to move in strong packs. We often see teams going for a pair up of rolling in teams of 2 through the map, but really keen to get that OS, and we did see they were able to catch Lolly Degeners sort of off guard quite a bit, and that's resulted now in this double cap for Next. So they're starting to score here, locking down, I believe it's the B and C side. So we have Hendra right now just sitting up in this top tower. I think Snipe is pretty much used up now, I think it looks like as well. So doing a good job of actually holding this. It doesn't look like Lolly Degeners has been able to make much of a push on either of these sites. And Zave there's a nice trade. Zave doing well, actually shot down and coming back there, but Bandit with a nice snipe. And I love this movement, Justin, straight back up to C. He knew some of his teammates were down over at C, so he's gone over to protect it as well. And finally, we are seeing Lolly Degeners starting to put a bit of pressure on that B side going for the cap, and it looks like they're going to be able to start to score now.
Yeah, and we talked about it pre-game, just the utilization of the power weapons. You can't just be holding it, you need to use them. And Lolly Degen, like, they had the heat wave and the sniper rifle, and they just did nothing with it, really. And sometimes you're better off just having your BR out and putting damage down on the map. And that's translated into Next having a small little lead right now. It is the very start of the game. Hendra grabbing that overshield, though, putting a player down immediately. Zave goes in for the challenge, and that overshield is all gone, but Zave tuck tails and runs anyway, and the cleanup comes through. And look at those strongholds changing hands, bottom of your screen. And Hendra did really well with that overshield, killed one player, applied pressure to another, and they got that that pick up the assist as well, and he's got the mauler in hand as well, who's ready to grab some more picks.
That was a great effort there from Next to secure that overshoot. Lolly DeGeneres actually were the ones who got their hands on it first. It was Zave, I think, but he was taken down quickly, and there were still more Lolly DeGeneres players around the OS, but Next really swarmed on that, keeping them off, and were finally able to secure it for themselves. And just look at the slays, Justin. We're seeing some really strong slays coming out of Next here. We've got both Lith and Hendra on 8, Bandit as well with the 5 assists, so they're really just outslaying Lolly DeGeneres and not enabling them at all to make any progress. They've sort of had this B and C down on lock for what seems like almost the entirety of the game, really. The pressure they're just putting on that A side, Lolly DeGeneres are spawning there and just not really able to jump out of the garage, and we just see with the snipe as well, just really keeping them at bay here. We do, though, have Lolly DeGeneres now starting to go for a triple cap, so they've managed to turn this around slightly. They will lose A, it seems like, but having the B and C, they're going to be scoring now, and despite the slaying that was going on there, they were just able to at least stay alive, get a nice flank on this C, and lock this down and start to score, which they needed to do because, we are seeing Next right now blow out to quite a large lead early in this game.
Yeah, it is a very comfortable lead, I'd call it right now, Hoots, but certainly having a nice little double kill there from the resident mouse and keyboard player on the Lolly G-Gen roster, and a killing spree to boot, and a little teabag on the ground. I think he knows he's on stream. It's like, everybody knows you got the sniper. Likely will be watching you now. He's got that heat wave as well. Good power weapon control from them, which is key for getting them back into this game. It's 50 points the difference. On the horizontal orientation, the heat wave there didn't do a lot of damage to Fraser, but now Next putting extra points on the board, and Zave some nice crispy shots from him rotating through, and they are starting to get this B stronghold, and it seems both teams are rotating quite well, Hoots. They don't seem to be committing to just one and just trade. They're all moving and rotating around the map.
Yeah, I really love some of the angles Jackson was taking before then as well, sort of down at the heatwave spawn, just getting a sliver of a view on Nest, but being able to put shots on. He's sort of done a really good job there staying alive and helping to bring this back a little bit. We do have 2 down for Next right now, although that being said, they are capping A, so they're going to start scoring as well. Lolly DGen's taking back the B side, so a real back and forth here in terms of who's scoring. We had Next really dominating the scoreboard at the start, but Lolly DGen's now starting to come back here, which is something they obviously definitely needed to do. Being caught quite off guard at the very start of this match. We have here Fraser with the heat wave. A few missed shots at the start, but does well to clean up that kill on Jackson. So he's going to start capping this B site. Lolly DeGeneres actually gone for a triple cap right now. So 2 down for Lolly DeGeneres. Next, getting that triple cap. Unfortunately losing A, but the scoreboard going up for them. So Fraser and Hendra, the 2 real big slayers here, and very impressed by Bandit as well with his 7 assists. The slaying is something that Lolly DeGeneres need to get back on. They had Jackson going on a nice little run before then, but unfortunately weren't really able to convert it into too much scoreboard domination.
Yeah, but you know what, Hooters, like I'm looking at the kills, and it's like, yeah, Next is getting a lot of picks, but in the objective sense, they're not really dominating in the same way. Lolly DGen just seems to be so much more efficient with their OBJ currently. And what happens when Next can't keep up this slaying performance that they've got? All 4 players are winning all of their gun battles and getting multis and killing sprees and stuff like that. But, what happens when that goes away? We're going to see Lolly DGen take control of this map.
Yeah, but we have Bandit here taking down Divinity. Oh, unfortunately, just doesn't clean it up. The assist does come through there from Fraser. But great work there, taking that OS out of the equation, really. Divinity wasn't able to do a single thing with that OS, and that was something they really did need to try and start to get some more map control here. We have a heat wave in the hand of Fraser. He's leading the map right now with 12 kills, and I like the push here coming through the sneaky, moving onto this C side here and dropping it out for the snipe. Actually, some no-scopes coming from the sneaky, unfortunately not able to connect. Snipe and heat wave, Justin, is that a combo we like to have?
Oh, he just jumped on his own nade too. That's unfortunate. Fraser's a good mate of mine, so I'll let him know about that one later. Now on board with Bandit, and both those heat wave and sniper rifle are just sitting on the ground ready to be picked up to a little trade there. Caster's Curse, 2 players going down. Fraser getting some nice perfect shots onto Divinity, instantly redeeming himself, so to speak, and now challenging Zave as well, pushing into that B stronghold. He's got a little bit of help, desperately needs to stay alive. He goes down. Zave, nice little flank there, and it does look like they're going to be able to secure that B stronghold. The nades coming in. Jackson's in a little bit of trouble, and there comes the cleanup. You could see him twitching around going, oh god, oh god, oh god, and he gets taken down there, Hoots.
Yeah, he had the contested little symbol popping up on his screen, so he knew someone was there, and then before you know it, they're right on top of you, taking you down. And great use of the heat wave there on the vertical from Biz. He's dropped. So we do have Next right now scoring, taking control here. It looks like B seems to be the really contested side that we've seen for most of this game, Justin. B and C at least. A hasn't really seen too much attention. So the interesting, I guess, dilemma that some teams start to have is, you know, do we give up on this really contested side and maybe try our game at A? Some teams can, the way they set up, perform better on certain sides, locking them down. And it seems like A hasn't really been something that that we're seeing Lolly DeGeneres put too much emphasis on. They were obviously stuck spawning back there at the start of the game quite a bit, but for most of the rest of the game, Next have been holding that, and we do have them with two sides now starting to score. And I think with these Stronghold games, Justin, we start to pay attention when we get around that 175 mark, and it looks like Next are going to be the first team to hit that.
Yeah, and something you're just talking about, like concentrating on the B Stronghold. Sometimes it is better. It's like, boys, let's just let them have it and grab map control, and that can translate to a lot of hill time. But currently Next is in the lead and has 2 hills, so they're going to be racking up some more points. The shield goes down for a little extra cover. Lith just holding down the B Stronghold here, being very twitchy and just holding players back. Hendra with some nice shots there. Grenade covering his bum in the retreat. And look, a few cleanup grenades coming through, but he survives. And ring around the rosy here. Who's going to come off second best? Looks like Simply Biz getting the better of that situation. They're now on board with Fraser. He gets naded to oblivion straight up the rip. And Divinity now, he's got that sniper. He didn't perform with it earlier in the game. It's time to redeem yourself.
That was a big win from Biz at the Pillars there. Lolly DeGeneres really needed to take a site then. They were starting to have the scoreboard really going against them here. And Divinity with this snipe from the C, putting shots through long haul, not actually managing to get a kill, and a few no-scopes missed there, so he's going to have to retreat down and chase down there by Lith. So Lolly DeGeneres 3 down, and we are seeing 2 caps coming in from Next, so they're going to flip the score. They're going to start to head towards that 200 mark. And then at that point, you know, as Lolly DeGeneres, you start to worry a little bit. You really start to make some more frantic decisions, not probably thought out as much. This overshield is popping in about 20 seconds, but with Lith up in this tower, he's going to be able to put a lot of shots down on the Lolly DeGeneres players trying to secure that. So see if he does choose to hold here and then head back up to that top tower with that snipe, as he gets some really nice cleanups here. And I'm liking the communication. Unfortunately not the assassination, but the double. And then with this OS popping, he's just going to be scouting that out. But it looks like Lolly DeGeneres are pretty set up to grab that here.
Yeah, and a triple cap bottom of your screen for Next. Lolly DeGen in a lot of trouble. They've been putting up a very good fight objectively, but it is starting to blow out that slaying power. It's just so hard to get things done when you're in the respawn screen half the time. And Lift with that AR, the ninja comes in, but not able to land that. Killing spree for Lift, fresh mag into his AR, ready for those sneaky shoot and beat down. And only a few points left to go. And Next with a triple cap. I'm going to call this one done, Hoots.
I reckon that's a very smart move, Justin. So they take the first game Next. That was a really dominant display of slaying in particular. The objective work, it looked like they, as we said before, they weren't converting straight away, but they really managed to get it running then, and it was that final OS there that Lolly DeGeneres just needed to secure to have any chance of coming back there. Unfortunately, when you have one player from Next up in the tower and a few more in the brute field, distracting them, you just had that sniper players able to take some free picks, and he was able to pick up a few assists. And unfortunately, once that OS was in the hands of Next, it was effectively game over.
Yeah, and I mentioned it before. Next, they slayed so much, but they weren't too efficient with their objective plays. And, you know, if they were to qualify for the Super, like, they can't have that. If they get their picks, they need to be utilizing those opportunities. So what happens when Next isn't, you know, firing on all cylinders and all 4 of them and just slaying out of their minds? It's, you know, that was a pretty dominating performance in that game, but it's a best of 5, so plenty of opportunities for Lolly DeGens to come back into this series. And running through some of the highlights here, and it is just going to be a Next showcase here, Hoots, let's be honest.
I think so. We saw it in the post-game stats. This was a real big moment here, Zave not being able to secure that OS and Next managing to get it whilst fighting off several Lolly DeGeneres players. So that was a big moment. I think the OS control really was probably the tail of that whole match. It was just whenever Lolly DeGeneres were able to get it, their OS players were neutralized relatively quickly, and when Next had it, they were able to make some big pushes and some big plays. And we saw on the post-game stats as well, Lith putting in a lot of damage. I think it was about 6,200 damage and only taking about 4,000. So just putting out a lot of damage across the map. And when you have a player putting up those kind of numbers, it is really hard to be able to set up and maintain any kind of map control, particularly in an objective game.
Yeah, and Lolly DeGens mentioned it before on Broken Record. I keep repeating myself. they had some power weapon control, but they just weren't hitting anything. And sometimes if you're not feeling it, you're not hitting your shots, sometimes you're just better off pulling out that BR. You get a couple of bursts into a player and you're just putting damage down on the map. You miss with a sniper, your damage output is 0. So sometimes you're just better off using your main weapon to get some damage down before you start trying to style on people with the snip.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the slays, it was the assists as well coming through. So we had, I think, 3 players from Next actually getting double-digit assists. So, you know, it's not just those individual players going off, but it shows the team shot was really working as well. And so when we move now into a Slayer on recharge game, we just always keep an eye out saying, when there isn't that objective distraction, how do teams go? So for Lolly DeGeners, now they don't have to worry about objective. Can they maybe change their slaying somewhat? But, you know, seeing those kind of assists coming out from Next makes you think that, well, you know, first game on broadcast, they've obviously been playing a little bit earlier today, but their team shot's really working, their comms are clearly on point. And so at this point, you know, you really have to think, can that translate to Slayer? And the assumption would have to be yes, but sometimes things are weird and that doesn't come about.
Yeah, and Lolly G-Gens, we've seen them perform pretty well before, so I'm sure they're going to bounce back. And Team Next, it's a team that we haven't really been able to give much love, and we don't know too much about their long-term achievements, but Lolly D-Gens, they seem to be consistently performing pretty decently, and they've got plenty of time to bring this one back. A nice little double off the rip by Hendra there. Just a nice flick, good use of his movement there to get those picks. And Jackson caught out unaware with the repulsor off the map. Hoots, you can't be doing that.
Yeah, that's sort of like the equivalent of a fadeaway jump shot in basketball, when you know you're gone and you're falling back off the map, but you land just that last hit there to manage to get the kill. So it effectively is a trade. But I love from Hendra at the very start, when this map started, that his ability to neutralize that camo. And as we spoke about before, that was kind of the tail of the tape in the last game. It wasn't just their ability Next to gain power-ups when really necessary, but when Lolly D-Gens had power-ups themselves, Next were just neutralizing them straight away, and we saw Hendra do that. So if you can take out that camo guy off the rip and he isn't able to do any damage, then you've effectively neutralized that camo. So that was massive there for him, and so we are seeing Lolly D-Gens getting out to a slight lead at the start here, but you know, this is sort of the time where we have seen on this map, things can slow down occasionally quite easily. When you have teams spawning one side on long, one side over here on a lift side, teams can choose to just hang back a bit. And we are seeing a pretty passive game from Zave here, which in previous broadcasts, we've seen him be a real aggressive Slayer. So it's interesting seeing him stand back a bit, Justin. But now, obviously, with this sword in hand, feeling confident, but isn't able to
not
secure
sure about that
kill.
one, Hoots. He just ran straight in the hornet's nest with no helmet on and got his head taken off. And now he's passed over that sword. That's really unfortunate. But now on board with Lith. He gets taken down himself, actually. That shock rifle coming through from Divinity. Can't hit his snipes, but the shock rifle, that's a different story. Hoots connecting on one already. Fresh mag goes into the weapon. And I like that they're kind of playing passive a little bit at the moment. They got dumpstered on the last game, but they're taking their time and getting things set up and getting their picks in this game.
Yeah, Lith was a bit lucky there to not cop a headshot then against him, but a bit of a predictable strafe there coming out. But we do have a camo in the hand of Jackson now. He's been the lead Slayer for Lolly DeGeneres, already on 7. So pushing in, he's pinched, unfortunately. So that camo goes down again for Lolly DeGeneres. They still have a 2-kill lead, but you'd think if they were able to use these power-ups a little bit better, Justin, this lead could be a whole lot bigger. But Divinity, with this shock rifle in hand and a nice little peek there on Bandit, he picks up a killing spree. So aside from Biz on this team, we are seeing some really strong slaying coming out from Lolly DeGeneres, a lot stronger than in the last game.
You're being very polite to Biz there, not highlighting the fact that he's a goose on the pond right now. The reverse killing spree currently from him, but his boys are lifting him up right now, carrying him, and hopefully he'll bounce back and the match will be even hotter than it is already. Nice little trade there, and Repulsor in hand as well. Hendra, shields flashing. I like he's using the glass here to get some information for his team, ready to pounce, and game is practically even at the moment, Hoots. I mean, one rotation of Slayers this early on the game is basically even Steven as far as I'm concerned, and he is getting descoped, but he's got so much influence on the map right now, Hoots. He's cutting players off, he's gathering information, and he's peppering them, stopping them from being able to rotate from the elevator side of the map.
Yeah, we saw Bandit was previously. Oh, I love the attempt there of the remote detonation from Jackson. Very smart heads-up play. Unfortunately, it didn't end up working, but you see he does get the assist there, so clearly doing a lot of damage on Fraser with that remote detonation of the frag grenades. This camo is popping in, I think that's at about 8 or 7 seconds, so we are going to start to see probably a bit of a rush for this camo. We have Jackson here. He's going to have a really good view down. So 10 seconds left for this camo, sorry. He's going to have a really good view down onto this camo, but Lith here positioned over in near top gold. He's going to be trying to keep Jackson away from putting distraction fire down, but he's going to have a pretty clear run at this, as we can see on the heads-up map, if he does want to go for it. Unfortunately, not making a move yet, and Fraser might be the one to benefit from this. Unfortunately, Divinity drops in for him. He's probably going to be dropped, so I think that camo probably wasn't burned at that stage, and we do have it now in the hand of, I think, did Hendra manage to put it in, or is it still down?
I'm not sure, but I just want to shout out Fraser there. His use of baiting and switching and his cover and just putting in a little bit of damage for his teammates. He racked up like 3 assists in that little engagement there, doing so well to play his life, and I think it translated to them managing to nab that camo, or at least it got burned. So heads up play from him. Scoreline is 22-25. Lith with that shock rifle. Surely he can get a couple of picks. Some pressure coming in at the moment. Divinity's right there, and the no-scope coming in, putting him back into the respawn screen. Now Hendra's coming in for the bounce to clear those players out. He's hungry for blood. Blood's in the water, sniffing it out. Manages to get that kill, puts him down. And Zave comes in. He decides he wants some double kill for Hendra. Amazing shots from him.
Yeah, and that's brought the game back to a tie. So this game's been super close the whole way through. I think we've had the biggest kill gap's been about 4 kills. So, you know, bring it right back. That prediction nade just hit perfectly on Zave. Not much he could do there. And we have, it looks like, most of the Lolita Genesis guys stuck back in blue here. So I like this spot here from Hendra. He's able to peek on Biz, put in some good shots and just keep them back there. But the rest of his team's starting to move into that A area. So a bit of a skirmish going around over on A. And it looks like we still have a Lolita Genesis managing to just get a slight 1-kill lead here. So they win that round of slays. But I think we're going to have Hendra here taking on 2. He manages to get the last shot. I was going to say he got, but he misses the... No! He went for the melee and just couldn't land it. And just the no lunge there killed him, because he had him dead to rights. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have survived in the first place to be honest to pick up 1 kill, given he was going 1 against 2. But geez, that could have been a really big swing there for Next.
Yeah, and and you know what's crazy? The scoreline is still even. Yeah. Like, he had that amazing play, just doing so much work for his team, and things are basically tied up. Divinity highlighting him, 11-5 currently, with a small bag of assists to his name as well. Double kill, killing spree for him again. He's going huge for his team. Amazing stuff from him. The grenades come out, and he knows there's a couple of players out there. Will he be able to get the pounce? He gets the clean up with the nade, and then the trade. Back-to-back double kills from the Divinity. He's on 15 kills already, Hoots.
The Mangler melee, it's a bit infamous and infinite right now, but he used it perfectly then. And look, they've skipped out to a 6-kill lead now. So this is the biggest kill gap, and we have a camo in the hands of Biz. He's able to pick up an assist and a kill there as well, I think, at some point. So finally been able to utilize one of these power-ups well, and at this point, with only 8 kills to go, a 6-kill gap, we're going to have to see something big coming out of Next. They can't afford to take any trades, Justin.
No, this is the time to be very sparing with your lives. Business camo has just run out, and Lith getting the better of him, just milking that camo time down. Does just jump on a teammate's grenade, so that's pretty unfortunate. They've got a little bit of a buffer currently, so that's okay. 7 kills the difference. Hendra now with that shock rifle could be the key to get them back into this game. He's got a lot of ammo to work with, so he can certainly do it. And Hendra, he did have some awesome plays earlier on in the game too, Hoots. So I believe I want to see a 49-50 game, Hoots. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing the pace taken right out of this right now, which is smart for Next. But the fact is, though, they're going to have to do something. They need to bring this back. They can't just sit back and wait, because time isn't a factor yet. But if they do just think they can hold off, then it very much will be. So, look, Divinity and Jackson have been absolutely carrying for Lolita Genesis here right now in terms of the slate. But it's just unable to really get any angles here with this shock rifle, and just being stuck up here in this red. But we are seeing it looks like a push here from Lolita Genesis, Justin. So this could be what really starts to tip this game. They only need 2 kills. Blood's in the water. They're pushing really hard here. I've got great out, but there on Bandit, and they ended up taking the game 50-40. So a match that was super close for the majority of it ended up being I'm not going to say a blowout, only being 10 kills, but they really put the pedal and they've put a solid gap in, and at that point Next start to panic, and we've got ourselves a 1-all series for a best of 5.
Yeah, and Hoods, you sound like a little bit of a robot, mate. Something's going on there with your microphone. Still sound beautiful, by the way, despite your cyberboard conversion. But that turned out to be quite a good game. And look at that, Lolly Degen bouncing back from the previous dominating that they had before, and now they've just taken a map. And this series is really starting to heat up, and we saw Divinity the previous game. He couldn't really get things going with that sniper rifle. Then the next game, he just fully redeemed himself, and what was that, 18 and 7 in that game? Just monstrous performance from him. So it's interesting to go from an objective game where they were getting outslayed so heavily, and then they moved into this Slayer game, and they just hit them with the old reversal card and sent them to the Shadow Realm. So very interesting. And here's Zave with he gets a nice kill, and he's very ambitious with that sword, unfortunately, but Jackson utilizing this camo too. And you know what? I think we've got a series on our hand, and I can't wait to see how the rest of it plays out. Divinity with that nice no-scope too, so stepping up for his squad. But next, they're not down and out. They've already proved that they can take the games, and they put up one hell of a fight. 50-40 is not a scoreline that you want to sniff at.
No, and have you got me, Justin? Am I all good? I'm coming through a little bit.
Not a little bit. You sound like the little paperclip from the old Microsoft Word currently. So maybe I'll handle things. Justin will handle it. He never dogs the boys. So I've got it, mate. You get sorted, and we'll have you back in a minute. And series 1-1 currently, and it is a best of 5. So there's still a lot of Halo to be played. And that's the best thing about having a best of 5 versus a best of 3. It gives both teams an opportunity to get things going, and 1-1, there's still a lot of Halo to be played, and there's nothing I love better than a best of 5 and that game 5 situation. So I'll have to see if that plays out. But both teams performing really well and just kind of trading performances currently. And what's nice to see as well is we saw Biz struggling a little bit early on in that game, but his team was able to lift him up, and Biz got things going eventually and helped his team and take away that win. And certainly when you're having a bit of a rough start, you can get things going again, and it's just when you're in that team environment, the other members on your squad need to step up and help you out there. And Biz putting in plenty of work for his team later on in that game and able to help them secure that map 2 win. But next, they're not out just yet. They performed so well that previous game. I'd be very surprised if we saw them, become a bit of a flop and lose this next one. I think the fight is on. Both teams want to win this one.
I'm sorry for leaving you hanging, Justin.
There we go. He's back.
Coming through okay. Yeah, good work. Good padding. Really good. That was top notch. It's bloody hard when you lose a co-caster and you're just trying to hold out, praying the internet gods come back. And I
kept throwing to myself. I was like, Justin, what do you think? I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, a bit of split personality.
Good to have you back.
It was great. Yeah, no,
Spiegel
sorry.
and Golem.
The Aussie internet just working wonders for me right now, and I was sort of going through making sure there's something downloading and have I got something going on. I think we're all clear, hopefully. So look, yeah, that was sorry, and I've got to admit, I wasn't paying full attention to what you were saying. I was trying to just work out what was going. So forgive me if I'm repeating what you were just going on about. But yeah, look, that was a game where I thought we would see maybe that really close finish, but all credit to Lolly Degenis for really just going hard at the end there and managing to put that big kill gap out there. So that's great. We bring the series back 1-1, and now we're moving to an Aquarius CTF. So we're getting a nice variety of maps coming through here in game types. So, objectively, we had Next, who were the top objective team quite considerably in round 1. So let's see how they convert that to CTF, Justin.
Yeah. Something else is, I wonder what the mentality of each of these teams are currently. Like, Next was so dominant in that first game that maybe they're a little bit too overconfident, and Lolly Degen was like angry that they lost that first game, and it just kind of went in their favor. But both teams to be firing on all cylinders currently. Now on board with a resident mouse and keyboard player, seen flicking around the map trying to find some targets. Now on board with Zave, the sleepy boy. Now here to get the worm, and that camo gets some nice assists. That's what you want from your camo player, just putting damage down on the map and being a sneaky little beaver. Lith, completely unaware, and cops one to the back. He goes into the respawn screen, utilizing this camo really well. The bait and switch coming in, and the cleanup. Zave, what a life from him. One more play there if he wants a challenge. He does go down, but utilize that camo pretty well, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he was involved in almost all of the Lolly Degenis slays at the start, to be honest, and putting in a ton of assists, 4 assists so far. But that flagpole probably not the best move at that point. weren't too many players down, and we have seen teams really like to get a couple of rounds of slays in before running flags on this map. So we're on board now with Zave, the assist king. You said the sleepy boy, the sleeping giant's awoken. And he's going to try and grab these dynamo grenades. And we've seen the dynamo grenades, Justin, provide some great area denial. Not so much they're not so much a tool for kills, but just area denial, being able to stop teams from running certain routes. And particularly when running flags, you can use those dynamo grenades to run through an area, or if you see your teammate running through with the flag, to then be able to effectively stop that corridor push from the enemy team and give your teammates a clear run at getting the flag back to base. So interesting to see how teams try and utilize that, particularly on a map like this where we have quite close corridors in terms of slaying.
Yeah, it is so effective. They're just an amazing addition to the sandbox. And a little trick I like to do is throw the flag out for a bait and then throw the dynamo grenade directly on the flag, and then watch the noobs come
Moths
in
to the flame.
trying to return it, just getting lit up. And now on board with Jackson, Caster's Curse. He goes down, Bandit flashing shields, and he's back in the action now, moving up with his team, making sure he's checking all the little sneaky spots. No one hanging out in his enemy base before he pushes forward. That thrust comes in, but it doesn't matter. Bandit puts him down anyway, unable to get away that call out, and the cleanup does come in. Hendra snapping between targets here. Nice nade placement, just those two spots trying to influence damage onto two players there. Great stuff from him. The heat wave with Jackson. He's flashing shields at the moment. He's in a little bit of trouble, and he needs to get away with this heat wave. And the pressure is just still on him. They know he's there. A couple of picks for his team, though. So he should have some help coming through shortly.
Yeah, even if he's not doing a huge amount of damage at top mid here, he's at least causing a distraction. So this is so frustrating for Next right now. They know they're dropping his shields all the time, but he just ducks his head and they can't actually finish him off. And they know that he's in a power position with that height advantage to be able to rain down fire on really anyone that chooses to push from the flag down through the court. So he effectively forces teams to go through either P or car side. And you know, at that point, he has some team backup coming through as well. And we're now actually seeing him move from sitting at top mid with no shields to actually running a flag. So he's done a great job of holding this life together. Unfortunately, taking some shots behind and manages to stay alive. You see that flick with the mouse and keyboard. It looks like this flag still going to be able to go with the massive double coming through from Divinity. He's unfortunately met with Lith managing to do a nice sneaky run through here, but I don't know, it looks like this flag's still going for Lolly DeGeneres, and they might be in position to put it in.
Yeah, that was just so frantic, wasn't it? Both teams coming up huge, and they're just countering each other so well. But that flag, you know, is on the move. I think it might have got returned. Hoot.
Yeah.
So nothing going to come fruition from that, but definitely a nice little chain of events there, we'll say. And Zay putting some nice shots there. Gets the assist coming in, desperately trying to stay alive. You use your cover, duck deep and wide. Here it comes, 1v1, and Fraser going down in that situation. That was scrappy if I've ever seen a 1v1 in that situation there, Hoots.
Just great use of the map geometry though to stay alive, and he was timing it perfectly. We in the commentary booth, I guess, we can see where the enemy players are through the heads up display, but he had no idea, but was still using perfect use of those crates there to just let his shields come back at some point and ultimately win that fight. We do have camo in the hands of Bandit right now. And pretty even slays coming across from most of the next guys, most in the 8 and 9 area. But with this camo, he's sitting top mid, sitting pretty on top mid, taking down Jackson here. And you know, this camo is probably about to wear out pretty soon. But nice shots on Zave there. Zave not being able to escape through to the closet there. So he's done a really good job. He's lost some height advantage, but his team now is able to start running the flag. So he's causing a distraction here. He will get taken down, but we do see this flag being run from Hendra, and he's already made a pretty decent move back to his base. And unless Lolly DeGeneres are in a position to return this, which I don't know. Oh, they actually maybe are pulling a flag themselves. So we do see these counter caps come through very quickly, and they're going to be in a position to return and potentially put this flag in themselves.
Yeah, the counter cap could be coming through, and they did so well to stop that flag, right? I mean, Usain Bolt had that flag across the map in no time at all. And now they're going to counter cap themselves, trying to utilize that thrust. Fumbles a little bit, but I don't think that's going to translate into much. He was still going to die then and there, I think. Now on board with Hendra, holding down his base at the moment, trying to get the better of Zave. The bait and switch does come in.
Still alive.
And I like Hendra moving through. Zave getting the better of him in that situation, but flag is on the move. I don't think they're going to be able to stop that one. It's going to be going in. Oh, the nade comes in. It's going to be stopped right there on the scoreline. Hendra trying to do work for his team. He's getting distracted by Busy. Is he going to be able to stop this flag? No, it goes in. and he does desperate in to try and stop that one, Hoots, but we do finally have one on the board.
Something from nothing there for Lolly DeGeneres, really. That flag cap started purely as just a toss out of the base to hopefully stop a potential quick flag cap for next, and they scrapped with it bottom mid, ran it straight through bottom mid, which isn't really a route that we see taken that often, but managed to just keep pushing and get it in there. It took a while, it wasn't pretty, but sometimes there are those flag runs where they might not seem the cleanest, you're not going your preferred route, but if you can get it in, then you'll take that chance every day of the week. We have Bandit now forward next, trying to do something himself, and this is the area we do see teams like to run the flag more, using that slide down the stairs to get the flag moving quickly. Unfortunately, fumbles it on his way, and this flag is effectively a death trap right now. Everyone going near there, taken down straight away, and we do have the flag returned as well, it looks like. So nothing happening for their four next. They seem to be, getting across that halfway point, in some instances getting it back to their base, but Lolly DeGeneres just hustle, get straight through, and are able to get the returns eventually.
Doing incredibly well. Just having a peek at the stat lines here. And look at Zay with double-digit assists as well. He's got so many more than anyone else in this game right now. Jackson trying to get that flag going, but gets put down immediately. Now Zay putting some nice shots himself, and the flag is on the move. Divinity just juggling that flag like he's from the circus, running that through. He's not wasting any time. Speedy Gonzalez, this might be another one going in, Hoots.
Yes. Oh! No, he almost turned around at the last second and ran the wrong way, and now we're going to have potentially a counter cap. Yeah, so, oh God, he was so close. It did look like he pulled out at the last second to move away, and you just wonder if he did commit to it, could he actually have got it in? We're talking just a matter of frames of not getting that cap there, but God, these caps, we've had several of them, Justin, where it looks like they're going in, and at the last second they don't, but we do finally have, I think it was Divinity, they're managing to actually get that flag in, so they put two together. Lith going to try and run a counter cap himself, but with no shields, this could be a pretty tricky prospect, and whether that was a fumble or just him making the call to not actually run with it, either way, the hustle back from next to stop that immediate counter cap was a really strong move there.
Yeah, and perfect shots from Bandit as well, and his shields are flashing, and there's players everywhere. There's grenades coming through, and he's managed to stay alive. Ring around the Rosie, and now he's got the flag moving again, and take two on that little thrust flag juggle there, and he does manage to secure it. Will this be a flag going in for next? But no, the counter cap is come out as well. Is he going to opt to leave that flag there and push forward with his squad? No, they get the return, and that's one on the board for next, but still only one flag in favor of Lolly DGen currently.
Yeah, look, and in terms of slays across the board, if you were to add them up, I think we're looking pretty even right now. I'm not going to bother to do the maths quickly, but we'll see that Dynamo Nade going out, picking up a few ticks of damage, but a nice double from Divinity there. So he's playing both objective and slays really, really well here. And, I think Next have just been really unlucky with a few of their caps. They managed to get one in there, but they've just come close so many times and haven't been able to put it in properly. I really want to see if Jackson maybe goes back to holding that top mid, or if he still is. We haven't been on board with him for quite a while. We are now. We do have him over here on the car side, but we do see him start to go back towards this top area. He's been a real distraction up here, just running around the map and just basically copying shots everywhere he goes. Those dynamos were ticking away at him, and we are going to have Bandit completely unawares, and it's very smart there not to start shooting straight away. Waited just a second more for his shields to come back, but the team comms just clearly not there for next. He's able to just sit there, Jackson. He is taken down eventually, but you had two players running past him. Geez, Justin, that's got to be a bit concerning.
Yeah, he played it well. He just couldn't connect on his shots. It was almost a very, very tasty play to shut down that push completely. He had the right idea and a few more aim lab sessions, and I'm sure next time he'll execute that one perfectly. Now on board with Bandit going to the base, clearing things out. Double kill for him, and Flag is on the move again. He's been the flag runner for next. He's just this same route. He loves it. Nice little slide down the steps. Not getting the speed boost that he wanted, but he's still running it out nonetheless, and it does look like he's pretty uncontested. Tried to use the thrust like it's Halo 5, and unfortunately you dropped the flag when you hit the thrust, mate, and that bait flag has gone out in the return. That little fumble, that's cost them big time, Hoots.
Oh, it's just happened a few times. For Bandit, it's, if you're to take one thing away from this, it's once this series is over, regardless of the result, maybe it's the practice in the, not to use like an NFL line, but it's, when you're in that sort of on the 5-yard line, that's when you've got to really just start to get that final practice of just brute forcing it in, and some weird missed juggles or whatever it is. They've just not been able to finally get it there. And Loaded Jenners just seem to have a pretty free run back to the next base when Next are trying to get that in. So, you know, we also have to maybe ask of some of the next players, are you guys doing enough to defend your base and stopping the Loaded Jenners guys from getting straight in? Dave copping a lot of damage there from that Dynamo. He's not going to be able to put that in. But we do have flags just both out of the base right now. And at this point, it's just become a real scrap probably down around this courtyard area, Justin.
It is, and both flags are out currently. And just have a look at the clock. There's only 35 seconds left.
Yep.
Next have to stop this flag, and they have to get another one going if they have any hope of taking out this game, sorry. And there's no time to waste. They need to get things going now, Hoots, before that clock runs out.
Yeah, we're going to have a stalemate here, it looks like, and a 2-1 with 20 seconds to go. This is when you have to figure out, what do we do? Because, you know, if you're next, you know you need to put this in. And we will probably obviously have an overtime here, or a sudden death period, but oh god, this is the real tricky one. We are seeing two players from Next starting to shift over, but Fraser backing up a little bit, leaving his teammate actually to go into the base by himself. So 1 down, 2 down for the Loaded Jenners now, so Next really need to get some more slays in here and try and get this return. The camo here in the hands of, who have we got here, Bandit, and 3 down temporary for Loaded Jenners. So are they going to be able to get a return here? It looks like they're going for it, and we are going to, oh no, so that's it. So we have Loaded Jenners taking that second game out. So it's kind of hard to follow what was going on there at the end, Justin, but a really strong performance from Loaded Jenners there, and equally frustrating for Next as well. They just were so close so many times and just weren't able to get it done.
Oh, it was close but no cigar though, just right there, and a couple little fumbles costing them that game. And even in that sudden death situation, the flags are out. Sometimes you just gotta, someone's gotta take charge and be like, this is what we're gonna do as a team, win or lose, and commit to that play. And unfortunately not able to get it together in time, and Lolly Degen take map number 3, going 2-1 up in the series. But beauty of a best of 5, it ain't over just yet. Having a look at some of the score lines here, lots of damage going down from both squads. Slaying was pretty even, I think. You know, I don't want to do the maths off the top of my head, but both teams pretty equally matched in that department. And you know what, they were very equally matched in the objective department too. Just a couple of little fumbles from Next was the difference maker.
Yeah, I really liked Zave setting the tone early in the game. I thought that really helped get Loaded Jenners off to a good start, and you know, they did have to scrap for all those flag caps. None of them was super clean. In fact, I think almost every time they were running one, Next were pulling one out of their flag as well. But this was a real big moment here from Zave as well, winning that great use of the map geometry. And then look, every time we did have flags going through, they were super close. There were always enemies in the bases, and they really had to fight for that win there.
Yeah, they did. It was just scrappy at every time. You know, one player would do something huge, and then another player would do something huge, and they just trading his Bandit, somehow staying alive, just ring around the rosy to milk as much as possible. Really utilizing that camo, and him not going down there, that's a critical mistake for the other team. But it did look like both teams, as soon as they got picks, they just got flags moving. It definitely felt like it wasn't too slow of a game. Both teams would, you know, utilize the opportunities that they had, and maybe just a little bit of sweaty hands, dropping the flag every now and then, fumbling a little bit, and not able to secure everyone that they got moving.
Yeah, we saw on the replay there was just that unfortunate use of the thruster from Bandit right at the end there, being right close to putting that flag in, unfortunately dropping the flag and thrusting forward and not picking it back up. That was probably the difference.
I'll keep him up tonight. He'll be staring at the ceiling going, why did I thrust?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know, we now have Loaded Jenners going up 2-1 in the series, so they have a chance now to close it out as we move into our next game. As you can see on your screen here, Streets Oddball. Again, going through the whole gamut of maps here in Infinite in this series. That's why we love a best of 5, Justin, that variety that we get to see. But Loaded Jenners proving now that maybe that Strongholds one was a bit of a fluke and they just weren't switched on. But you do see teams, sometimes they need that little wake-up call and all of a sudden they switch into gear. And Loaded Jenners certainly starting to do that now.
Yeah, and they're firing on all cylinders at the moment. And Next, you know, not going down without a fight, but after a couple of fumbles and a couple of unfortunate situations, does your mental side of the game start to suffer a little bit, and you go into the next game and go, boys, like we lost that game for ourselves rather than the other team beating us, so to speak. Are they going to be able to just brush that one off and launch into the next one? Is it going to fire them up, or are they going to be a little bit busted and bruised up?
Yeah, I'm still impressed by what we are seeing from Next, though. I mean, like we've said a few times, we didn't know a huge amount about them, so it's the first time we have seen them on stream, and they're definitely holding their own against a team like Low Dgens, who are, you know, in that probably mid to high tier echelon of teams right now. You know, they obviously sit below the teams that we've already got ranked coming into the Super, but you know, they have been performing very well for a team we haven't known. So you know, you just never know with some of these teams if they're going to catch fire all of a sudden. And like we spoke about with Direwolves at the start of the broadcast, some teams all of a sudden when it clicks really fast, and I think we are starting to see it with Next as well. So, you know, by no means are they out of this series at all, but the pressure's certainly on them now, knowing that Lolly Dgens are just at the doorstep of being able to put this series away and send them down to that losers bracket.
It's a nice position to be in, only one map away from taking the series against another team that would just straight up spanked you in map 1. It's, you know, it's a complete reversal, and I'm sure their confidence is at an all-time high. And you're speaking about consistency, and Lolly Dgens, they're consistently been performing better each map so far. It hasn't been up and down. They underperformed a little bit, then they performed really well, and then they performed very strongly in the next game after that. So they're going to keep up that consistent rise of performance. Perhaps we'll see Next drop off even more, or will Next be angry about the fact that they could have won that game or pushed it into a sudden death round? Potentially. They might come back fighting and a little bit ticked off that they lost that one.
Let's just also provide a bit of a reminder to people in terms of the format of this tournament today, and we spoke about it at the start of the broadcast, is that if you get chucked to the losers bracket for this, you know, you're not out of the tournament obviously, but it just means that going into the Super, you're not going to be in pool play. There's no chance. So you can still qualify for the Super by getting through the losers bracket and fighting your way through there, but you're not going into pool play. You go straight into the losers bracket of the championship bracket, so you're almost instantly disadvantaging yourself for the Super next week. So teams obviously want to avoid that at all costs, try and get into pool play to hopefully give themselves a good chance when we do get to next week. But Justin, we are heading onto Oddball on Streets here, which is my favorite game type. Oddball in general is probably my favorite game type, but on Streets in particular, I love seeing the rotations of teams and the different areas they choose to hold the ball. You know, we often see this tram area can be a place teams favour because you can sit up on that balcony, put shots across onto arcade, be a gatekeeper from cafe, and then sometimes force teams to push down bottom mid, which is always bad news for them. So interesting to see where teams choose to set up on this one.
I love all the different alleys and routes that you can take on this map too. You can mix things up to break a setup, with your push. And so aggressive with Hendra and that Bullfrog. He came out straight out of the gates like he was a greyhound down at the TAB. Now Hendra putting in some ball time as well. Straight out of the gate. Next, not wasting any time. That usually we see it pretty scrappy off the start, right, Hoots? And, you know, they're all clambering for the power weapons, but, you know, Next is like, nah, we're grabbing that ball and we're going to get some scrap time straight up, and it's translating for a pretty tasty lead so early on in the game.
Yeah, we didn't see much of a scrap, mainly because Next were able to take 3 down off Lolly like instantly. So I think it was Lith picked up a really nice double, and Hendra, as you said before, aggressive with that Bulldog, and it just meant that they had a free run at the ball and were able to bring it straight through. And then we did see a pretty solid push from Lolly coming up through that pizza alley, and they've now been able to secure this. And holding PD and in matchmaking, Justin, I hate when people take the ball into PD because it just ends up in an absolute grenade spam fest. And so I'm glad to see Lolly Dgens take it out of there, because it's not a nice spectacle when the ball's stuck in there.
No, it is certainly not fun. You're just sitting there and the grenades just keep coming through the doorways and all the windows, and you're just kind of trying to milk, essentially. You're just like a big old dairy cow milking as much as you can. Now Zave with that Bullfrog moving through, and the ball is just kind of sitting there. No one wants to grab it just yet, which is smart. You need a couple of picks. There's one. There's your signal to go in, but it does look like there's a trade overall, but Zave could have used some of his information there to help get some ball time. But now just moving through, trying to get some more picks. He's checking all these corners. He's gone, where the hell is everyone? There's one, picking up another, and scurries away, trying to get his shields back, holding any angles that he can.
Yeah, Zave had the ball top A and chose to play ball it down to the bottom middle there. I think maybe he figured he was in a bit of trouble. He probably could have actually held it for quite a while. And since he play balled it, no one's actually touched the ball. It sat bottom mid and then it reset because no one touched it for a while. Rockets have just come up now, so we do have them in the hand of Divinity. He's going to be a target to be taken down, but it looks like next smart move there, not actually pushing him, knowing those Rockets could be turned around and basically used against them. So with these Rockets in the hand of Divinity, they're going to look to try and put in a few shots here and try and we see, this is what I spoke about early on, is that the Rockets are a new beast in Infinite and people still haven't figured them out. And quite frankly, Justin, I haven't figured them out either, because in my eyes, I don't get how that kills you, but not the guy you're shooting them at.
Well, generally my pro tip, Hoots, would be not shoot your feet with the spanker. That's my #1 top tip. But you know, they are a little bit funky, but generally just point the end that shoots the Rockets away from you and you should be okay. Lith with some tasty shots there. He does get taken out by the Sentinel beam, taking him out like he's a flood spore just there. Jackson rotating around. They're trying to stop this ball from getting all the way into the other side of the map. Not able to connect. He's just shooting through the bushes, just using a bit of that Halo brain timing to predict that movement. Didn't translate, but it could have. And now I love Jackson. He just keeps changing angles here. He's just like, okay, well, I'm getting a pressure applied to me here. I'm going to change this angle. I'm going to change angle again. And now he's kind of waiting for some backup before he goes in for the push, I think, Hoots.
Yeah, this is similar to the Aquarius game last game, where Jackson just takes some unorthodox routes, and he's used that thruster was fantastic as well with the KBM. He's very twitchy and moves around super well. And as I said, we saw this in Aquarius. He sits and holds areas where people typically don't hold. Now he's playing a bit of objective. And look, Lloyd-Ageners need this because they had a pretty good run against them with Next. They're getting a lot of ball time. And it's on Jackson. But look at that use of the thruster as well. Picks up the kill there. Unfortunately, he's dropped as well. But he's not managing to secure that kill on Fraser there, and that could be a bit of a difference here. Seeing Lloyd-Ageners, last guy alive is Zaven. He's just trying to get the ball out of there. Smart move there, knowing their whole team had been taken down, and he says, I'm just going to at least put it out in the open and try and get away with my life. Super smart there.
Yeah, great stuff from him. Now Bandit with those rockets, and the backsmack dubs come in. Bandit now, Jackson, sorry, with those rockets, and he just launches them out through the doorway, hoping to connect with something. Justin's second pro tip is generally shoot the rockets at players to apply damage, but he is applying a lot of pressure as I was saying that, grabbing the ball, and now he's just pounced, like he was holding it down, being very passive, and then he just went in, all guns blazing. And I love how quickly he can switch on a dime. Hoots, he's playing cautiously, he's taking his time, and then when it's go time, he fully commits, and that's what you need. You cannot be hesitating in your decision and playmaking. You've just got to go for it either way.
Yeah, he was sort of playing the role of scout just now for his team there, trying to make calls of when they're pushing down from Arcade through to Pizza. Unfortunately, positioning wasn't super great, and he couldn't get the whole picture, so I think two guys from Next managed to actually get down and through there into the Pizza and start to try and put a disruption into this setup. That being said, Lloyd-Ageners is doing a really good job of trying to hold them back. Next do manage to get into the tram, but just as we say that, Lloyd-Ageners is actually getting that ball out of there, I believe, unless I can't really see properly on the heads up, but no, it actually managed to stay there. So Next, they pushed through, but unfortunately weren't really able to translate that into any ball time, and Lloyd-Ageners is doing a good job there actually of being able to stop that push and hang on to the ball, which they need to do. And look, this map, this round, they're starting to bring it back already, Justin. They're only 10 seconds down now, holding ball in tram, and this setup's been working really well for them.
This feels like a full game of Oddball. Like that timer is really running down, and the Slays department is pretty even too. And you have Divinity and Jackson on double digits, and Lith on the other side, double digits himself, and it's really starting to come down to the wire. Divinity getting some really tasty ball time right now for his squad. Next, he's got to do something soon if they're going to want to stop that. Jackson with those, he's got one rocket to play with right here, stalking around, trying to find a player to launch it into. He knew he wasn't going to get the kill, so he was ready for the cleanup with his BR. And then he just scoops up that Bulldog. I didn't even see him do that. He just 5 second rule and just picked it straight up.
And that they're going to get this Lloyd-Ageners. So look, what they did then in that round was they moved it super well. They knew exactly when to rotate it out of setup. Sometimes teams get too comfortable in a setup and will hold, and basically the only thing they do at the end is drop the ball and try and fight. At that point, they might be 2 or 3 down, but they knew as soon as they were slightly unmanned, they'd roll it out of there. And that's probably the most crucial aspect of Oddball games, is knowing when to move and still holding on to that ball though, and not just dropping it and trying to fight. You need to know when to back off and rather than fight. So great work there by Lolly Degeners to take out that game when they were down for about 50 seconds in that opening round.
Yeah, and we're already on round 2 now, and both teams just so scrappy, so evenly matched. This is what I wanted to see, Hoots. They're just back and forth, and Fraser putting in as much damage as he can, allowing the help to come through, and then gets the back smack there. No, the assist, but Fraser just doing so much work. He influenced 3 kills then, Hoots.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the key word there, influence, right? Like he has his great use of the thruster from Bandit there. He must have got the heads up or heard something, but didn't even see him, and then all of a sudden thrusted back to avoid that ninja. That was great heads up play by Bandit there. And we're seeing Next get off to a pretty handy lead. So, they know they need to win this round or they're being sent straight to the losers bracket. Whereas Lolly Degeners, if they win this round, it's straight through to the next round for them. So they really need to hustle, and they're doing a great job here. They've got Lolly Degeners pinned back around that PD area while they're just sitting nice.
Oh, here they come.
3-man rush. Sorry, Bandit, you lose that every single time of the week for the 3-man rush. And he's clearly given the call out to Hendra, and Hendra's just trying to get as far away from that arcade as possible. But yeah, it looks like they're starting to move in on him pretty hard here.
Yeah, unfortunate. You could see he was like, okay, can I rotate this ball out? And he was just getting pushed at every angle. There wasn't a lot he could do. And, that's what happens when you have a 3-man... where are his bullets going then? He's just missing everything.
Probably too much distance for the shotty then.
Yeah, that was a little bit strange. Now on board with Divinity, and Lolly Degen starting to put some time down for their squad. Nades come in. The stick from Hendra there to shut him down, and drops the ball to help out his teammate. Oh no, he ran out of ammo, Hoots, and now he can't clean up that player, but the assist does come through. That's really unfortunate. And then he goes down from a grenade. It's hectic. It's bedlam down there.
I think we cut to a player just as they spontaneously combusted there and just exploded on our screen. But we do have Next here. They're starting to get a nice gap between them and Lolly Degens, and this is the point where if you're Lolly Degens, you start to push potentially a bit more mindlessly, knowing that time is starting to run against you. I like this route here, taking down Fraser, I think it was there. No, it was Lith, sorry, from Divinity. So he's managed to get into this setup really well, and we're seeing Next get the hell out of there, really knowing that he was coming through. So the push through has been really solid, but just as well, Next has been able to get it out of there, and they've playballed that right at the end there, given that they were 3 down. Smart move by Lith to do that. But Divinity, they've got the numbers here for Lolly Degeners. He's going to hang on to that ball, and this is what they needed to do because this was starting to get out of hand, 50 points down.
And Divinity's influence was just so strong on the map, wasn't it, Hoots?
Yep.
He was putting damage into so many different players, and you could see, if he could get the kill, he would get the kill, but he wasn't getting hungry, he wasn't getting thirsty for them. It's like, okay, well, that player's probably going to get away, I'm going to start rotating. And that translated to pinching the ball players, and they managed to trade that ball over and started to get some ball time. But now on board with Lith from Next currently, and I'm not sure what he's up to right here, trying to decide what he's going to do. Maybe baiting that ball a little bit, getting caught out. That ball just sitting there. Both teams opting to get some picks before they start getting some ball time. Jackson, oh, nice little hold this from him. A couple of bulldog shots and a cleanup with a BR. Very twitchy, reflexy plays from him. And now that ball is poised and ready to grab. Does cop a couple of grenades, so he's going to be pretty cautious here. So many grenades come through. How is he alive? He does get taken down, but still, he had no business staying alive that long.
He was copping shots the whole time. We see a nice double in this kill feed coming out of Divinity here. Fraser holding onto that ball for Next. He was last man alive for a while there, and Rockets here with Zave, so he's going to have to try and push in here. Should get an easy kill on Fraser there, which he does. So the Rockets finally being taken to good use here, Justin. We haven't seen it yet all game, really. Sneaking up as well. Dropping the drop shield. He drops the drop shield.
He was trying to stop the splash damage from hitting him, Hoots. Big
well,
brain
it
plays.
ended up
It
just
didn't work.
not working at all because he put it right into the shield that was sitting in front of him. So that's a bit of a misstep there with those Rockets. And look, 20 points needed for Next. And at this point as well, Justin, you have to wonder, only 20 points to go to win, but at the same time, do they choose to maybe just milk the clock a little and focus more on just keeping the Lolly Degeners guys off the ball and let that countdown timer go down? You'd naturally think only 16 seconds now. Surely you'd go for the win, but teams have to juggle that in the back of their heads now of when to hold and when to just milk the clock.
Yeah, you got to know when to hold them and when to fold them, Hoots. And currently, Lolly Degens, they're holding that ball, and that scoreline does tick up pretty damn fast. Zave, great flank, as you say, and gets a double kill for his effort. And look at that, they're starting to put some points on the board. Killing spree for him. There's just a player hanging on for dear life down in PD. Fresh ream of shoddy shells going into that Bulldog as well. And Divinity putting some nice points on the board. Next better watch out. You know, there's really only time for one, maybe two more pushes, and they still need to scrap together some ball time to take this one out. With 2 minutes to go, Hoots, you're talking about the clock. I think that's plenty of time. And next, it's not plenty of time for them to lose their lead because it's about to whittle away.
Yeah, and so we have a big push here coming down through Cafe. He manages to get 2 shots on both the next players there. So you see the grenades coming in, the shots coming in, just holding them back. And I love this rotation, Justin. They're moving it straight away, although great angle there from Bandit, managing to drop him. And I think we actually have 2 players for Low Degenerates down. This could be 3, so 3 down. That was a great effort there to stop that rotation. They're going to be set up around the ball now, 84 all, but with that kind of slaying coming through, there's pretty much 1 push left in Low Degenerates, and we do see Hendra taking down Divinity in the kill feed, a long distance kill there. So with about 8 seconds to go, I don't think they're going to be in a position to come in and take this. Next are going to take this second round, and we are going to go 1 round all. So great. I love that angle there from Cafe side across to Arcade, stopping the ball rotation. If they were able to get down through to the tram there, it was effectively game over, and Low Degenerates were going straight through. So big little moments like the big little moments sounds weird, but big little plays like that just really, you know, can put the round in their favor.
Yeah, it was, and that just final push from Nexi. They took their time, they got themselves organized, and they did a coordinated push, and that translated to them taking that round. And, you know, he launches those rockets out. He gets the cleanup, but I don't mind it. Like, he used those rockets to get across the map. He does get cleaned up, unfortunately, for him. But, you know, some very bold rockets. You know, he's shooting out rockets like checks he can't cash, unfortunately. And Jackson, good eyes over the oddball right now. Put some shots in the tray. The bait and switch was coming in from Fraser. We can see through the walls. Jackson choosing to back off in that situation. Very twitchy around the lift, up at the top of the tower there, putting some nice shots down on him. Rotating into PD, and Lolly Degen's wasting no time with the control that they have. Look at this. They've got this whole area of the map locked down. They're going to have so much time to respond to a push when it comes, Hoots.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slow start in terms of taking the ball. I think when you're 1 round all and the stakes are really high, particularly in a game 4, I love that peak shot there from Jackson, I think it was. But, you know, when you're in that game 4, just wondering, you know, you just become super cautious of when to make certain pushes for the ball and things like that. So they took their time, managed to get a fair bit of a chunk at the start, so 24 seconds. But we do see now balls in the handoff next and what they can do with it with this setup. Great use of the couple there. Doesn't work, unfortunately. Biz shooting pretty much right through it. They can be pretty weak sometimes. But we are seeing now next start to try and run that ball down to Tram. It looks like this Cafe's AE side has been taken over. Great use of the Sentinel Beam there. Nice double coming through from Divinity. He's been their main slayer across this whole series, Justin.
Yeah, he certainly stepped up from that game 1 performance, doing so much damage, and he's going to do it again. No, Fraser with a little duck in the weave, taking him down there. Just a crouch strafe, a little bit too strong. Zave trying to stay alive here while pushing that other play there. The cleanup does come in. That oddball's just sitting there. Both teams are just so scrappy, trading out kills, waiting until he gets a ball time. Sniffs out that one-shot play. Lith going down. Now Zave getting some ball time for his team. Fragile lead at the moment. Not much to write home about, but Fraser, he's got that fresh set of spankers ready to do some paddling.
Yeah, exactly. So this is, you know, use this to try and push into this site, the tram site, sorry, and take the ball out of their hands. But he's not really able to use these rockets so much. He's had players all around him, and he eats the first rocket, manages to get the splash damage on Divinity. I'm surprised that didn't kill him, given what we've seen so far in the last couple of rounds of rockets. But it looks like Next have taken over this rotation here and managed to secure ball, and he's still got 1 rocket to play with.
Yeah, and he utilized no rockets to play with now, but he utilized it. I thought for a second there is going to get a bit of a floppy rocket there, but no, he connects and gets the kill for it, and it's translating into his squad, able to get some ball time. They did rotate it through, but now the pressure has come in. Well, I wonder if he's going to keep rotating into the arcade side because he hasn't really got a buffer on the other side of the map at the moment, Hoots. But Bandit putting some tasty shots there, holding back those players, and he's got the Bulldog. He's just the king of this area here, and Zave just running straight into him. The double kills there, nice little trade there, getting 2 for 1 on that. That's what you want when you're trying to hold down the ball and get some points with your squad.
Yeah, so it's all on the line right now. Super close match as well. We're just about to have the scores tied up on this one. As we've said before, we do have Loaded Genas up 2-1 in this series, so they win this round, they move forward and take the series themselves. Great use of the spike nades from Zave there, stopping that push through. Fraser with the thruster there, staying alive, and it looks like this ball, they're now going to be in a position to get it, taking 3 down from Lolly DeGeneres. So a real back and forth we're seeing here. We see Lolly DeGeneres start to come back, chip away and bring it back even, but then next come through with a really solid push, multiple slays, and are able to effectively take the ball over. And Zave, unfortunately, doesn't get the rockets. Massive double there from Fraser. He needs to pick them up. He managed to find them here. So pushing in here, they're going to have ball, they're going to have rockets. It's just a matter of where the Low Degeners guys are spawning. They're spawning, great view here, we can see they're actually spawning over at PD side. Bandits there putting in shots to try and stop them. He manages to pick up 1 kill actually with a nade. He retreats while his shields recharge, but they're kind of, Low Degeners just waiting for the rest of their team to spawn, knowing they've got one final push in them. Divinity's smart move not to go around that corner. But Fraser, I like how he's holding it down. You can probably hear some footsteps as well. And these rockets, the double there, that's going to stop the push coming through from Lolly DeGeneres. And with only 10 seconds to go, I think next they're in a pretty good position to take this. That's a massive kill there on Jackson there. And we have Zave. He's the last man alive pushing through. 3 seconds to go. Can he get him down? He does.
He does!
Ball's down there, so ball down. Zave just managing to stay alive. We have 3 up for both teams here, but at this point, Zave's going to have to just try and keep them off this ball while his team comes back, because he knows that as soon as Next pick this ball up, it's effectively game over. Keeping Bandit off the ball here, great slay, but his teammates need to get around these B stairs, Justin, and try and keep them off. Running here for the ball, 2 seconds to go, and I think that's going to be it. No, it's not. 1 second left. For Next, they've got 2 down. We've just on board here with Lith. He needs to win this. BR doesn't win it. Divinity pushing through. He's going to try and secure the ball. It's just a mad dash for this ball, and no one can take control, Justin.
Wow, this is like a game of British Bulldog down in primary school. It is just so scrappy. Everyone pouncing on it. Lolly DJ, they're starting to put some points on the board too, but Fraser, he's the man. He's going to win this match, and he does. Getting the better of that 1v1, and he's going to tick it over. And he had the bullfrog too. He was poised to win that trade, and he just doesn't get it done. And now it's a round each. We're going to
that's it. Yeah. No, that's it. That's the game. No, that's the game. So the stakes were so high.
I was getting so confused by how intense the gameplay was. Unbelievable.
No, the stakes were so high, and Lolly DeGeneres were doing everything they could to keep Next off the ball then, and they did a great job, but you can only do it for so long, particularly when the ball's down in that open area, and you just had sort of groups of 2 coming through, slaying. No one was able to grab it, but the ball's always in the favor of Next at that point, no pun intended, simply because they only needed 2 seconds of scrappy time. And they were able to finally get it. It took them a while, but geez, Justin, that's probably one of the most intense oddball games we've casted.
Yeah, and you know what? Zave at the end there, I think they're on 98 points, and the ball was just thrown out in the open. He did so well to just, didn't desperate for it. He played his life. He's like, I cannot die here. I cannot die here. And he managed to stay alive for a long time and get a couple of kills. And that allowed them to make that final push. If he died in that situation, then those extra 2 points on the scoreboard would have been plenty easy to get, but he was the last line of defense and utilizing his life so well, running through. But both these teams, Hoots, pretty evenly matched.
Pretty even. We're going to a game 5, so they definitely are. And look, I'm really keen to see just the final moments of that game here in the replay once we get to it. But God, that match felt like it went for an eternity. I think you said in the first round, Justin, you felt like we'd done a full game, but then we had another 2 rounds of really just great oddball. It's such a great spectacle to watch sometimes, and God, it was just, that's got to be heartbreaking for Lolly Degens, but for Next, God, that's got to hype you up heading into this game 5 now with the stakes on the line as well. That double there, the use of those rockets was just massive. And then we had just right here, just a second left or 2 seconds left, and they would have got it in the scrap at the end. But Fraser able to get in and secure those final 2 seconds, and that was all the difference. Yeah. And so we go to a game 5, which is what we love.
Yeah, and Fraser, MVP in my opinion, the last couple of minutes of that game, holding down the entire side of the map, all in his own with those rockets. That's the power of those that weapon, is that you can do that. You can hold down an entire area all by yourself, getting that 2-for-1 trade, and then at the end clutching up and taking out that ball carrier and getting the last couple of seconds. Amazing stuff from him. But now, game 5 off the bat, Hoots. I hope you're ready. My voice is nice and lubricated, ready to go.
Oh, good use of the word there. I like it. Yeah, no, it's what we love. It's what we love to see. And so we do move into a Slayer Bazaar. And you know, this is a map where there's so much stuff going on. We've got OS, we've got rockets, we've got grapple shot, and you know, when we're in Slayer compared to a CTF, we also have a lot more random spawns. So you can be snuck up on very easy depending on what side you're on. Enemies can be spawning behind you, in front of you, to your left, to your right. So, you know, it's going to be a pretty random way to finish out this series. But given how the majority of these games have gone so far, it's a real flip of the coin with this one.
Yeah, one thing we talked about was the mentality of Next after losing that Aquarius CTF is like, oh, you know, they narrowly just, they lost that. Does that, you know, hurt them moving into the next one and they're a bit flat? But no, they came out hot and angry and wanted to win out that game. And now we're at a game 5 and, you know, does that mentality shift over to Lolly Degens? And like, they're like, boys, we just lost, you know, a couple of games in a row. We need to get it together before we get knocked down into the elimination bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a matter of go hard or go home right now. And so, you know, the previous Slayer game we saw, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, it was Lolly Degens who really sort of put the foot down towards the end. Then can they do it on Bazaar? You know, it was a close game most of the way through. So you could almost put that Recharge Slayer down, that win down to just, you know, one pretty good rotation of slays of the whole squad. And that was the difference maker really that won it for them. So if they can't get that, you know, where does that put us? We're going to have a really close one on our hands. And what a way to kick off the first match of the broadcast. And we said at the start as well that without those teams like Chiefs and BBR that we typically do watch on stream, who kind of come through just like a wrecking ball and just destroy every team in their wake 3-0, because we've taken those teams out of the equation right now, we're going to get these more scrappy kind of real sort of fist fights going through the rest of the broadcast tonight, which I love. It's great to watch, it's great to call, and I'm sure it's great for everyone watching at home.
Yeah, certainly nothing more exciting than a scrappy game 5 where everything's a bit hectic and, you know, even us fumbling a little bit with our commentary, trying to keep up with everything that's going on. So I hope everyone at home is getting some entertainment from that. And we are going to be launching into this game shortly, just a few lobby issues. But game 5 with a lot on the line. There's only a few spots left in pool play for the Super where the big money is involved, and a couple of spots, the big mummies, yeah, a couple of spots left for the elimination bracket. So it's do or die currently for these squads, and a game 5 in your this early on in the night, like we're getting treated right now, Hoots.
For those who might have joined us more recently, we were talking about the Super before and the kind of cash prizes that we are looking at. You know, 70,000 Aussie, which is 50,000 USD, as a total prize pool, with the winner taking home 28,000 Australian, 20,000 US. You know, on a scale of what we've seen previously in Australian Halo, for those who aren't based in Australia and wouldn't know, this is magnitudes above what we've ever had on offer here. You know, I think about Justin back at the start of the tournaments that we were putting on for ACL, you know, 10 years ago, it was cash supplemented by a couple of slabs of energy drinks or something like that. So we've come a bit of a long way since then, but we are jumping into this Bazaar Slayer game. As we said at the start, rockets, overshields, grapple shots. Justin, there's a lot to work with here.
Yeah, it's a playground of a map, really, isn't it? Particularly with that grapple shot, you can go around and do some really interesting things with it. But we are going into a game 5 situation, everybody. Everything on the line. That Hail Mary nade coming up from Bandit off the rip there. And they're both two players stacking on the overshield, trying to utilize that perfectly bounced nade from Bandit. He's just a nade queen right now, perfectly placing them down. Does look like they managed to secure that overshield as well. And the rocket waiting for him around there in the corners, hanging out there with the watermelon.
Yeah, and we saw Bandit as well chucking some dynamos up into that enemy bar area, which they can do so much damage up there. It's close quarters. When you throw them up, it often bounces off 2 or 3 walls and has an area of effect that almost at any one point encompasses the whole bar top there. So it's a really smart move that we see a lot of players doing now at the start of these games, knowing that there will at least be one player most likely up in that bar. We're on board with Hendra. Nice LBR there on Biz. So we're seeing a next skip out to a very early lead here, 7-3, Justin. And, you know, they'd probably favor themselves in this Slayer with this kind of start, but we do know that, you know, things turned around pretty quickly with Lolly DeGeneres in the last Slayer game that we had on Recharge, and so it's definitely not out of the equation for them on this one.
Yeah, I got to say, Hoots, do you reckon they're nervous? Because they're all just sitting on their hands right now, a little bit nervous. Lolly DeGen, someone in the comms going, listen, we cannot let this lead blow out anymore, and they just slowed things down right away. And next, they're stringing together quite a few kills. Lolly DeGen playing a little bit too cautiously, not able to connect anything together. And it's got to be frustrating when Lith just thrusts around corners like that, staying alive, now bearing down the barrel, looking for some more damage across the map.
Yeah, I mean, Lith hasn't died yet as well, so he's been really conservative with his life. You saw he just, you know, hanging back there, using the thrusters just to make sure he got around that corner. He's going to have a bit of a view on OS. I didn't actually catch when that spawns yet, but it should be up relatively soon, I believe. So Fraser here with that Mangler he's dropped. And, you know, 6-kill gap right now for Next. They've managed to maintain this for quite a while, but we do have 2 down for them right now. So maybe starting to get a bit of a groove, the Lolly guys. Zave here, no shields that we can see across from Divinity. But, you know, right now, this overshield popping, it's going to be a really big dash. Fraser's making a move in on it. Divinity providing a bit of fire across the top, but Fraser gets it pretty uncontested, Justin. So, you know, Lolly DeGeneres shouldn't be allowing that, especially given the stakes that are on the line right now.
No, you cannot be just letting that overshield get scooped up, can you? And Fraser, you can see he's going around. It's like, where am I pushing? Boys, what are we doing? I've got the OS. Let me utilize it. And he just can't find anything to do. And I don't know if that's a lapse of communication within the next roster, or, you know, Fraser hanging out with the rest of the headless chickens down bottom mid.
Fraser's just running around bottom mid pretty much. You know, he's been able to be down there quite for the last like 30 seconds or so.
If he wanted to get his shopping done, he should have got it done yesterday.
Exactly. He shouldn't be able to do that. You know, he's taken down with the dynamo grenade there from Jackson. So nice work from him there, pushing in pretty aggressively. But I like the backup there as well, Justin, knowing when to run back. And with that keyboard and mouse, he can flick around really quickly and change his direction. Super smart move by him there. Rockets have just popped now, so he's going to be able to provide a bit of cover. He is taken down very quickly. Divinity just holding up on this balcony here. Rockets coming up now, so looks like he's going to try and make a move across there, but no, unfortunately, stopped by Hendra. So look, it's these Rockets have been up for quite a while, Justin. No one really looking like they want to make a move on them. I think they're still there. So, God, everyone's just being super cautious. Hendra finally able to grab them, and he's going to use them here. I'm surprised that got to kill a double. Why not? Sure, why not? I don't know how these rockets work. Please explain them to me.
Well, you point the end that shoots the rockets at the enemies. Hoots. You know, listen, maybe we should have a little one-on-one coaching session after the game, and I'll let you know. Paid by the hour, by the way, but Hendra utilizing those rockets correctly. And scoreline, it is a little bit of a lead for Next right now, but it's still very early on in the game. We haven't even hit the halfway point, and Lolly DeGen, the fact that they have slowed things down when the game's been getting away from them a little bit, means that their heads are still in the match. They're not getting rolled over. They're thinking tactically about what their next moves are going to be. But Bandit able to get that overshield, and that's 3 back-to-back overshields for Next. Like Lolly DeGens, they cannot allow that to be happening.
No, I was watching on the heads up. I could see where all the players were, and Next had that completely uncontested there. Lolly DeGens weren't even really making an attempt to try and keep him up. I think they were 1 or 2 down, so they just weren't in a position to stop him. So, you know, that's something they really need to clean up as well. You just can't allow, you know, especially in a game 5, other teams to just have a free run at the overshield like they have. Nice try and detonation there, remote detonation on Zave with the BR there on the dynamo grenade. So really smart play there. Super heads up, doing a great job to secure that kill. And you know, it's just this 6-kill margin's been around Justin now for the last 3 or 4 minutes, and Lolly DeGeneres have to start making a move soon, trying to bring this back. The pace taken out of the game a little bit more recently, but we do have here, it looks like Lolly DeGeneres maintaining this middle part of the map, keeping Next back around the flag, the palm, and the bar here. So Zave being very aggressive, pushing in there and backing up now. Very smart from him. So just look at that on the heads up. They're just hanging out, trying to keep them off, but we do have a push here coming from Jackson just with this Bulldog. Looks like he's going to try and move in. Next, Justin, they seem happy to sit back. Let him come to them.
Yeah, both teams kind of want to determine the pace of how the game will play. And I like this from Jackson. He went, you know what? They know that I'm here. I'm just going to rotate out straight away, change positions. Something I want to highlight, I've been keeping an eye on the stats, and Divinity's currently 8-4, and he was 0-4 off the rip. So he's gone on an 8-kill killing spree at the moment, which has been lasting quite a long time. Jackson just being the bouncer, holding down the doors there, now rotating back through. Doing really well with his life right now. Not going positive in the kill department, but plenty of influence on the map. You can see he's turned tail and run with that Bulldog just scampering away. And Zave not able to utilize those rockets, him going down. And it's a bit of a flustercluck over those rockets there, Hoots.
That was just a bit of miscommunication on the side of Lolly DeGeneres there. Zave had the rockets and Jackson was running down from bottom rockets trying to get away. He should have been calling out saying there's two guys pushing me down below. You've got easy run on them, but Zave wasn't direct enough, allowed one of the next players to actually get back up the rocket stairs, and that's what put him in an awkward position with those rockets and ended up killing himself. So that was a guaranteed double there for Lolly DeGeneres and just couldn't get it, unfortunately. One thing I want to point out, Jackson's doing a great job of knowing when to back down. He's super smart. He's able to turn around and get away quickly. We've said it a few times, but you know, you need to have that mindset of, I'm not going to win this one. I need to get out. My life's more important. He's been doing that really well. I'm liking the teamwork there. Nice bait and switch. But we do have Zave, unfortunately, getting collapsed on there. So I thought Lolly DeGeneres were in a good position to try and bring back some of this lead. But it is only 5 kills. They've brought it back somewhat, but they need to do a little bit more, particularly given that we're going to have next hit that 40 kill mark in probably a matter of moments.
Yeah, it's like one round of slays realistically if you play things right. But Bandit just hanging around bottom mid a little bit too much for my liking. Him going down. Zave desperately trying to stay alive, pooping out grenades like nobody's business. Scoreline is now only 3 kills the difference, Hoots. So it is really starting to boil down. We're in a Game 5 situation and kills are going to go right down to the wire. Jackson using the ping feature to try and lock down some information for his teammates, and he's hanging right on the cusp of that 50-yard line, waiting to pounce, and he puts in some really nice shots, not able to capitalize on that kill, and instantly going in to clean out the rats of the sewers, rotating. I love this. He's applying so much pressure to this side of the map, Hoots.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job holding this down, but not just that, he's holding down OS for his team, so they're going to be able to grab this. I don't know who it's just been put into the shields of, but he's secured this OS for his team just from his use of shot selection. We do have with Divinity, so he's starting to push through. This is a big moment here, Justin. He needs to get at least 1 or 2 picks here, and we see he manages to get 2, so that's huge. 41 all. This is, obviously, as we said, this is the final game. The winner of this, nice use of the grapple shot, and they're starting to go on a bit of a run here, Lolly DeGeneres. They've got set up with this overshield. It's been huge for Divinity. He's used it super well, and now we have Next basically pushed out on one side. They're spawning over the other, and those dynamo grenades are going to provide some great area denial. And Jackson's just running around bottom middle. Rockets popping in 25 seconds. So if they can hold this spot down here, then these rockets are going to go a long way in securing this final few kills for them. But 43-42, Lolly DeGeneres just managing to hold this lead. And Divinity, I love this. He's not giving up this rocket position, Justin. He's going to try and hold on to it. Keep the next players off base. Great kill there. And then so with only 6 kills to go and these rockets popping in 4 seconds, this could really be huge for them.
Yeah, and Lolly DeGen doing so well to bring it back, and now they're currently in the lead. And it just took them that one overshield. It was all from that. 47-42 with the fresh rockets. Lolly DeGen's poised to take out this best of 5 in Game 5 situation. Only 2 kills to go, 2 rockets to play with. I know what everyone else at home is thinking. Put those spankers to use and get paddling, rotating through the map. He's got those passive income grenades on hand as well. Rotating through, he does not want to give them up. He's playing very cautiously. He kind of knows, you can tell that he knows the game is on his shoulders right now, but he's 15-7 with 9 assists. He's been performing so well. Rockets come through, should be an easy kill.
Nice.
There's one killing spree for him. 49-50, there's a 50th kill, and Lolly DeGens, what a comeback. Game 5, they were down. They were trailing by 7 or 8 kills at some points, and they got that overshield, that last critical one that got them back in the game. We said it, that they can't let those overshields go uncontested. And look, they must have been listening, because they got it, utilized it straight away, and took complete control of the game after that.
Yeah, what an intense match for us to kind of kick off this Open Series, right? The fact that we've got these two teams that are fighting for their lives here in the upper bracket. And this is what we talked about at the start. part of the broadcast, Hoots, is the fact that staying alive here in this winners bracket is also important for these teams who really want to try and make a play for pool play. You need to make sure that you stay in this winners bracket. Otherwise, all that you are fighting for is a slot in that championship bracket. And right now, the fact that Lolly Degeners have been able to pull this one back goes to show that these guys are still alive here in this winners bracket, albeit the boys on the other side there coming in from next, they will be dropping down this elimination bracket. They're still alive here in the open qualifier, but they're only going to be able to play for a slot here in that championship bracket. And I think today they've certainly stepped up for us here, Hoots, the fact that next will be able to push us all the way towards game 5 and a 50-45 there for the final map on Bazaar. Goes to show that these guys might not be too far off the chopping block just yet.
No, you're absolutely right, Luke. I mean, yeah, a pretty unknown team, but they performed really admirably there, taking Lolly Degeners to a game 5. And look, it was just, I think the tail of the tape for that match there was overshield control. When teams managed to secure that OS, good things came, which has sort of been the story of Halo for ever since it's been around, really. That's why those power-ups are there, and they're so crucial to try and maintain control of. We saw once they're killing Frenzy as well, which I don't think we picked up on broadcast. So clearly just massive numbers going up there, but look, once they secured that final OS, it got them rockets. They had next push back, and I really love from Divinity, he hung back with the rockets, knowing that he didn't need to push in. Bit of teabags there, but that's good. But knowing that Divinity didn't need to push in, he was super conservative with those rockets, waited for Next to come to him when he was in a good position to use them, and that's what rounded the game out. Next were really up against it from the get-go once he got those rockets. Yeah, and you could just really see here with the way that they're able to play that final map of Bazaar out. But, I mean, looking across this series as a whole here, Justin, I think this has been a really good way for us to kick off this open qualifier, is the fact that it goes to show that these teams all throughout today probably going to be extremely close. And I'm glad that we were able to catch this one on broadcast, because some of the other series have been a little bit more blowouty, but this one really has been intense for us to look at.
Yeah, and listen, what a marathon for the first game up, right? Each of those went down right on the wire as well. Like the time, like we had that sudden death situation, so the CTF, that's about as long as a game 5 best of 5 is gonna go. So what a time to be alive. Just amazing Halo that entire time, and Lolly Degens coming out on top, and all came down that final overshield and the rockets. It was just utilizing those weapons and taking advantage of the opportunities that you created for yourselves. And next, they're going to be hurting after that one, but Lolly Degens, they're going to be moving forward, and all props to them. They did really well.
Yeah, and I think certainly the guys here on Next can keep their heads held up high. Obviously, it was a full 5 mapper coming into the first series here on broadcast for the HCS, and the fact that they're able to perform this way here goes to show that these guys are here to party, and I'm excited to see what they can do in the future, and even what they can do in this elimination bracket. But let's just have a quick recap and see where we are standing here in this bracket. Obviously, there's a whole boatload of matches that have been happening off stream, and right now, this is where we get the update. Demons obviously able to get themselves a 3-0 here up against 1620 Kings Gold moving forward. Disruptor fans and 1620 Kings also were able to get themselves 3-0s here. So Hoots, these are how our semi-finals are working out. And for those of you who are a little bit privy to some of this information, all you have to do is win this next series here for Demons, Lolly Degens, Disruptor fans, and 1620 Kings, and they're in the Super, baby.
And great work to the production crew for picking the one series that wasn't a 3-0 whitewash. So how good.
I'd like to point out that it was me that picked that matchup.
Okay, all right.
Everyone was picking something. It's like, nah, this is the game. Trust.
Yeah, no, it was a good call. And yeah, I mean, Luke, I'd forgotten all about you. We hadn't seen you for about an hour and a half, and now you're back. So, yeah, exactly. So, yeah, no, you're right, though. The closer, like, these teams all move close to securing themselves a spot in pool play, which is massive.
Yeah, it's super exciting because these guys are ever so close right now to be able to get themselves into the Super, get themselves into pool play. And I think right now, looking at those 4 teams that we've got hovering up there, I really feel like it can be kind of anybody's game. I think right now, the way that we're looking at the Demons, though, Justin, we're certainly looking at those guys who are probably going to be a team that's going to go forward in there. And I think even on the other side of the bracket, and the fact that we've got 1620 Kings and the Disruptor fans, I think that's going to be a bit of a coin flip. I think that's probably going to go all the way to map 5, I hope, between both those teams.
Yeah, I'm certainly ready for it. You think after that that game 5 that I would be expended of all my energy, but I'm ready to go. Bring them on. All of them should be game 5, so I'm ready for it. Let's go.
Well, luckily enough for you, it is time for us to head to a break here. Ladies and gentlemen,
I don't need it.
You want to just jump straight into it, unfortunately.
I need an almond latte.
Okay, we need to get an almond latte here for Mr. Hoots.
Right.
We need to give Justin a couple of minutes here to get extra hype for this next series. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to jump into this elimination bracket. We're going to be going all the way back to round number 4 4 here. We're going to be jumping into a series where we've got the boys coming in from Wilcox fans going up against New Era. Let's see who's going to move forward in this elimination bracket.
Nice play.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me.
Welcome back, Halo fans. Here we are one series down in our HCS Super Open qualifier, and what a series for us to start out here. 5 full maps going all the way down towards the wire here to figure out which teams are going to stay in our winners bracket and which teams, unfortunately, are going to drop in towards our elimination bracket. But speaking of elimination bracket, lads, it is time for us to jump down in there and get down and dirty with the lads that are down here as well, because it is New Era going up against Wilcox fans here. And Hoots, let's start out with New Era. Obviously, both these teams are teams that we haven't seen on the broadcast just yet. But maybe a few of these names that are starting to float around, we've got a little bit of information about these New Era boys. So, you know, maybe we might be able to find something cool come out of them today.
Yeah, we've seen Talent and Luna, their names pop up every now and then, but it's that's the great thing about this tournament so far, is that we are just seeing teams and giving exposure to teams we haven't seen before, and we find some teams, in the case of Next in the last series, can surprise us. So that's what's so great about this kind of format. No disrespect to the Chiefs and BBR and all those guys because they're not here, but it just gives us something else to talk about a little bit. Yeah,
exactly. And on that graphic, ladies and gentlemen, it did say that it was Bullfrags, but unfortunately that is actually Renal instead. So Renal comes from Call of Duty, and obviously Hypnotize is a Halo MM kid as well. So this is the first time he's actually been able to compete here in Halo, and it's super exciting to see what this New Era team is actually able to do here, lads, because I'm excited just to see if we're going to have some new staff players, because even, you know, harkening back to some of our opening, you know, open series that we had, we were able to find like Zave in our previous series. These guys are able to frag out in some of these big teams, and Justin, you know, the other side of things, it's another one of these teams that we haven't seen before with the Wilcox fans, but, you know, maybe these guys are able to come in and kind of test their mettle against another kind of unproven team here.
Yeah, Wilcox fans, and you say unproven, but just have a look at the lineup. Dusty, Nuke, Fusion, and Deathruptor. These guys are all veterans of the scene. Dusty and Nuke had such a big impact on Halo 5, and Dusty was on the cusp of becoming a top player at the time, and Deathruptor, he's been around such a long time, and he's kind of like the big brain Halo fundamental player on that lineup, in my opinion. So these guys are poised to do really well, and Wilcox fans, I'm surprised I'm not on that roster, to be honest. But it's good that a little bit of tongue-in-cheek names there play on the Deathruptor fans. One big family down under, but you need to watch out for these guys, because that's a lot of talent, and if they can get their chemistry going straight out of the rip, watch out. These guys are not to be messed with.
Yeah, and I think certainly that is something that we're probably going to see a whole lot of with some of these teams that are competing in this Super Open qualifier. Is you're just going to have a whole lot of, you know, experienced guys being able to throw together a force stack and see what they can get done. Obviously, the reason why they dropped down into this elimination bracket as well is because they ran into the Demons, lads. So these guys right now, I don't think they've really been tested all too much. Obviously, against the Demons, it's a bit of a rough go, but now they're here in this elimination bracket going up against New Era. And these are the 5 maps that we're going to be seeing here again. So obviously, we're seeing a lot of recharge that's going to be floating through today. This time, we're going to have the Strongholds as well, Hoots, and I'm excited to see how these teams do play around, because, you know, as Justin did just say, Wilcox fans have got the big brain in Deathruptor, so maybe we might see a few more of these different setups coming in on some more of these objective-based maps.
Yeah, we've got smack bang in the middle there, CTF Bazaar, which is, you know, one of the more polarizing game types, I think, for a lot of people.
Is that because it's so sunny? You need your sunglasses?
Yeah, good one. I like it. Very nice.
I am a father after all. I got the dad joke card.
Oh, well done.
Well done.
Exactly, but yeah, look, that's one of the ones that we've seen can go the distance and then some. So it can be a really interesting one. So I'm looking forward to when we get to that particular game type, because I'm a fan of it. I know some people it's a bit more contentious for, but I think you always see some really close fought out fights on that one.
Yeah, and especially because you kind of have to go, I think, above and beyond most of the time to get a lot of those flag pulls and get a lot of those flag runs on Bazaar as well. But, you know, Justin, obviously our final map here, I always like to look towards the end of a lot of these series to see, you know, what kind of storylines and what kind of ideas we can have as if we do get towards the end of the series. And I think the fact that we've got another Slayer coming in, but this time around it is going to be on Recharge for the final map for this best of 5. And I think Recharge, every time I see that as a Slayer, you really do see these teams kind of tend towards one side or the other. And, you know, we harken back to a team like the Chiefs, who do like that blue side a little bit more than yellow.
Yeah, if you're looking at Game 5, you're manifesting, right? You're putting it out in the universe. That's where I want to be. I don't want a 3-0. I want to get there and put yeah, exactly, and put on a great show. And I think it's a fantastic map as well for the Game 5 situation. So many different things that you can do to out-rotate your opponents and push and break setups as well. And there's plenty of power weapons and power-ups to utilize to coordinate pushes. So hopefully we get there. We're putting the vibes into the universe, and hopefully they'll come to fruition.
Exactly. We're going to manifest everything here in 2022. And we're going to manifest a game here because it is Recharge Strongholds and it is another best of 5. This time around, it is for elimination. Who's going to come out on top, lads? Let's jump in and find out.
Yeah.
Thanks, Luke. Oh, you go, Justin.
Oh,
go.
I stepped on your toes. We'd be horrible dancing partners, stepping all over each other. We are going to be launching into this one, and it's going to be pretty tough to follow up after that previous Game 5, isn't it, Hoots? We'll just have to see. But these two lineups, there's a lot of experience and talent on both, and I believe all the way to Game 5, manifesting one last time. I love these shots coming out of Nuke across map, applying plenty of pressure, and then instantly changing angles when he gets pressure put onto him as well, avoiding those grenades very nicely, and comes in, doesn't land the back whack, but that play goes down anyway. Now on board with Talon, he's putting some shots down on Deathruptor, but Deathruptor showing that he's the one with the fans putting that play down to the respawn screen.
Yeah, I really did like the start from Nuke, like you said, Justin. He was putting a lot of shots in across the map over to Closet, but unfortunately, his teammates just weren't able to clean up any of them. I think he dropped 2 guys to 1 shot, and neither of them ended up going down. So that's got to be disappointing for him to be doing that kind of work, getting great angles, and just not really bearing any of the fruit from that work. So we do have right now a bit of a lead for Wilcox fans. They've managed to get that A and B stronghold on lock, and you know, the setup here looks like they're going for a bit of a gold setup here, but we do have Ronald down in the B side here, just running around, causing a real nuisance, and great work there to stay alive. He was no shields for quite a while. He's going to be able to pick up this grapple hook. Unfortunately, he is dropped, so we're going to see C start to move into the hands of Wilcox fans. So they're going to keep the scoring going. We did have New Era were able to put a bit of a dent in, but unfortunately that control's been taken away pretty quickly. And so, you know, this A side, we haven't seen a huge amount of fighting over there. It looks like it's been in the hands of Wilcox fans for quite a while, and they've got a good setup here, Justin. I like this. They've got New Era pinched back at gold. They can have C, but A and B right now actually in the hands of New Era, so they're starting to convert a bit. And look, they're just feeling each other out right now. It's a bit of early days, and we are seeing some pretty strong slayings come out of Luna as well, which is expected. We had him back in the Halo 3 days, Halo Reach days, and he was always a really strong slayer then as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of individually talented players on both of these rosters, and Wilcox fans a little bit more of a throw-together team for the last couple of qualifiers, so perhaps haven't had as many scrim sessions as they would have liked to be prepared, but that slaying power and that individual talent has been translating so far in the game. Look at the patience that Nuke has there with that camo to secure that first kill, and the call-out does come out, and Talon just committing everything he had to sort out that player. And he had the patience, but maybe shooting the wrong player. He's shooting the one closest to him. So, but he had the right idea, but the execution not quite there.
Yeah, you're spot on, Justin. It's almost like he kind of forgot there was that second player there. Once he disposed of the first one, he kind of should have been flicking straight over to the second player that he saw, but it's almost like it kind of got stuck in the back of his memory and he couldn't do it. So, look, very strong start from Wilcox fans off the break here. They're really holding down this B side in particular. They've done really well to keep a pretty solid control on. It seems like C's probably the position that they're opting to ignore the most out of the other two sides. I think A as well has been in control for most there. So mainly this B side being disputed, but they're doing a really good job of holding down on it. They're holding the top gold area, but also not afraid to go down and get dirty amongst the batteries there when the New Era players choose to go in there. So on board now with Fusion, a nice little flank here on this lower A side. Happy just to hold them off in C. Great assist there coming through from Dusty. And so right in the thick of it there. Throwing the nades, almost connects with the stick, Justin, but he's taken down, unfortunately. 3 down for Wilcox fans. This is probably the first bit of Slayer domination New Era's had for this game.
Yeah, and Dusty just wasting no time pushing that player there as well. And it does look like Wilcox fans is doing a really good job at collapsing over those call-outs. And I don't know if it's my screen deceiving me, but we haven't seen a player drop lag out, have we, Hoots? Or we got all four players in? Do a head count.
It's tricky to see. It could just be an observer bug, so I think we're still going here. It looks like the game is still going, so it might just be a case of they've dropped off the scoreboard, but they're actually still in the game. We do have a camo popping here and we have Luna just waiting with this grapple hook to grab it. Yoink takes it, puts it in, and now we've got him with camo here. So a strong chance now, New Era. They did have a triple cap momentarily, then able to bring a bit of the score back. So Justin, potentially we have had a lag out, but I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, you can't be letting that happen.
No, not at all, especially when you got the camo. So a real waste there of that power up. Talent here just trying to come in and put a bit of a stop to that, but moving back into this C and holding C and B. So finally they've been able to secure B and put a bit of time there, and they are starting to bring this lead back. We are at 60 to 118.
Yeah, Talent. A lot of confidence there as well. He challenged both of those players and held that angle. And he's just going in for blood. He does get taken out by Dusty there. Another player falling as well. Hypnotized pushing in with Renal to this A stronghold here. Poised to take this one back. Fusion there to hold them back the best he can. He comes in with a very hard challenge. He gets one, but that assist does come in, utilizing the damage already done. And the old bait and switch. And look at that, Deathruptor back into the game. And looks like the other three boys on the Wilcox fans was able to hold them back long enough that they didn't lose their lead.
And straight look, they've got their fourth back in now, and they take control and they start to score again. So you're right, it was a really strong effort there to not allow complete control from New Era, even though they were a man down. Deathruptor back in the game now, so it's going to be interesting to see, do they then start to bring their lead back out again? You know, they have lost that strong setup they had, holding that B and A, and that B site now actually going back into their hands. So you know, they're still not scoring right now. They need to secure this B to at least stop the triple cap and have them reset it, but it does get reset for New Era, so they're really going to start to put points back on the board again. They've got to get something together, the Wilcox fans, because this lead's going to disappear really quickly with this triple cap.
Absolutely. The points are just flooding into their favor, and they are wasting no time grabbing a stronghold to stop that bleeding as well. Wilcox fans with a very fragile lead right now. They cannot relax at all. They need to maintain the heat and back up to full strength with Deathruptor back into the game, and Talent with that camo as well, grabbing the Mangler as well. Excellent situation for him, but the sword comes out. Dusty says, hey, I got a knife in my back pocket, mate. Check it out. Takes him down straight away.
Yeah, that was fantastic work there from Dusty. So with this sword now, he's going to help secure this B and then push straight into gold here. So actually not able to find an enemy. I think he's jumped up to the shock roll here, so he's taken down as well. C in the hands of New Era, but A and B in the hands of Wilcox fans. They're starting to pull this lead out a little bit more, which great work by them. They did seem like they had lost their way a little bit even after Deathruptor had joined back. Talent, though, getting the sword in his hands, just waiting for a play here. Smart move, not pushing out too far. Avoids the grenade damage, which was really crucial there. He was no shields, but he's going to be able to try and make a move into this B side. He has to take Deathruptor, though. He stays alive really well. Nuke then pushes in, cops a grenade, but manages to drop him as well. So swords back in the hand of Nuke. Smart move not to jump in on that ledge there. Just let his shields come back, and now he can move down this way. He gets a cleaner run at it. His shields are back. He's got the sword. Somehow
that was unfortunate.
Yeah, not sure what happened there, but great work. He running through, getting the kill there on Talent, and then he should just let his shields come back. But he's aggressive, Justin. He's willing to push out. They're going for a triple cap right now.
They are, and killing spree for Nuke. I guess that aggression comes from his confidence, right? When you're on a killing spree like that and the boys are firing on all cylinders, you're not able to get the trade in that situation. But triple cap for Wilcox fans, but New Era trying to get two strongholds at the one time. Maybe a bit ambitious. They've got to stop the bleeding first before they even start thinking about getting some points. That camo coming up in 20 seconds. And New Era, they've done really well to utilize those camos, but Wilcox fans, they're just racking up so many points right now. And the game's almost over, and New Era, they've got to do something now.
They've done, this is big from Wilcox fans. They've just gone crazy in this last couple of moments. It was neck and neck for most of it. Blink and you miss it. Now they're up by almost 150 points. They're about to put this one to bed. And so, Justin, that's a massive win for them.
Wow.
Given the circumstances, it's not just how they won it towards the end and went on a really clean run, but also the fact that they were a man down for 2 minutes of that game, were able to stem the bleeding a little bit. Yes, New Era managed to peg it back a little bit, but God, if you're not New Era, you're sitting there thinking, you know, they were down a man for a long portion of that game, and we still couldn't put them out of it.
Yeah, and even still, Deathruptor managed to join back in, and the scoreline was down to less than 20 points or something like that in the end. And then Wilcox fans just hit both NOS buttons and just took away that game. It was killing sprees for everyone. It was like an episode of Oprah. And New Era, they're pretty beaten and bruised after that one, I think. And I think that they can still do it. Wilcox fans definitely showing out of the gate that they're a very strong team, but New Era, they've got evenly matched players on their roster, in my opinion, not over just yet. Combat Evolved for that sword and a kill. He's just silent.
Yeah, that's super clear. I love seeing that kind of stuff. The little 1-2 punch there, using the sandbox in really interesting ways. And Deathruptor, I mean, I think he was actually second highest kills on his team, despite the fact that he was out of the game for so long. So that's a scary prospect as well, knowing that this was a big moment as well here, Dusty with this kill, pulling out that sword and taking out the camo/Mangler player, and then was able to go on a nice run with this sword here. So that was probably the turning point, and I think that's when we really started to see Wilcox fans racing away. But as I was saying before, it's going to be scary if Deathruptor can stay in a game the whole time, what kind of damage he can do on the scoreboard.
Yeah, listen, Deathruptor is an emotional, heated sort of guy. He was probably very upset that he lagged out and just came in and was like, boys, I'm back, and just went after them, you know, all guns blazing, and it translated into a pretty decidingly strong victory over them in the first map. But we are moving into a Slayer Streets, and New Era, are they going to be able to keep up with Wilcox fans if they're outslaying that heavily?
Yeah, and the other question is, in Slayer, often if you do go down a man, it's actually often not a disadvantage. So if Deathruptor is having some kind of issues, I think I saw on Twitter he was saying he'd been having a few crashes today. So if he does continue to drop in a Slayer, that's not going to be a disadvantage a lot of the time. And, you know, the objectives is where you really need to pounce if that's an issue you are constantly coming up against, and they just weren't able to do it. So Slayer on Streets, and we haven't seen this combination yet tonight, Justin, on stream, or today on stream, so looking forward to seeing that one. But yeah, Deathruptor, if he can stay in for a full game, it's going to be pretty interesting to see what kind of Slay numbers he can put up.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be perfectly fine. And I have in my little matchmaking experiences been keeping an eye on, you know, who's playing together and all that kind of stuff, trying to get the inside track on the gossip and Rostermania and all that kind of stuff. And I've seen Dusty and Deathruptor running together quite a bit in the ranks playlist. So maybe those guys' chemistry is, you know, starting to come to fruition and translate into some really good Halo. A couple of experienced players, plenty of talent, and they just, you know, duoed up and have just been running rampant online, and now they're doing it in the tournament.
How do you go up against them when you come into them in matchmaking?
Listen, I lose a lot. I've been solo queuing a lot lately. It's kind of everyone I usually play with, the competitive players. They're all in teams, so what do I do? And you never answer my DM, so...
Well, thank God for the rank reset, because I've got an excuse as to why I'm not an Onyx player. I can just say, rank got reset. I just
it's a rank
haven't had
reset.
a chance. I'm still working on getting back up there, but yeah, it was taking me quite a while to get there before the previous reset. So yeah, I know what you mean though. You sort of come into games at the start, you look who's on the opposite team, and you see some names you're familiar with from casting and things like that, and you just think, oh God, this one's going to be a rough one. Time to lose a bit of that.
Listen,
rank.
you got to be cheeky and just do like really weird things that just trigger them, like go only for sticks, hiding in corners and stuff like that, and they'll be going, Hoots, what the hell are you doing? And it'll annoy them, and then that's a victory in itself.
Exactly. Look, it's worth talking while we just wait for this next game to get started. You know, the prize pool obviously at the Super is a massive thing, but actually, you know what? Let's talk about it a little bit later, because I can see we're getting into this game now. Streets on Slayer. We do have Wilcox fans up 1-0 in this series. A pretty emphatic victory in that last game, it must be said, after being a man down. So they're going to look to convert that into a win on Slayer Streets as well. We've got Rockets spawning bottom middle, so look for a mad dash for them at the start as teams try and get set up. But, you know, this Rocket run at the start, Justin, we've seen teams utilize different strategies, and oftentimes it's just that people get distracted and there's one guy who'll notice, hey, the Rockets haven't been taken, I've got a pretty clean run at them.
Yeah, they're all kind of scrapping off the rip, right? And then someone just comes through and scoops them up out of nowhere. But Nuke, he's copping quite a few grenades off the rip here. A couple of players pushing him pretty hard. He did well to get the damage that he could. He does go down, a lot of players falling in the kill feed. And here comes Talon trying to apply pressure and push up to grab those spankers. He does manage to get it, and the assist comes in. One player there able to connect. 360 medal coming up. It's, you know, that's a beauty of a controller 360 is a little bit, it's a slow build up, but the payoff was there. One player there, he does go down. One rocket to play with if someone's able to pick those ones up, and a couple of New Era players going mine, like seagulls from Finding Nemo, hypnotize, throwing some grenades across map. Not able to get any connections, but that last rocket there, wow, Wow, 2 for 1. That's how you use it, Hoots. Maybe go back and watch the broadcast. Triple, baby! And a killing spree for Hypnotize. I don't even think he's died yet. 5-0 currently.
Oh, come on, like, be a showman. Go up top A and just look down bottom mid.
Now you got to shell. You got to shell for the over, don't you?
Give us something. But look, that's gone a long way into helping them get this big lead at the start, up by 7 now. Starting to push in on this tram. I think most of the Wilcox fans have got the hell out of there. They know he's on a tear right now, Hypnotized. They're pushing through to Arcade, but he's going to have a really good flank here, Justin, I think. They're actually not aware at all. They're starting to push to PD. Unfortunately, isn't really able to get in a position where he can isolate at least one of the players. So Deathruptor there, caught unawares in the Arcade. And Hypnotized, he's just gone on a great run here, Justin. Not really even taking much damage, and it looks like they've just got the Wilcox fans on the run. They're pushing through and just taking every little area that Wilcox fans are trying to hold and just pushing them back and back and back. And we do see here, taken down around that A site is Fusion, and so Dusty finally putting a bit of an end to Hypnotizer's run, but geez, he did a lot to help put this separation of 9 kills between his team and Wilcox fans.
Hypnotize was just such a force on the map there, wasn't he? Moving through, and his flank, he just applied so much pressure. He was the linchpin for that entire play and taking out Wilcox fans there. And it's funny how things have just reversed, right? There's currently basically a 10-kill difference, and Wilcox fans struggling a little bit, and New Era coming out of the gate organized and firing. It's fantastic to see, and Fusion gets a nice little clean up there for his teammates. Looking for another one, Nuke, now with 1 rocket and the Stalker rifle. We haven't seen people utilize that weapon all that much in competitive.
I don't know if he realized he didn't have any bullets left in it because he was just holding it out while peeking there, but that's good for Nuke. He was on the goose at that stage, needed to get some kills on the board, which he has done. And we are seeing Deathruptor, as we spoke about before, clearly a lead Slayer on this team, already on 6 kills. And look, they're starting to bring it back a little bit, a 7-kill gap now. It had been blown out to a bit bigger than that. Those rockets obviously go a long way here, but it looks like a lot of fighting is going to be on the Arcade side, and Nuke, unfortunately, not really in a position to help his team out, although he does have a nice angle here to put shots through on 3 players.
So much damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage there. So Dusty's going to push in, try and clean some of them up. Unfortunately, he's taken down by Hypnotized. So putting a lot of damage there, Nuke, from a distance, which we'd like, but unfortunately just not doing much with it. Great work there, though. Pulling out the Bulldog, nice up close and personal. Hypnotized managing to get away into that PD, so he needs to collapse in here, does Nuke, with Dusty to see if he can get in there and try and put a bit of a stop to it. That being said, Talent coming up behind, taken down. He's getting a few reversals here, Justin. He's not letting them get a leg up on him.
No, see,
great run.
And Nuke, he's a controller player, and he's twitching around like he's on mouse and key. That sensitivity, he's got to be playing on 10-10, which I respect greatly. Using Stalker Rifle and Bulldog, so it's nice, a bit of a change of pace, and putting in so much damage for his team. You're getting some kills too. He's just holding down this entire side of the map. So long so that he's going to be on his 2nd set of rockets in a second. Oh, no. Caster's Curse. He does go down. Talent doing well to shut down that player. And when someone's going on a tear, you have to shut them down. You cannot let them double kill for Talent, but he doesn't challenge for the triple. He went, nah, maybe next time, boys. Doing very well to break that setup.
Yeah, that was a great, just super. The comms must have come through, or he heard something, but it was an instant switch straight to his right and shooting that rocket before you can almost even see, I think, whoever it was that he killed, straight away, and picking up assists now as well from top A. So they've started to take this lead away a little bit more now. Out to 7 now. And I love this spot here from Hypnotized. He can do a lot of damage, provided he ducks out at the right times when he needs to, but it's also intelligence gathering when you're up on this balcony. You can see where the other enemies are coming through from and call that out to your team. He almost acts as a bit of a scout here, so he'll see Deathruptor there starting to move across. He's going to go through and help Talon as well here to try and pin Deathruptor. Nuke's coming in to help as well, but this could probably be a 2-on-1 here. You see Deathruptor taken down relatively easily. Nuke's dropped as well. They're playing this to perfection, Justin.
Yeah, they do. Hoots, like Hypnotized, he just broke that setup, doing the same thing again.
Look at his kill count.
His kill count, 14 and 5. Wowee. Somebody had like a six-pack of energy drinks going in before this one, I think, Hootsies.
And their wheat bix.
Wheat bix. How many do you do? Double-digit bricks, I reckon, at least, with slices of banana, with how he's performing right now. And that lead is starting to blow out a little bit. Wilcox fans not really able to do much when New Era is connecting all of their players and doing so well.
Yeah, no, I mean, Hypnotize is just a one-man wrecking crew right now, and Nuke, unfortunately, just can't get the kill there, and this has been a real demolition now. Nice double there coming from Dusty. He needs to start something for his team here because this is starting to get away from them. They are down by 7 still. But, you know, with Hypnotize just running around like that, he needs to be neutralized. These rockets, I think, if they just pop, they have. So they need to be in a position to get that nice perfect there and the shot caller as well. So racking up the XP as well, which we love. But he's going to have to try and make a move on these rockets. He's just not getting much help. But a great work there on the reversal effectively there on Luna, I think it was. And they've managed to secure these rockets. So this is big for them here. Fusion needs to be really careful with these rockets and make sure he nets 2 kills out of them. They're down by 5. They're bringing it back a little bit, but these rockets can change a lot. Ugh, that's probably a bit of a waste there. They don't have that kind of a kill gap to play with right now. They need to make these rockets count. He needs to make sure that he's securing at least 1 kill with this last one. But that's just, yeah. What do you say about that, Justin?
Mate, like, they need to report to your office immediately because they're being naughty boys with those rockets, right?
Yeah.
And with the kill difference, you know, it's a very fragile lead that New Era has. And Wilcox fans, they had the rockets. That was their opportunity to get back into the game and tie things up. But no, not able to translate to kills. And Fusion doing everything he can. He's really stuck down in the arcade with not enough tokens to get any kills. 1 assist comes in, but he gets sniffed out and shut down straight away. Talon trying a bit of area denial with his grenades. He's very, very weak right now. Those shields waning and flashing as he tries to get them back. But he's got plenty of help. They're just buddying up and pouncing on players as a unit. And it's pretty hard to keep someone back when you're fighting 2v1.
Yeah, exactly. Look, those rockets might have been sort of all she wrote here. The 8-kill gap, and Dusty falls down, and they're just slowly starting to get towards that 50 kill mark without Wilcox fans really being able to bring any kind of inroad into this score gap here. Nice backsmack there by Luna. So him and Hypnotize have been the 2 main slayers in this game. We've got the Commando in the hand of Nuke. Nice kill there. So look, you know, it looks like this one could be over relatively soon though. Unless they can bring something back, but the 8-kill gap just is probably not going to be enough. 48 kills now for New Era. Make that still at 48. Actually, I thought there was a trade there. Deathruptor managing to stay alive in arcade. He's got no shields. Hypnotize pushing in. He can smell blood in the water. He only needs 2 more kills. But a nice work there from Deathruptor.
Wow.
That range is probably a bit too far out for that. Hypnotize manages to stay alive though and just gets right out of there. 1 kill left. They're still being ultra conservative with their lives. Luna has the rockets. He's looking to finish this off. Unfortunately, doesn't get the final kill there, but it is secured. 20 kills out of Hypnotize, Justin. 50 to 41. That was a big statement coming back from what was a pretty embarrassing loss in that first game, given the circumstances.
Yeah, and good on him. Like you have a loss like that in game 1, and able to just brush it off and go into the next one, and just went, you know what, boys, forget about this one. Focus because we need to win this series. They've done really well, and you know, we're manifesting it, Hoots. It's coming in. It's coming in. That game 5 is coming. I can feel it in the water. And look at Hypnotize, the 20 bomb in a Slayer game. That is monstrous.
Yeah, absolutely huge. He just went on. There was that one tear in particular we were watching him for where they just couldn't get a touch on him. You know, chucking out 4,500 damage. But look, you know, they set the scene well really early in New Era. They picked up a pretty good lead at the start. We saw this nice triple coming out with the rockets as well. And I really love
this was the game-winning push that he
that was it. And then likewise on the other side, who was it? I think it was it Nuke for Wilcox fans. I think it was who had those rockets and just wasn't Fusion, sorry, and just wasn't able to do anything with them. And that was kind of all she wrote at that point. They really needed to secure a few kills with that. And was disappointed that they both rockets were wasted there. And at that point, it was just going to be really hard for them to get back into it.
Yeah, sometimes you have all the right intentions, but unable to capitalize on those things. You don't execute as well as you'd hoped. And, you know, there was plenty of great plays from Wilcox fans. Watching all the highlights, plenty of outgunning, plenty of killing sprees and double kills from people on there. And all comes down to a couple of plays making all the difference. And that's why a high-end Halo, you've got to be on it. You can't make mistakes, otherwise you lose games.
Yeah, exactly. That's the main point there. It's like, you know, typically those rockets are 2 guaranteed kills, and when you're in a position where you need to be bringing that back, you just can't afford to be taking blind rocket shots and hoping they connect. You need to be sort of right in the mix and getting up and personal with enemies and being able to see exactly where that rocket's going and who's in that area, whereas it was just 2 blind shots from callouts that, you know, unfortunately just weren't precise enough and didn't manage to secure them. So 1-1, as you said before, Justin. We haven't seen a 3-0 sweep. We still aren't going to see one now as we move into this next game, which is CTF on Bazaar. So it's the one we've seen a lot. We've obviously got that 5 flag limit. We rarely see it hit, to be honest, just given the way this works. And we spoke about it a bit earlier. It's really on teams to slay out at least twice, 2 rounds of slays before going for that flag pull, because when the enemy team, once their flag's pulled and they've respawned, you'll see they just absolutely bolt straight back to the other team's base to try and get a flag pull and make some kind of disruption. So keep an eye out for that to be happening in these games. But yeah, at this point, who knows? A really even series, and I didn't think we'd see a result like that on Slayer, given what we saw the Wilcox fans do in Game 1.
Yeah, and I love it. You love to see it, as the kids say these days. And CTF Bazaar, I'll talk a little bit more about that. It's interesting. It can be such a fast game type, but you have to be disciplined about your pushes and your slays. Like, you've got to get your slays patiently, but then as soon as you get them, you've got to move. Like, you cannot hesitate, otherwise you'll get spawned up and caught in the middle of the map. And we're launching off with Hypnotize, the 20-bomb Slayer from the previous game, going straight for those rockets. He seems to be one of the only ones able to utilize it. A bit of a fumble there. That's embarrassing off the rips, and not able to get those rockets. That's unfortunate. Dusty sneaking those away while the other guy struggles with the stairs. And Dusty really trying to sniff out this player. He knows he's there. He's got to take him out. And I like that he doesn't take the conventional position. A bit of a whiff shots, but the windmill able to get those kills in the end, Hoots. And he has got 2 rockets to play with. Let's see if he can get some with them.
I was saying, yeah, smart move there to use the BR, knowing that it was probably the safer option, and great call out there. You obviously heard in his ear, seeing Talent, just his feet and just copying him in the cankles and being able to take him out. And he's going to start to make a move on this flag. It's going to be interesting to see if he chooses to do most of the running. No, his teammate comes in and helps him out. He has the rocket, so there's no point him trying to run the flag with rockets in hand. But unfortunately, looks like Renal's going to be there to put a stop to Deathruptor, and he's done a great job here of staying alive, not poking his head out. Just means that Dusty can't make a run on this flag at all, and now with New Era guys spawning back at their base, it just means he's not going to be in a position really to make any pull on this flag, and he's taken down. So I really like that by Renal. That's a super smart play there.
Yeah, doing really well. Now on board with Looney. He's got that bulldog ready to go. I was about to call it.
You were going to say frog.
I was going to. I'm a frog's my favorite
Gotta get
animal
it out of you.
for those playing at home. So if you ever want to give me a present, a pet frog would be lovely. But it is a bulldog, and Renile putting some lovely shots down on there. I like his positioning here. He can just be so patient and such a nuisance, rotating through and putting shots down on players. Coming in to try and help out Talent.
Nice
the cleanup grenade comes in. Time to push in and get a flag moving, and a little bit of hesitation there about getting the flag moving, and the fumble. You hate to see it, as the kids say, but he has got that mangler and the thrust, so he might need to wait for some backup before he gets things moving. A bit unfortunate from there.
God, the flag fumbles have been sort of the real story of the last couple of CTF games we've seen, Justin. I don't know, it's something that maybe Aussie Halo players haven't really got down pat, is the holding the flag pickup button and
it's Vegemite all over our fingers, mate. That's the problem.
I know.
Slippery.
Yeah, it's rough, isn't it? So, yeah, unfortunately, I don't really think he was in a position to be able to make any decent kind of a flag run then anyway, so not the worst result that it didn't come about. We do have Renal here just running around, being a bit of a nuisance. Dusty going for a flag pull, going for the ninja, and Renal taking a bit of a while to take him down. He did have no shields there, but he's dropped as well. So, you know, Deathruptor choosing to now run this over the palm side. Looks like they were going bar, but chose not to. He's going to be dropped, and it's just so hard sometimes to get a pull out of an enemy's base on this map, Justin. There's just so many different avenues for enemies to spawn back and come in and stop you from even getting it to your double door or up the stairs on palm side or down to your bottom rockets. It's always a real challenge, and we see here as well. Talent just caught completely unawares by Nuke. Rockets spawning right now, and they do go in the hands of Luna. He shoots a bit of a panic rocket and doesn't connect there. So rockets are going to be up with 1 left. And yeah, it's at this point, no team's really been able to establish any kind of dominance, but Nuke's going to look to do a little different with that, moving in with rockets now.
He is moving in with rockets, not able to get that height advantage that he needs, but able to connect anyway on that weak player. Now moving in for the flag, 3 dead, as you say. Now they're getting things moving. They've got their slays, they're moving in the base, and now the flag is on the move, racing across the map. And might be some heat coming in, but no, he's not getting any shots put on him. What is going on?
For him.
There's one waiting. There's some patience. Will it pay off? It does. but the help from Fusion comes in right away. Hoots, and that flag is back on the move. Fresh shields all the way up. Looks like this one's going in.
Yeah, they did a really good job there. You actually saw when he was running past, he had Dusty on the New Era balcony. He had, I think it was, I don't know who the other guy was, but on their balcony. So they were cutting off a lot of those run lines, and New Era, as a lot of teams do, did manage to run up through that Rocket River area, but unfortunately they were probably taking a few shots doing that as well, and they were able to drop them, the Wilcox fans. So great work. That's 3 down again for New Era. So Wilcox fans able to start to make a bit of a push in through the bar here. The spawns do look like they're coming down around the Rocket side. So I like this from Fusion. Rather than going straight in, he's trying to get a bit of damage from the bar area. Hypnotize doing a good job to stay alive. We do have Deathruptor with an OS. That grenade's not going to impact that OS at all, it looks like, but the team shot is. So we have New Era just put in a lot of damage on Deathruptor. He is still alive, so that OS is gone, but he's done well to stay alive here. And we have, Wilcox is really starting to get in the New Era base right now. They're not really allowing them to get any kind of setup or push through to bottom mid. And we have Deathruptor actually in the New Era base now. So he managed to stay alive that whole time, despite Justin copying shots from 2 or 3 New Era players when he had that OS.
Yeah, it was interesting. He's gone. Yeah, he grabbed that OS and he just drew so much attention, right? And sometimes that's what you need from your overshield player as well, is it draws attention as they're trying to melt that player, and then the other 3 guys on your squad can move up and take control of the map. So, but 1 on the board so far. We are playing CTF. 1 on the board for Wilcox fans, for anyone playing at home. Hypnotize trying to sniff out that sneaky little beaver down bottom mid, unable to put that play down. They're dropping left and right.
Yeah,
it is super scrappy and super even right now.
Yeah, it's been a real scrap for control of this bottom mid area, it seems like. Luna's gone. It's the death finger in terms of who we're picking to watch is just everywhere. Rocket's popping in about 15 seconds, so it's going to be interesting to see who chooses to go and try and set up over that Rocket area. It looks like New Era is sending Talent over there. He's actually not holding in the bar, so we do have, I think, who is that? I think it's Renile actually going bottom Rockets to try and maybe get in a position to secure these rockets, and then OS looks like Nuke's going to be in position to grab this and put it in. So he'll pop that in. He's now got the OS in hand. He's got some of those dynamo grenades, but I think rockets have been scooped up by Renal, as we said before. So he's managed to secure them, and he actually is pushing really aggressively into the enemy base. So Renal's pretty much avoiding Wilcox fans setting up in this bottom mid area, and as you can see, they've actually got control of it. So this OS has gone a long way to securing that, and I'm not sure, Justin, can you see where Renal actually is?
I'm not sure. He's
there he is.
Having a little
bit
bit having a little bit of a drink break. Renile must have gone down with those rockets because Fusion had 1 to play with, and a lot of Wilcox fans players going down in the kill feed, and a flag is now on the move. Dusty trying to react to that, but he does go down. Hypnotize now rotating through the net with that beautiful FaZe Clan skin on his battle rifle, putting some tasty shots into Fusion. He goes down, and they're going to try and get this flag moving, but the Hypnotize taking a lot of shots. Will he be able to get the better of that player there? No, he gets taken out. Nuke with that Mangler now rotating through the sewers across the map, grabbing some grenades for his efforts too. And it's very back and forth at the moment, and Wilcox fans, they must be feeling pretty comfortable if it's this back and forth and this much of a stalemate, and they already have 1 in the board. That was very scrappy, and Nuke taken down by Talent as the cleanup crew does come through.
Yeah, so they did able to, they had 4 down very briefly for New Era about a minute ago, and they were able to push into the base a little bit, but doesn't look like they've been able to arrest a huge amount of control. We do have Talent here who's actually come in behind most of the Wilcox players. So he's sitting here. The attention's probably going to draw to him pretty quickly once it gets called out. We do see he is taking shots everywhere, just trying to get out with that grapple shot. Unfortunately, he's going to run straight into Nuke. Nuke drops him, throws the dynamos up the top there for a bit of area denial, and using that grapple, he's just able to get around the map super quickly, Justin. And at this point, they do seem like they've got a fair bit of map control going now, Wilcox fans. It's just a matter of if they can slay out, get 4 dead at some point, maybe do another round of slaying and then go for a flag pull, but they're certainly setting themselves up to be in a position to make another run.
Oh, Talent doing really well in that 1v1 there. And Wilcox fans doing so well to prioritize those power-ups as well. It's only translated to 1 flag so far, but they've been on top of every single OS so far. Dusty only with a little sliver to get things going, but if you've ever watched Monty Python, a little sliver can make all the difference. Dusty does go down. He didn't really have a lot of help, did he? Didn't have any picks, no help, and that flag was dead in the water, unfortunately.
Nah, he just ran it the wrong way, and we saw then just the damage those dynamo grenades can do, even when they're not thrown super accurately. They just have that big area where they're impacting anyone nearby. And, a nice kill secured by them. I didn't actually see who was on, but we do have right now Nuke is the lead slayer for the entire map. Wilcox fans, he has 20 kills as well, so he's clearly doing a lot of the damage on the scoreboard. And we are seeing now, I think it looks like Wilcox fans are starting to take a bit of control here. With only about 3 minutes left, we are seeing that the New Era guys are probably starting to panic a little bit. And these rockets in the hands of Nuke as well, he's going to do a long way in helping to secure them a bit more map control. He's got that grapple in hand as well, so he can just move around really quickly, Justin, and things like that have just right in. He's in the position for a nice double here. Unfortunately, can't pick up on that final shot, but he's just doing a lot of damage to the New Era squad. They can't really do anything about it. 3 down momentarily, and they're going to try and run another flag. If they can get this one in, geez, it's going to be hard for the New Era guys to come back.
It is. I'm just going to have a peek at the stat line while he's moving this flag through. Talent there, last line of defense, and this might be enough for his teammates to spawn up and help try and stop this flag run. Talent does go down, 2 kills in the kill feed in favor of Wilcox fans, and they are getting the flag on the move. Will he get it through the doors? It does look like he is able to do it.
No one there to stop him on it.
No one there to stop him. This one's going in as well. But back on the stats, I interrupted myself there. Nuke, 23 kills, and we have Deathruptor and Dusty about to break into the 20 bomb themselves. Double kill for Nuke and a fresh OS. New Era just letting all of those overshields fall in the hands of Wilcox fans, and that's probably the difference right now, right, Hoots?
Yeah, absolutely it is, and you're right. Like 25 kills now. He's even stacked a few on since you last were speaking about him. A minute 30 to go, up by 2. It's going to be really hard for New Era to come back here, and Wilcox fans can just keep doing this. They can keep pulling flags and just being an absolute distraction because they don't really need to worry a huge amount about trying to maintain map control and going for a final flag. They've got the lead. There's only a minute 20 to go now. They can just pretty much purely try and distract New Era for the next minute or so to just stop them being able to actually go into their base and instead have to worry about their own flag. It's the perfect strategy right now.
Nuke just playing out of his mind there. Being such a nuisance and putting in damage to multiple players, all on his lonesome, and it hasn't translated the flag getting on the move, but that's just a little insight into how these guys are playing right now, and it's why Nuke is 25 and 14. And look at Fusion's assists. 17 assists. He's got as many assists as the top scorer has on the New Era side. So these boys just working together. They're a well-oiled cohesion of a roster right now, and it's translating into a 2-0 lead with only 30 seconds to go. I think Wilcox fans are probably already getting the champagne out and having a little sip.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nuke's just playing to pure defense right now, and it's all he needs to do, really. Just don't let them get a flag. Just turtle up in your base, which they're going to do. I really doubt they're going to be able to put 2 flags together in the next 14 seconds or so. And yeah,
not with that attitude.
Not with that attitude, yeah, exactly. but look across the board, though. Like, we were speaking about Nuke, but you've got Dusty on 21, Deathruptor on 23. Really high double-digit assists for all of them. And on the flip side, New Era, the assists just aren't really coming through, so the team shot not really there. And they end up taking the win, Wilcox fans, 2-0. It was a pretty dominant display in the end, Justin.
It really was. And double-digit assists, like, that just shows how well these guys were working as a unit, and it might be a new roster, but these boys are gelling. They're vibing hard together, and it's translating into some really good Halo.
Gelling like a felon. They're doing really well. Yeah, that was a big win there. So they've shown they're the objective masters, I guess, in the games we've seen so far. So you know, we now move on to an oddball game, which is good for them. Oddball on live fire, but just checking the stats quickly. I mean, yeah, we've said enough really, but just the 20+ kills coming from 3 of the members on Wilcox fans, and then strong assists as well across the board too. So 7,142 damage from Dusty, just massive numbers there, and not taking a huge amount of damage himself. So 21, 10 deaths, positive 11, 10 assists, triple-double in some sense of the word, I guess, double digits for all of them. You don't want the double-digit deaths, but only 10, it's not too bad. And look, Dusty sort of really set the tone early with those opening rockets. And we saw him get really aggressive when combining them with the grapple as well, Justin, just shoving himself into the bar and launching rockets at really high velocity, and super entertaining to watch.
Yeah, and that aggression, that hyper-aggression is so good for pressure too. When you've got that lead and the other team is kind of struggling to counter the onslaught that you're throwing at them, being hyper-aggressive, like, you don't even need to get kills sometimes. It's just demoralizing, like, oh my god, I'm so lucky to be alive. That guy just pounced on me. And sometimes that's just enough to disrupt the mentals of the other players. And look at this, Nuke with the PP and the overshield, and he was alive for a good couple of minutes just in the tree area just there. Nice little triple kill coming in from Talent. He does go down, not able to utilize anything off the rip of that. And you know, that's the thing. You get the triple kill right there on the flag and it doesn't translate into anything bizarre. You've got to play fast, but you've got to be disciplined in utilizing the opportunities that land in your lap.
If you're Wilcox fans, you've got to be stoked as well that the one player on your team who probably didn't slay out as hard as everyone else, Fusion, puts up those massive assist numbers. So you just know
that stops you from getting dropped, Hoots. That's what it is.
Exactly. So you know, but to see that, you just know that, well, look, we're doing everything right, and you know, we're all putting in as much damage as everyone else, and it's just unfortunate that he wasn't really on that final shot that was picking up a lot of the kills. But that's what you want. And a lot of teams in the past in Halo, I think back to, like, you know, the Halo 2 days even, we had like teams like Carbon, where Karma on Carbon would just be a player who his main role was just to assist. His role was, I just want to be shooting as much as I can throughout the whole game and just putting damage, and I'll let my teammates clean up the kills. And that's kind of the role that Fusion was playing on that team just then. Just damage. And if you do enough, your teammates will have some really easy picks, and that's what was the case there.
Someone's got to be the designated driver, right? Not everyone else can be, you know, doing shots and having beers with the boys. Someone's got to make sure everyone gets home safely, and Fusion stepping up for the boys in that situation in this Sunday session. And we are launching into this next game, and you know, I was about to say Deathruptor fans, because it is Deathruptor fans. I'm confusing myself.
I know.
I got a pretzel in my head. And but New Era, you know, they've taken a map and they've proved that they can play, and I'll have to see if they can bounce back. But Wilcox fans, incredibly strong right now. Have to see how things play out. Hoots, predictions?
Well, Wilcox fans only need this one to win and pretty much take the series. So, you know, they're riding high right now. I really like their objective dominance in the last couple of games. So moving into an objective as well, I'm going to favour them. And we do have off the board picking up. I thought they were getting a little bit of oddball time. They managed to net 1 second. And geez, the Mangler melee combo not working to effect there. So maybe everyone can stop complaining about that. It's not as strong as we thought it was when it's up against the Heatwave. We do have Deathruptor moving through the sneaky here with the snipe, trying to pick up a few no-scopes. He's just instead going to hang in this top mid area, in this long haul, putting a bit of damage in and getting back, knowing that a sniper in his hands is more valuable than giving it up. I really like that play, Justin, not getting too greedy with the snipe.
Well, that's what you get from a veteran player like Deathruptor. You know, you won't see him do, you know, the super flashy stuff, but he just tries to position himself well and do the right things. Not able to hit that no scope there, you know, saying it doesn't go for flashy things. Oh, but look at that. Able to shut down that camo player. Talent with that camo. He was the man to take control of that situation. But no, the teamwork from Wilcox fans shuts him down straight away. Now, Deathruptor putting points on the board for his squad, and it does look like he's trying to rotate it over to the snipe tower, which is a pretty common hold, I would say. Basically, everyone in matchmaking just races to that area of the map every time they get their hands on that shiny skull.
Yeah, exactly. We have 2 down for Wilcox fans right now. I like this flank from Ronaldo there. Instead of going straight for the ball, he had no shields. He was smart. He pushed back. He knows he's got that Mangler in hand as well. So if he can sneak up and get within melee distance, he can do a lot of damage with that Mangler and his melee. But they've got this snipe tower set up now, Justin, it looks like. Camo is popping in about 15 seconds. Too early to really go for a setup on that. But I like this play from Ronaldo here, just putting a lot of shots down, providing cover while his teammates are positioned around the ball. And they're not actually getting a huge amount of time right now. They have had 1 or 2 drop. But they are now in a position to start picking it up again. So nice assist coming through here from Renile. He's managed to pick up 2 already and just doing a lot of damage here. This is really good work. They're just not really able to put much of a push on, and great work of staying alive there, calling out, using the ping system. He's playing this pretty perfectly right now.
He is, and his shields are back, and I think he thought maybe there was a player in the tower, which there was. His game sense even better than I, and I've got Proves wall hacks on currently, Hoots. I can see everything. But Hypnotized with that camo, able to break up that play too. And New Era coming out of the gates hot, taking down another player. Fusion's there for the double if he wants it. Fusion tucking tail and running, getting out of there. 40-point run so far for New Era. Certainly putting on a clinic so far. And that last game where they got destroyed, quite frankly, they haven't let it go to their heads at all. They've come out and like, boys, we can take these guys. Straight out of the gate, super hot.
Yeah, almost about to hit the halfway mark as well. This ball is resetting. Deathruptor trying to make a move on it. They do have 3 down for New Era right now, so Wilcox fans should be in a position to pick this up. You see Deathruptor's actually going to move back around the tower nest area. He knows his teammate was going to be able to grab it and bring it to him. And so this is their first real crack at a setup, but a beautiful nade coming through there, taking him out. Snipe now in the hands of New Era. Dusty managing to stay alive. Great work there, getting the reversal and choosing not to push. I think smart move there. You do have New Era starting to converge on that ball, which is down. They weren't able to really maintain much of a setup at all, the Wilcox fans around that tower. And, you know, they are still around there right now. The ball's down, but yeah, just no ball time coming through. Deathruptor with a snipe in his hands, and they do finally pick up ball. So let's see what kind of a run they can get now that they've got the power weapon. They've got the power position on the map, really, and they've also got ball in their hand.
They do, and Deathruptor trying to connect on these snipe shots and hasn't been able to do much. Hits the body on that, applying what best pressure he can. He's just under so much pressure. It can be hard sniping like that when you have so many players around you. They all know that you're there, and it's hard to peek and really hold your breath and take those shots to connect on those headshots. And now Luna struggling himself. He tried to line it up with the patience there. Only one more bullet to play with, but he's also got that heat wave in his back pocket once he uses up that last shot as well. But New Era still sizable lead currently. Dusty getting on the bad end of that heat wave, but the cleanup grenade does come in. Hypnotize trying to chase down that oddball carrier that's starting to rotate well. Wilcox fans not letting this round slip through their fingers just yet. Grabbing the ball and rotating through as a unit. And Nuke able to get a pick from himself. So I anticipate Wilcox fans to get a little bit of a run going at the moment, Hoots.
That snipe and heatwave combo we've seen quite a bit. It's the new T2 combo of just holding all the power weapons when you can. I do like this, though, from Wilcox fans. They managed to get a fair bit of time here. Their last few setups were, just to be honest, really easily broken by New Era, but they've managed to set up on this tower now. Nuke's got this this heat wave here, just roaming around. I think he's going to have some players come up from the sneak in through Brutes. You can see there that Talon's going to probably get dropped there, so he was a bit distracted looking through the A. The Brute push is coming now, though. Nuke manages to get a nice kill there on Renile, and they're really set up here now, Justin. They're about to tie this game and bring it back. A nice double kill coming up. 3 dead for New Era. This is looking pretty good for if you're a Wilcox fan. You're set up pretty here. And with this lead going out, they've pretty much got one more wave of if they can kill the spawners. This round could be in the books.
Yeah, what a run from Wilcox fans. I think they're on 20 points. And they've gone a full 70 points completely unanswered. And I'm going to give full credit to Nuke because he was holding down the fort so well with that heat wave. And they might be able to look at this. He chooses to play the ball. I'm not sure if he could have potentially milked it around, but going for the safe option and just making sure that it goes off, yeeting it with that repulsor to get it off the map, playing it. Dusty trying to stay alive. He's milking, coming out, unable to keep things going. But New Era, they've rotated the ball away, so game is not quite over just yet. But Wilcox fans, they've got a little bit of patience here. They can play things a little bit slower if they need to. Luna with that camo trying to get away. Is he going to slink away? He manages to get away with that camo. You cannot let him get away, Hoots. He could break open this entire game.
Great use of the camo there. He needed to manage to stay alive in that second one. Unfortunately, he can't do it. You know, they're rotating the ball away in New Era right now, so they've done really well to get it out of those caves, it looks like, and start to bring it to Snipe Tower. This is clearly the favored area for both teams, and this snipe coming in the hands of Talent. So he's able to actually set up really well here, and it's pretty much bang even now. Just 3 seconds left for Wilcox fans. 5 for New Era.
They're all pouncing.
A massive
they're all
push coming on. The ball's been played. The ball's gone down bottom.
Played?
Yeah, the ball's been played, but we had Wilcox fans all push really hard on that tower. I don't know if they're going to be in a position. They are actually to manage to get it.
Milk it out?
Dusty stays alive. Did he get that? No, 1 second left. 2 seconds. What? Yes.
No
I completely lost track of what happened. But Wilcox fans managed to secure that. Dusty just staying alive and keeping his head up. And that play ball, I thought they weren't in a position to grab that at all, Justin, at bottom mid, because they'd pushed that snipe tower so hard. But they had one player, which was Dusty, down there. He stayed alive for long enough that he was able to get some support, and they were able to get that final one in. Super close finish to that first round.
Unbelievable stuff. And if you're New Era, I think there was a few desks that copped a fist after that one. A little bit of anger, maybe a wall that's got a hole in it now. You've got to feel for those boys. And now, Wilcox fans, they've got the power weapons too and about to pick up that ball. No, they're opting to go in and get some slays going. I think they're styling a little. So, boys, I can't believe we won that. Let's style on them a little bit, able to get that utilized pick. Maybe they're all arguing about who's going to get the stat line and who's going to get the ball.
Yeah, no one wants to be the ball bitch, but someone has to do it, unfortunately. And maybe all that arguing has led to them being 3 down, and we do have New Era taking the ball back to Snipe. So no team has tried to hold it anywhere other in this Snipe tower. It's clear that both these team strategies to hold it there. Play ball comes in, very good play ball there. They weren't in a position to try and recover that if anyone was taken down and dropped it. So the ball will head back down to bottom mid. And, you know, it looks like just favouring a setup here right now is Wilcox fans. You had, you know, no real push on the ball, but they are starting to get it now. We have Hypnotized with the Snipe, and because he's over at Snipe Tower, the words clearly come through to the Wilcox fans. They're going to try and not push towards the Snipe and bring the ball straight to them. Nice Snipe there on Death Raptor. He's taken down. So that ball will be down momentarily. And yeah, a bit of a stalemate at the start, Justin. No team really able to get solid control, but we are seeing it looks like now New Era is starting to try and run that probably back to the Sniper Tower, I imagine.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, they're all just, they love the Sniper Tower. That's their little favorite hangout spot.
Yeah, play ball.
So, play ball. Ball going out as well. Again, both these teams doing, you know, being disciplined with their play balls, right? Like no one is kind of leaving the ball up in Snipe Tower ready to be scooped up once the setup is broken. It's always getting played because they don't want to give that opportunity to the other squad. So staying disciplined in that way. And Wilcox fans not getting a lot of camos this game, I've noticed. It's all New Era, which is a stark contrast to all the OSs that they let get away in that Bazaar game.
Oh, the camo unfortunately not being able to do anything more than a trade there. Taken down was Renile. And that's great work from Dusty there with the heat wave. He's taken down as well. 3 down for New Era. Wilcox fans, I think the ball was played actually, so I'll be interested to see if they try and bring it back to Snipe Tower. They do seem to have a few numbers here, although Talent is pushing in. Picks up a nice kill there. Ball is at Snipe Tower, but Talent's going to have to retreat. He's got no shields, but he does have the heat wave. He's getting shot from all angles. That heat wave's going to go down. And that ball, I think it's sitting over at Snipe Tower again, and Wilcox fans probably in the better position to start to get a bit of ball time here. 3 down again for New Era. The ball was play balled, so Nuke's going to bring it straight back to the tower here, and a nice little setup going up top here. He's got some teammates around him. Snipe spawning in about 4 seconds, and it looks like as well that we've got the New Era guy spawning at back garage. So he's going to keep an eye on that Snipe Tower. Throws a grenade pretty much at the same time as dropping the ball, but hopefully he can provide a bit of cover fire for his teammates to at least keep the New Era guys off the Snipe. As you see there, perfect shots there on Hypnotize, and he's just doing a great job, Justin, of knowing when to hold and knowing when to drop and fight.
Yeah, doing really well. Nuke, will he get it over the edge? He does. Launching off there, and the ball has been played again. I love that life from Nuke there. He was putting in damage and getting time for his team, and then played the ball. He didn't get greedy. Did really well for his squad. Now we have Talent with 6 bullets in that sniper rifle, not able to connect on anything just yet. He's backed off. Dusty Ego Chal comes in, cops one to the face for his overconfidence. Talent doing really well. Double kills there if he wants it. Perfect shot onto Death Raptor. He goes down, and look at that New Era putting some points on the board now. 3 more bullets to play with. He's also got that cheeky repulsor in his back pocket if he wants to do some stylistic plays. Talent, he's got to be feeling good after that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Camo is going up now. Nuke's going to grab it and put that in. Maybe time to pull out the BR a bit, but we are shifting over to Nuke. Pushing through Brutes. His camo enables him to just get up there super easily, favouring more of the open side of the Brute field than pushing up through the Sneaky, which is a lot more close corridors, and nades can be an issue, but they're trying to rotate it away, New Era, but Nuke puts a stop to that, picks up a nice kill there. He's going to look to maybe go a bit under it seems, so they're taking it away now. For the first time in this game, we've seen New Era opt to get it away from the tower, move it over to B. Talent's probably going to go for the play ball here. Smart move. They're converging on him really well. There's a nice assist. They're going to pretty much be wiped out, New Era, down at that nest. I think it's Renal's the only one still alive, pushing through long haul down to the ball, actually. So, you know, pretty close game right now, Justin. Only 8 points in it, but this is this run from Nuke's anything to go by. It looks like Wilcox fans starting to heat up. Wouldn't be surprised if they start to get a bit of time here and put a bit of a gap between themselves and New Era.
Yeah, it was great. A great couple of lives from Nuke. He's playing so well for his squad. He's 11-5 currently, and 69 seconds of ball time. Is there anything this lad can't do? He's everywhere on the map at all times, shooting his guns and getting points for his squad. But it is very close right now. Renile, the objective player with 113 points for his squad, and New Era, they cannot make any mistakes from here, Hoots. Their tournament lives are on the line currently, and Wilcox fans not letting up at all. They want to take this one home just as much as they do. Luna and Talent working really well together. The pressure comes in. Dusty, so he loves to challenge people with power weapons, doesn't he? That confidence can pay off, but it has sent him to the respawn screen a couple of times so far. Nuke able to grab another kill, and look at that 360 sneaky jump, not able to get it, unfortunately. But New Era, they just play the ball. They're on 94 points currently, only a little bit of scrap time, and they'll be able to take away this round.
Wilcox pick it up as well.
Wilcox fans, they've got to do something now. I think they're going to be able to milk the last few seconds, and we're going to go to a round 3 in this oddball.
Yeah, that was a great hustle there from New Era. That last minute or so, there was a period down at bottom mid where it was just chaos, and whichever team could bring the ball out of that and get some kind of control was likely to win, and that's exactly what happened. Great effort by them because they were down a little bit, but a few really smart play balls, particularly down at the B side a little earlier, was really the difference maker in making sure that Wilcox fans couldn't get a strong setup and couldn't get any real kind of ball time towards the end. And that, you're right, Justin, they needed that, because if they lost that round, it was game over, it was series over.
Yeah, pretty much play things really well. Renile with a double kill there. Deathruptor just getting a little bit too confident with that sniper. I needed to just pull his BR out and secure those kills. Now Dusty with that sniper rifle is the last man standing against that push onto the camo, and it does look like New Era are going to be able to utilize that power up. Deathruptor desperately trying to stay alive. Luna sliding into a grenade, but Renile, he's got that camo now.
He's had it a few times.
He's had it a few times, which is... have to see how well he utilizes it. Fusion completely unaware. Oh, misses the back smack. Take 2, mate. You can go back up. He still doesn't know that you're there, and he does get the kill. Does the ball get played? I think it's... No, it has got played. That was a little bit embarrassing, but he's still able to break that setup in the end. Very unfortunate on that one. You hate to see it. Hypnotized with the sniper rifle. He goes down. Dusty pounces straight on that power weapon. Is like, mate, that's mine. It's time to get some clips.
I mean, it sucks for Renal that we were watching him when that happened. It was just really unfortunate that he chose to jump in one direction just as the enemy jumped in the other direction. And so, unfortunately, the momentum really just carried him the wrong way and he missed it, jumped over the edge. But funny enough to look at anyway. Great double kill from Dusty there. I think he got a stick and a beat down.
He did.
Yeah, which is
cheeky boy.
Yeah, great work there. So he's on a bit of a tear. He picks up, might have even been a triple given he just picked up another one there. So he's finally taken down, but that's going to go a long way into keeping New Era off this ball. And we are seeing Wilcox fans start to get a fair bit of time. This camo's popping in 10 seconds. Looks like Renal's going back for a second crack at it, Justin, trying to set up and see if he can maybe do a bit better than that first attempt.
That was no time for practicing, mate. You're currently in a game. Deathruptor, I love this spot here. I utilize this myself when I'm playing. So many people just forget to check that corner and they push through while they're trying to break that setup in the doors there. And just one after another, New Era players just falling and going down, and Nuke getting so much ball time once again. And Wilcox fans looking really strong. Oh, a little bit of a fumble. He just tripped on the sandbags there. Got his foot caught underneath one of them. Going down, a Dusty trying to hold those 2 players back. And Talent with that camo as well. He can bait that ball player so well with that. Just hide in the corner, be a little bit sneaky like a predator.
Yeah, that camo's now used up for Talent, but they needed to use that effectively, and they did have 3 down for Wilcox fans briefly, so finally able to put a bit of a stop to it. Although, that being said, Justin, there hasn't been a huge amount of ball time for this game yet. We've only got about 3 minutes left, and we're only at 41-15, so ball hasn't been a huge focus right now, and that's potentially just because of the fact we are in that final round. Every team making sure that their ball use is exactly like perfect and they're getting set up properly. I don't think the play ball actually occurred then. Dusty was trying to throw it off the map then. Unfortunately, just didn't get enough length on that throw, so it is going to sit down there, and Luna's going to move in and pick this up. So interesting to see. We did see a Ninja as well coming out of Fusion in the kill feed, which unfortunately we didn't get that on stream, but we might be able to see it in the replays afterwards. Great out BR there. I think that was from Nuke on Luna there, so massive fight there to win. Ball is in the hands of New Era. They've started to move it over to A at Garage. And we've got a Needler in the hands of Nuke, which we don't see.
What a combo. Is this Fiesta or is this HCS?
I don't know, but I don't know if it's actually going to get pulled out to
there we go,
trade
drops
it out. I'm disappointed. I wanted to see it.
Every time I see the Needler, I just think, yes!
Do it.
Go, boys, do it. But anyway, back to the game. On board with Luna, pooping out a couple of grenades there, not able to connect on anything, but Dusty just above him, and the call-out comes out. Deathruptor again with that very ambitious sniper rifle challenge probably would have won that fight if he just used his battle rifle like a normal Halo player. And then Fusion going down. Does look like that camo is about to pop. No? It has popped. Sorry. It's,
yep.
Screen's a little bit blurry. I have to check my HDMI cables. But that one has popped. Good opportunity for both teams, which are pretty evenly in the match currently. They've got a round each, and there's only 10 seconds between them. Only 2 minutes to go. This is going to start getting really hectic as both teams start desperating each other.
Yeah, we obviously know that when you hold the ball, the countdown timer stops. But you know, this could be a case of we actually don't see a team get to the 100-point limit. So. If there's anything to go by, Deathruptor, beautiful use of the nades and the camo there, staying alive, not trying to get too aggressive and go in and potentially lose that camo, but he's really smart, great trigger discipline. Again, waiting for his shields to come back, picks up the assist. He's played this really well now. He's going to be in a strong position to make a move on this ball. If they can try and shut this down, although we do have Renal starting to move the ball away, and he's actually not going to play ball. He's going to hold on to it. He's sitting down in that area, and he does finally throw it off the map after being dropped. So 3-2 down for New Era right now. I really like the use of camo then from Deathruptor. They're going to be in position to grab this ball and bring it back to tower. But, you know, this lead it's a super close game. The lead's only about 2 seconds, and Deathruptor are going to eke it back now and get in front. 1:42 left on the clock. But Justin, as we said before, that countdown timer not going down anymore while ball's in hand.
It is. It's going to come right down to the wire. New Era knows that their tournament lives are on the line currently. Wilcox fans desperately just want to get this game over and done with so they can move on to the next matchup. And Hypnotize with that Mauler in his back pocket to utilize that. New Era perfectly set up in the snipe tower. Hypnotize holding down mid and the bridge area. Pushing players out. Nuke trying to break the setup all on his own. And will he be able to shut him down? They're 1v1ing. No, the assist comes through, and that's a trade of kills there. But Hypnotize doing his job to hold back those players. And Luna here going for the cheeky backsmack, but not able to do it. Deathruptor desperately trying to get the ball as far away from the tunnels as possible. Dusty coming in for the cleanup. Now Fusion, the OBJ player for Wilcox fan, putting some points onto the board, goes for the plate ball, and he's pretty happy with his play. A little celebratory melee there into the wall.
Yeah, they did have New Era 3 down there, though, so potentially they could have grabbed a bit more ball time. We only have a minute left right now, and we do have Luna picking up the ball. He looks like he's bringing it towards A, but there's actually a few Wilcox fans guys over there, so he is taken down. That is 2 down. And Justin, one thing, I was just quickly looking at the scoreboard as well. Wilcox fans definitely outslaying New Era, but not really able to convert it to any meaningful lead on the scoreboard. In fact, you know, they're down by 4, so Wilcox fans need to convert these slays to ball time. Deathruptor making a move on this ball. He knows there's only 37 seconds left. He needs to get some kind of ball time on the board to try and get this lead back, because if they lose this, we're going to a game 5. We do have the ball now starting to be moved, I think, back towards Garage, and I love this use with the heat wave, providing a bit of cover, although it seems whenever the ball's run anywhere, the team's running into a team of opponents. So Nuke straight running into Hypnotize there. The ball does go down, New Era picking up. They're now starting to build a little bit of a lead and moving over to B. I like this move. They can hang around here and play ball with only 21 seconds left. Do you even think to maybe drop it, Justin, and play a bit of defense?
I think that would be the play.
Yeah.
Hypnotize, if you can hear us, run down the clock, you can do it. And Luna doing so well there, being sneaky. Repulsor trying to get out of there.
Oh, they're pushing in.
They're pushing in to break the setup, and I think the ball is play ball. Last opportunity for Wilcox fans. Only 14 seconds left on the clock. That ball is just sitting there. Wilcox fans, they're going to get on that ball now. No mistakes. Renile denying Nuke there from grabbing that ball. 4 seconds to go. New Era on the cusp of taking out this round. And there we go. Another game 5. Hoots, I can't believe it.
You said it perfectly. It was the Renile area denial. It was just perfect. He was putting grenades down, knowing there's no point me going for the ball and trying to pull our lead out even more when we can just keep the other team off it, not let them get the ball and let the game countdown timer finish. And geez, I thought they were a chance for it then. Wilcox fans at the end, they managed to obviously clear out the B side, the ball play ball. They were in a position to win. We had a big individual fight. I can't remember who it was between with the heat wave that Wilcox fans ended up winning. But unfortunately, when the nades just start going down at bottom mid, there's not much you can do to try and get any form of a setup. And smart move there by New Era to just completely focus throwing nades down at bottom mid. And look at that damage coming out as well. Dusty 1100, Nuke even more, 11,595. So that game went all the distance, and time is carrier thanks to the classes that it's circling the 333 for Renile. So probably explaining why kills wise he wasn't super high, but that's a massive amount of time there for him.
Yeah, and I don't know if you peaked it, but Nuke 40 bombs. He
Yeah.
dropped 40 kills that game. And the fact that they weren't able to take out that match when he's putting that much damage down on the map, objectively, I think Wilcox fans maybe need a little bit more work on the old oddball live fire, but certainly have it in them to win this next series. And Fluke, if you're listening, Game 5 manifested. It's here, everybody. Back to back Game 5. I'm ready for it, Hoots. I hope you are too. But both these teams just been so back and forth. And, you know, just when we think, you know, oh, Wilcox fans, they're dominating. New Era gone, nah, they're not that good. We can take them. And they come in and show us how it's done. Unfortunate. Yeah.
We had to do him like that. We had to show it again.
Yeah. Sorry, mate.
Yeah,
Can't be letting those things happen.
Very unfortunate one there. But yeah, what are the odds? 2 5-gamers in a row. We're going the distance on this one. And I'd be interested to see as well, once we do finish this series, how the other matches have gone right now that we instead could have watched. If they've gone 3-0s again, then, geez, we're onto something here showing all these Game 5s. And so, geez, that's you know, this is a full reset effectively. It's a series reset. We go into a final game, winner takes all. What are we on? Slayer recharge. So yeah, let's keep an eye on the pace of this next game. Slayer recharge, a game where we often can see the pace really slow down. With so much on the line right now, I wouldn't be surprised if we have several instances where we do just see things really slow down, and then a few manic pushes, and then another reset, slow down, and just a real sort of ebbing and flowing of pace throughout the game. It's going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, couldn't be any more right with that one, Hoots. And I think the key to this next game, it's got to be that shock rifle. We've really seen the Wilcox fans, they can slay when they get the weapons, or even just using their BRs. All 4 of them seem to be proficient in utilizing those power weapons, and New Era cannot let Wilcox fans grab that shock rifle in a Slayer game. It's just do or die. They've got to deny it from them. Throw it off the map. Use up all the ammo by shooting the floor. That's going to be key to the victory there, because Wilcox fans have just had such good utilization of the power weapons. They've just all clambered for it, even to the point of maybe using them in situations that they probably shouldn't, because they want to style a little bit. They got so much confidence with them. And New Era, they have to shut that down if they want to win this last game.
Yeah, it's just a case as well of who are we watching, because there hasn't been a one sort of standout player across the whole series. Different players are jumping up and performing when they need to, and so I think over the course of this series we've probably had 3 or 4 people that we'd point to and say they're the ones catching fire right now. But different game, you know, new opportunity for someone else to step up. And yeah, you know, we are in the Elim bracket right now as well, so you lose this, you're done, and you're not playing in the Super effectively. You win, and you're going forward to potentially nab a spot in that Super. And as we said, Justin, as well, every team playing in the Super will take home some form of cash prize. Obviously, you know, we said before, the winner's taking home around 28 grand, but even those losers down the bottom, I think the losing team takes a couple of grand away as well. So there's definitely everything on the line for these guys playing. This is not just for consolation or making up places.
Yeah, everybody likes a bit of beer money, so if you get the minimum amount, it's definitely worth getting. And
we'll buy
playing
2 pots at what they charge these days.
Yeah, mate, I tell you what, the tax is real on beers at the moment. More of a buy slab with the boys in the backyard kind of fella. And Nuke just standing still right now. He might have a bit of a lag out. Not sure what's happening right now. Deathruptor stuck down bottom mid. Dusty standing completely still. Might be having him lag out. This early on in the game, we might have a reset, but it looks like players are just kind of playing things out at the moment.
Yeah, we're having a reset.
Yeah, full reset. You have a lag out that early on. It's the best time to lag out, isn't it, Hoots? Right at the start of the game.
Do it at the start. Yeah, save us all the problems. It works perfectly.
Yeah, I'm throwing out a lot of pro tips tonight. Another pro tip, if you're going to lag out, start of the game so you get full reset, clean sweep.
100%. Look, while we are just waiting.
Write that one down. Lag out at start of game.
While we are just waiting for this next game to start, I was going to touch on this point earlier, but the game started, so I cut myself off. But the winner of the Super that we have next week, not only is that $28,000 going towards them, but they also get a guaranteed spot at the Kansas Major covered. So there's multiple things at stake here as well. We then have 2 other spots that we're giving out through some other tournaments post-Super, but you know, we had the Raleigh Major at the start of the year, which was just a massive success, and so you know there are a lot of teams really vying for one of those spots, and you know, a number of teams. We also need to look back and say that because of COVID restrictions and things like that, there are a lot of teams who were eligible to go over that didn't, who are absolutely stinging to get over to the US. And now that our borders are open and people can fly internationally really easily, you're finally going to have a chance for those top teams to get over there. And it's not just going to be the Chiefs and then some others sort of attending by default. It's definitely going to be the people who've earned those places to get to the Kansas qualifier, which is really exciting.
Yeah, and I think earn is really good word to use. Is that now that we've had a few months with Infinite, right, and the teams are settling a little bit and they've had chances to scrim and the meta's kind of working out, you're seeing these top squads form and able to battle it out and get onto a more even playing field. And if you're not on and you're not playing well, then you're just not going to make it. And I'd like to highlight Direwolves. I mean, they had a really rough start to the year. They were really underperforming for the level of skill and experience that all of those guys had, but they stuck together because, like, hey boys, it sucks that we're losing all of these Pro Series cups, but they had their eyes on the big prizes of, like, we're going to stay together and work things out. We will get there in the end, and that's paid off for them big time. They're already in pool play. They're qualified, ready to go, ready to play for that big money. And you know, that's what happens after a while. We talked about it when Halo Infinite first came out. It's like, you know, where are we going to be in 3 or 4 months? And some of those teams, they made plans early, like Direwolves, and those investments are starting to play off. But we are going to switch gears, Hoots, because it's Game 5 time.
Yeah, it's Game 5 time again. We're hoping we'll all be good this time. Like you said, lucky we had that issue at the very start of the game and not at 49-49 in a Game 5 to decide who goes on to the next series. But we are getting started back up here, just waiting for all the players to load in. We're seeing a few little animations popping up in the bottom of the screen there, but we are kicking off with Hypnotize. It looks like everyone's in the lobby, Justin. I think we're all good. Hypnotize, a really aggressive push straight away here, going for the remote detonation. He's going to have a great view down on the camera here, pushing Nuke back. Nuke doing a good job to stay alive, and the team shots coming through actually forces Hypnotize down because he had another guy pushing up into that cubby behind him, and we do have that camo in the hands of Fusion. So really good start there from Fusion. He isn't able to secure that kill. Did someone disappear?
He just instant transmissioned out of there, bro.
Was that a grapple hook? Or
I'm not sure what he did. I'm saying it's instant transmission just because I like Dragon Ball. But Fusion somehow alive there with this camo. And I think he's a little bit slow to recover. He's like, boys, what the hell just happened?
What's going on?
And now he's got that Mangler as well. And the camo has burnt out. So not able to utilize much other than that 1 kill. But they have got a little cheeky 2 kill lead going at the moment. And things are very slow. It's quiet. Too quiet.
This is what we were speaking about earlier. Is the pace really going to come out of it? Smart job by Fusion there to back off, knowing that that player there had a shock rifle that was having a shot at him. So Talent, nice coverage here, just looking down through the pipes, making sure that his teammates have coverage while their shields come back. But slow going at the start, Justin. It looks like we've got this typical setup where we have one side over around A, the other side at pipes. And they're just going to poke each other for a while, particularly with this shock rifle. I think we're going to wait till there's a pick or two before we see any kind of real push.
Yeah, and Deathruptor, he must have caught the glint of that shock rifle because he peaked as he was bursting out. I think he only landed 1 bullet out of the burst and able to descope that player so he didn't get his head taken off. But now Talent and his teammate moving in for a little bit of a collapse. All the Wilcox fans over at the Blue Turbine area, and are they going to collapse on them or not? I feel like I was building them up for this big collapse and they're all just chilling.
There hasn't been a kill for like 2 minutes. It was pretty much the opening bit of chaos of 4-6, and we have not seen a kill since then. So it looks like New Era is sort of trying to get in a little bit. Finally, we see a kill on Nuke taken down there, and 2 kills they're coming through for New Era. So, all right, now we've got a bit of chaos going on here. Part as well of that is the fact that the camo, I think, just spawned. It might have been burnt, actually, and it's now gone. So we saw a little bit there. We're back to 7-all. But look, are we just going to keep seeing stalemates and stalemates? There's so much on the line right now, and these teams don't want to be giving away any cheap deaths. And knowing that we are in a Game 5, how evenly matched these 2 teams are, you just can't really be in a position to give them away. Hypnotize, unfortunately, caught between 2 of the Wilcox fans players there. He's easily taken down. But Renile, we are seeing start to push through the long haul here. He knows there's a player in this blue area. Dusty, he puts some shots in him, backs up, smart move. I think he's got some support coming in as well. You do see there, his talent's just disposed of off the map.
Imagine rounding the corner and you just see,
oh, there goes my teammate. But Dusty was taken down as well. So 9-10, super close. This is kind of what we expected, Justin.
Yeah, super close from both these squads that had just risen to the challenge, right? They're, pushed to their limits and even further. Just like Vegeta and Goku, another Dragon Ball reference for you boys out there, like a little bit of anime. And Talent on board with him, looking at the kill feed. He's got 3 and 3 right now, so doing everything that he can for the squad. But kills are just getting traded out. He just saw the trade beatdown right there in front of him. Pretty brutal scene to see, but he's a bounce back from it nonetheless. And I like the angles that he's taking. He's just trying to put shots down for his team, not overextending, not making pushes that he has no business doing. And here comes Hypnotized for the cleanup and backing off to a point where his boys can watch his back.
I like the flank there from Hypnotized. You can see it on your screen coming through whilst the shots were going down over there. And he only managed to pick up one, but he was also smart in the fact that he pushed back knowing that he probably wasn't going to win that second fight and his life was more important. Nice double kill, I think, coming out of Dusty there as well. So, look, they're starting to skip away a little bit now, actually, Wilcox fans. 5-kill lead, and we do have a camo going into Deathruptor's hands. So, camo really crucial here. Sword's still up as well. No one's really making a play on that. I think maybe Wilcox fan actually had gone for it, a Wilcox fan player, but yeah, it has now gone off the map, so I think we're going to have a sword in the hands of them as well. But Deathruptor playing this camo a little bit slow. Nice pickup kill on there on Talent. Hypnotize gone for him as well. Unfortunately, can't drop it. Hypnotize is going to be one shot in that corner. It's going to be interesting to see if Nuke chooses to push in and take him out, but I think he's been managed to get away down that long haul. So setup's kind of been broken a little bit. We are seeing more free-flowing play right now, which is good. We're not seeing that standoff, but we do have Dusty with this sword here. He's got the Halo just hovering above his head with that sword. He knows there's a player up above him, and a few shots there with the BR. Smart move to pull that out and put a bit of distance between him and Luna, but now shots across to the gold area, and look, they're starting to gel pretty well now, Wilcox fans. The 6-kill lead they managed to hold for quite a while, and sword, unfortunately. Justin, what do you say? And then used against them for the double.
And triples there if he wants it. Able Dusty, this is what happens when you fumble a sword.
Bang.
There's the overkill for Talent. A cheeky little tea bag on the ground. Unexpected item in bagging area from Talent. Turning up for his squad. He's going to be feeling good after that one. Dusty, that's all your fault, mate.
That's a big swing as well. Only 2 kills down now. And you're right, Dusty handed him that sword by missing that lunge, and look what it results in. A 4-kill swing. It's just massive, and he's not done yet. He's pushing through as well. He might want to put that down. Head down, just not sure what.
Maybe a little bit too overconfident. He's like, I'm the best player that's ever lived, and just charges 2 players.
It was a bit of a reverse strong side, and unfortunately didn't work out for him. But yeah, this game's really gotten close again. 2022, only a 2-kill gap, and this shock rifle in the hands of Luna here, putting shots across to C, unfortunately unable to connect, and they do have them pinched over around that closet area there. So I think it's Renil's coming in and helping a lot. Nice kill there by Luna on Dusty. Nuke's coming in and picking up Renil. So geez, only a 1-kill gap. Justin Camo's just popped, and Deathruptor, he looks like he's going to go for it again, although I think it must have been grappled out of there.
Yeah, someone has just snuck it away, and Deathruptor putting his glasses on, trying to peek where that player is and deciding, no, I'm not going to try and find an invisible predator waiting around the corner for me. I'm just going to change positions and rotate, which I love. A little shock rifle comes in. He's holding hands with his teammate there, Luna, with that shock rifle and the camo. He can just position himself so nicely. Is he going to get taken down? That's unfortunate. Not able to utilize that, getting called out and taken down right away, which is what you need to do if you're Wilcox fans.
Yeah, Wilcox fans have put a few nice little kills together here and have been able to get this lead out to 2 kills. So, you know, still nothing completely insurmountable for New Era, but in a game that's been so close, this is a handy lead to have here. And we've just seen a real, like, they're really hanging around in packs right now, the New Era guys, and potentially maybe need to look at spreading out a little bit more. I think they've been caught off guard by a few stray nades every now and then that's doing damage to multiple players. I like this push by Hypnotize here. Unfortunately, the trade, we switch out just in time. Dusty and Hypnotize trade, and look, Dusty's the one they want to take down if you're a New Era player, because he has 12 kills for Wilcox fans, really doing a lot of damage right now. And you know, he's probably the difference maker right now in terms of Wilcox fans having this 3-kill lead.
Certainly, and how things might have been different if he didn't fumble that sword play. But I won't bully him anymore. He certainly showed up for his squad, going +6 currently. So shout out to him. Now on board with Renile, trailing by 3 kills currently in this best-of-5 situation. It's going to come right down to the wire, I think. My poor old boomer heart, I don't think it can take it, Hoots.
Yeah, I'm the same with you. I've got my almond latte going through my veins, and I don't know if my heart's going to be able to.
Yeah, the pressure is unreal.
It's tricky, but nice, perfect there from Dusty. Great work, almost lining up the next one on Renile. Unfortunately, doesn't do it, but Dusty's just a one-man wrecking crew right now for Wilcox fans. They've skipped out to a 5-kill lead. This is really big for them. So at this point, with only about 15 kills to go for them, New Era can't really be affording to give away too many trades. And we do have this camo now for Nuke, so this is big. Wilcox fans, Justin, I think they've had almost every camo on the map so far.
Yeah, and at this point in the map, you can't be letting him get away. And Nuke, he's got that mangler too, so he can get a pick. It's all about picks in these. Yeah, he's just got to find a player who's just admiring the geometry on the map. The assist comes in, taking out that player. Oh, and he gets called out. He's got a few shots coming in to the bum, but he gets taken down. Called out instantly, which is what you got to do. Double kill for Hypnotize, and scoreline 38-32 in favor of Wilcox fans. But New Era, it's not over just yet. It's only one or two rounds of slays. Still very much into this game. Fusion going down. Nuke pushing into the sewer area here to take down some players. Natural Talent comes in for the challenge. Will he get the better of him? And he will. Talent. Great challenge there. A lot of confidence. Only 4 kills the difference.
Yeah, he needed to win that. That was a massive kill to keep his team in it. If that went the other way, that gap just becomes a little bit bigger as we get into the pointy end of this game. So massive win by Talent there. Putting shots in Nuke across. We've got Luna picking up a kill with the shock rifle and the kill feed on Dusty, and he's actually starting to push in, almost picking up the double on Fusion. I think he's going to come in there and should be able to clean it up at the support. Look at the support coming in, Justin. That nade does pick him up, so great little follow-up nade. Repulsing himself, almost trying to pancake himself, it looked like. But we do see there, unfortunately, unable to get the kill on Nuke. Nuke with that mangler, there's just nothing you can really do about it when you're in close quarters like that. Only a 3-kill gap now, Justin, though. That's a beautiful nade there from Nuke, picking that up, extending it out to 4. Talent poking his head out again when he's pretty weak. He needs to just keep his head in there, and we do see Luna pushing in, so great support coming in here from New Era. Only a 5-kill gap, but they only need 8 more kills right now, the Wilcox fans. And when you've got this mangler in these close quarters, Justin, you can do a fair bit of damage.
Nuke is just being such a nuisance, isn't he, Hoots? Like, he's been alive and he's been putting in damage. He hasn't been getting any kills, but it's like they have to get rid of him because he's such a nuisance. Look at him. He's just teleporting around the map. And we've got Wilcox fans 4-kill lead currently, 44-40. This game 5 situation at Homes. Everybody be standing out of their chairs right now, yelling at the screen. Fusion, key player right now. He's got that fresh camo, got away with it clean. Renile's there in front of him. Few whiff shot. Maybe the pressure coming to him, and that camo player just getting shut down right now. And 2 kills the difference. New Era responding. Game is not over just yet. Renile choosing not to do the old bait and switch. Fusion, the grenades coming in, denying that area for him. And Renile getting a little bit scared. He's like, boys, I'm scared. I'm coming back to hang out with you guys, so he has some help. No one wants to be that first pick, Hoots.
I reckon both teams right now would just be saying, slow it down, slow it down. Taking out Fusion with that camo earlier was absolutely massive. They've had a free run on camo the whole time, but that was the first time they weren't really able to use it at all effectively. We do have, I thought that was a kill, so it was just Luna pinging, but we are seeing the pace really slow down. And Justin, look at the timer as well. So it's 49 seconds left, so New Era are going to have to make a move at some point. Wilcox fans can sit back and let them come at them, but at the same time...
Natural Talent with the sword play, Hoots.
Yeah, huge. And we also have Luna pushing in, I think, with this mangler. So 1 kill the difference, 30 seconds left. The sword, I think, where's Talent gone, Justin? I'm not sure where he's actually gone. We do have a nice flanky, though.
Nice flank from Luna.
That's perfect. So he gets out of there as well, pushes in. He's being challenged. Deathruptor unable to finish him, but he's still got that mangler, able to pick up the kill on
46, 22 seconds.
We have a top. You take it, Justin. Go for it.
47, sorry. Horrible dancing partners. 48 in favor of New Era. They've managed to take the lead right on the last 10 seconds of the game. Wilcox fans, big trouble right now. Talent copping a few grenades. 6 seconds left. Sword around the corner. Deathruptor desperate to get in there. He goes down. And look at that. No. New Era taking the game. They were behind 4 kills at the 40-point mark, and they bring things back and they take out game number 5 and keep their tournament lives alive. Wilcox fans, eat your heart out. It's all New Era, baby.
Luke.
Holy shit. That was an insane finish there to a full best of 5. Hey, you know, sometimes
You
things
can
do
say
call
it.
for
It's
it,
all
you know.
good.
Like,
Swear
the
we need a beer money kitty for the
Super.
For the super.
Yeah,
when
a little
we're
swear
all-
jar. All right, we can put that
Your
on the
shout.
side. We'll try and figure it out. All right, I'll be first round, lads. But either way, like, just the way that series ended, I think there's no other way for us to talk about this than an absolute banger. The fact that it didn't even go to time. There was a few seconds that was left in, and they were able to slay out and finally get those last remaining kills on the board. You guys said it perfectly, the fact that they needed to make a play. New Era needed to make a play, and Talent, he's got the energy sword, he gets that first pick, and that's when everything kind of turned into overdrive. You know, nobody really knew what was going on. It felt like New Era really were able to get themselves on the front foot. They're able to close it out, and then unfortunately there for the Wilcox fans, everything went to the wayside. All their team communications, all their cool, calm collectiveness went to the wayside as soon as they realized they had to keep catching up on slays every single time that there was a pick that went the way of New Era. The Wilcox fans were like, we need to get a kill here because otherwise this is going to go all the way to time. And the way that it ended there, it's absolutely insane. The fact that we have a 50-47 to end out a full best of 5 here in this qualifier, and New Era are able to stay alive in this elimination bracket and make a hope here for the Super.
It was Talent with the sword. We saw the overkill there, but I think it was also towards the end of the game, right, Justin, where he did some big plays, and I'm looking forward to seeing, we should have it momentarily, the final few moments of that. I think there was a sword play in there as well. It was absolutely chaotic, but the nades that were going down in pipes there, it was just everything going on. And I think we saw perhaps a sword fumble or something like that. We'll probably be able to get a look at it now, but look at this time, you're right. I'm surprised it even got to 50, Luke. We didn't think it would happen, but all the action was happening down here, and that was huge by Luna there, getting that kill on Fusion while no shield. Deathruptor pushes in. Unfortunately, he gets dropped, and I guess that was it. So far out. I mean, we're picking the series today. What do we got? Who else do we want to see do a 5-0? We may as well pick them now.
Yeah, I know. It just seems like
we
we decided to go all the way towards the end here for, you know, this final qualifier heading into the Super, and I think that's a perfect way for us to determine these final couple of slots, right, Justin? We need to make sure that all these guys go to war with each other and making sure that we go all the way to 5 maps, because we don't want any of this to be 3-0. We've had 3-0s all across the off-stream matches, but the ones that we're having here on broadcast are delivering every single time, and I think it's just nuts, the fact that we have these teams that are so close to each other. And this is kind of what we said when we were going into this open qualifier, right, Justin? The fact that all the top 6 teams, they're taken out of the equation. This is just everybody else that's fighting for these final kind of qualification spots, and this is where we really start to see everyone be really tight and really hard to, you know, pull apart.
Yeah, and I love it. Well, I hope it's coming across in the broadcast, but I'm like a pig in swear words. So, you know, Fleek's the resident swearer, the naughty boy.
You can't call me out for that.
I'm going to do it all night every time you do, like Captain America. But honestly, not having those top teams in, as I've said before, gives such a great opportunity for these mid-tier teams to come up and butt heads and really fight over those last remaining spots. And it shows just how close a lot of these other teams are. Yes, you have the likes of Divine Mind and Chiefs just dominating everyone else, but lower down on the totem pole, you have these other guys. It's really tight race for those final qualification spots.
Yeah, and I think we're really starting to see some of these, you know, kind of big tier slayers that are starting to come out as well. You know, you look at a player like Nuke, who unfortunately wasn't able to progress a bit further, but the man was dropping some big numbers today. So, lads, let's start having a look at the bracket, and it is my great pleasure to be able to tell everybody at home as well that the Demons have been our first team to qualify here through the ANZ Super. Didn't drop a single map the entirety of today, lads, as well. So this is kind of a team that we expected to come through here into the Super. So they're going to be jumping into pool play. We thought that maybe last weekend could have been their weekend to come in here, Hoots, but they've done it in 2. So, you know, it might be a little bit different for them in regards to seeding, but I think these guys being in the Super is, you know, super exciting for us to see what they can do with a bit more experience under the belt.
Oh, that's it as well, right? They've had more practice. They've had another weekend where they've got to play in tournaments, which some of the other teams haven't, so it's great for them. Yeah, I mean, going back to what we were saying before as well, like, no disrespect for the top teams, but yeah, when you take them out of the equation, geez, you get some bloody good series.
Yeah, you get some absolute bangers. But let's have a look at this elimination bracket as well, because this is where we're starting to fill this out a little bit more, lads. Obviously, that was our elimination round 4, where we said goodbye to the Wilcox fans. Now we're moving into this. Nebula versus New Era, and the winner of that will be playing against Lolly DeGeneres there for a qualification spot. That's a big thing for us to look at right now, Justin, is the fact that we are ever so close to being able to figure out all 10 teams are going to be going into the Super, and there's only a couple that are left here, and each one of these elimination series, yeah, it's an elimination series, but it gets you one step closer to that qualification.
Yeah, you want to be in that Super. You don't want to miss out. We're going all out. At the ESL crew, it's going to be one hell of a party, and you want to be there, and this is your last chance. You know, you're Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. You'll open up those last few bars before the golden tickets are all taken up. This is it, boys. You got to play some good Halo, otherwise better luck next time.
Yeah, exactly. It is all on the line here, and this is kind of why we like these elimination qualifiers here, because it means that everyone has to play their best to try and get towards the end here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go to another break here, but we're going to go all the way back to our upper bracket here. We're going to be jumping in with the Disruptor fans and 16-20 Kings, who see who's going to join the Demons here for our Super Pool play. So make sure you join us after this for more HCS.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Well, I'm 22 from Melbourne. I've been playing Halo for, this is my 10th year I think. I started playing in like 2011 when I was like 10 or 11. I've been competing since like the back end of Halo 4, when I was like 15. It's like you network and you just find people online, and then they tell you originally about like the MLG days, and then you watch stuff online and you think, oh, that's so cool, they get to go to these tournaments and whatnot, and then you slowly integrate into the competitive community. We're always Team Lunchy. He's literally my dad. He's like basically got me into sort of competitive Halo in a way, and known me since I was like a 14, 15-year-old little skinny twig kid. And I went to my first LAN and met him, and like my mum had to bring me to my first LAN and like talk to him and stuff. Even when we don't play Halo, like we play other games together. I'd say I was probably more aggressive in Halo 5, but I think that was probably more to do inexperience about how to play. In Infinite, given it's a slower game, I'm trying to slow my pace down a little bit and play a bit more methodical. My ideal loadout would be a BR and either like Heatwave, Mangler, Bulldog, just something I can rat with and be really annoying and get in people's faces with.
Hello HCS fans, welcome back here once again to the desk for ANZ. We're getting to the pointy end here of our Super Open qualifier. We've already seen one team qualify towards the Super, and now we've got to try and figure out the remaining 3. But we're in the upper bracket here, lads, and this is where we start getting spicy, because this is where we get to see a qualification in towards pool play. We've got Deathruptor fans and 1620 Kings are going head-to-head here in a full best of 5. And Hoots, this Deathruptors fan squad has been a little bit different over the ages, but right now these guys are coming in with a brand new 4. They had this same 4 coming in from the previous week, and now they're looking to try and improve on it once again here.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They do seem to change quite a bit. And, you know, these players here, we are pretty familiar with all of them. But, you know, Deathruptor fans have been consistently performing, as we can see here. You know, they've been finishing top 5, top 6 quite a bit. Ryu in particular is one player that's probably worth mentioning. He was previously on Vanguard Escapees, which is a team I think we saw come through one of the Open tournaments that we did a couple of months ago. Basically a whole group of former COD players who've moved over to Halo. And so yeah, Ryu's been, you know, one of the top slayers on that team. And so seeing him on this Deathruptor fan squad, particularly with the likes of players like Junior, who we know is like a seasoned veteran of Halo, it's going to be great to see what he can do when combined with some of these really experienced players.
Yeah, and I think, you know, looking towards somebody like Ryu, as we did say, is like he's been consistently been able to get a few of these placings here in HCS throughout Halo Infinite. It's exciting to see what these guys are able to do with a bit more experience under their belt. And I think this Deathruptor fan squad can certainly start to do a few things, especially if we get in towards a Super, if they're able to qualify here, though. But Justin, on the other side of the server, we do have the 1620 Kings, and this is another roster where we talk about a lot of these roster shuffles. And speaking of one of the members, Rice was one of the original members of this Deathruptor fan squad. So the fact that we've seen a lot of these rosters start to change up and finally find a bit of solidity going in towards the Super is always nice.
It is always nice, and you know, maybe a bit of a grudge match for Rice there. You know, his pride is on the line. But the latest addition is Samuel, which I believe he's got a bit of experience in competitive Fortnite, which is an interesting thing to do. Can't crank 90s in this tournament, but that competitive experience across different titles, it puts you in different kinds of pressure situations, and all experience is good experience when you're talking about high-level competitive esports and Call of Duty experience as well. So a good pickup, and I can't wait to see how his wide breadth of experience translates into his gameplay here, and maybe it was a good pickup for 1620.
Yeah, and especially, you know, obviously you touched on the fact that we see a lot of these players start to transition in towards Halo Infinite. Obviously, it's in its infancy right now, and there is a lot of these pathways for these teams to start making it big here in Halo, and it's always exciting to see these players be able to come from other games. Even, you know, one of his team members in Rice, the fact that he comes from Paladins and things like Valorant as well, being able to come into a different esport and really try and make your way here is always nice to see, especially if we're able to get them in towards the Super and give them a little bit of that extra competitive experience underneath their belt. But Hoots, this is going to be a tight one for me, I think. I think both these squads, in my eyes, are probably on the same kind of level, you know, kind of skill-wise, I think. And, you know, moving into this series, it's going to be all on the line, and it's really going to be a kind of question for me about who's going to be able to perform under the pressure, right? Because, albeit if you lose this series, you still have an extra life in that elimination bracket, but you really want to try and play for pool play here for these teams to get that extra bit against these top-tier teams in Australia.
So you're saying you can't split them, so you're guaranteeing us another Game 5? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Oh,
That's
here we go.
That's the first we have today.
Yeah, okay, so I guess it's just a flip of the coin, and we've just got to figure out who's going to come on the right side of that 50-49 final team Slayer.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how things have gone the last 2 series we've had. So you're right, it's a hard group to split with. You know, these guys, as we said before, they're names that we have been quite familiar with. So, you know, they're pretty familiar with the game, pretty familiar with each other as well, right? I mean, we said Rice has played on this team before for quite a while, and now he's up against them. So he'll know a little bit about some of the things that some of those players are going to be doing. But yeah, it's an exciting one to watch, and again, probably a flip of the coin.
Yeah, and we have a look at the maps that we've got here for our winners semi-final. We've got another Recharge Strongholds here, and we're going to end it out on Streets one more time for us here, Justin. And I'm just excited to see how these teams do play out some of these maps, right? Obviously, we talked about the way that you have a lot of these power-up controls, especially on a map like Recharge, even towards Livefire, right? Like, we've seen a lot of these teams coming off the rip about whether or not you have those kind of sniper specialists that really want to try and make that play, or whether whether or not it's more a kind of scenario where you see teams put a little bit more emphasis on things like, even the overshoot or the camo or the mangler, on these kind of maps.
Yeah, in a competitive setting, we already saw in the last series had a couple of players trying to utilize the sniper rifle in ways that they probably shouldn't have been, and probably needing to have their BRs out in those circumstances, and translating into losing gunfights that they shouldn't have lost. And sometimes it is better to go for those more dependable weapons. For instance, the mangler is just so strong, and you've got to abuse it while you still got it. It's easy to use it, spawns up all the times, and sometimes prioritizing that over other things on the map can translate into wins.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see, especially as we start to deep dive into Recharge right now, about who's really going to start to prioritize things like the shock rifle. The grapple and the shock rifle to me have been a pretty powerful combination. But let's see how it does pan out, ladies and gentlemen. This best of 5 is underway. Recharge Strongholds is the map we're going to be jumping in with Hoots and SSJ for.
Justin, I'm letting you take it. I thought you wanted it.
Oh, I always want it. You know me. But launching into this next one, and it looks like everyone on the side of 1620 Kins rocking those beautiful new optic skins. Respect for that. But we are on board with Ryu from Deathruptor fans, getting taken down, called out from multiple angles here. Apollo smelling the blood in the water, only able to get the trade there. He goes down. That B Stronghold, it's so weird to see that it's white.
Yeah.
Hasn't even been touched yet. It's throwing me off a little bit. But we do have Tech with that sword up in the A Stronghold now, holding things down for his squad. Ooh, nice cheeky little shots down there, taking that player out, and almost a triple cap in favor of 1620 Kings off the rip.
Yeah, very nice work at the start here from Tech. I really like the predictive nades there, picking it up on Junior, as well as just, the Mad Russian. They did almost have a triple cap, as you said. We're seeing, it looks like that shock rifle's being used by Rice there to great effect. And he's got the camo as well, so putting shots down across on long haul. Yeah, he's going to be able to call out that we got Ryu pushing up. And the difference of pixels missing that headshot there, I think, Justin. But providing some great cover fire, the call outs, the intel he's sending through. And this 1620 Kings have a great setup here, holding this A and B. And I love the little bait and switch that he has there with, I think that's just tough in front of him, working on that long haul. And we have got here, it looks like a bit of a push from Deathruptor fans through onto this A side, but that's going to get shut down very quickly. Tech having that sword in his back pocket, Justin, in that close quarters is going to do a lot of damage for any chance of them being able to take this A side.
Yeah, and I love the discipline with that sword too. He saw that Junior was one shot and he's like, no, I'm going to put it away. BR is the better weapon for this situation. The cleanup came through before he got the kill, but it's showing that he is thinking about everything that he's doing and the discipline and paying off for him. Now on board with Junior, one of the best players in the region, and nice. As I say that, luckily he won that fight, taking that play down. He does get cleaned up by Tough, though, and already 80 points on the board in favor of 1620 Kings right now. Deathruptor fans struggling a little bit. Noble with 0 kills on the board, and Junior, one of the best players in the region. He's on a breadstick at the moment, so Deathruptor fans struggling a little bit out of the gate, Hoots.
They've just got a beautiful setup right now, the 1620 Kings. They've got 2 guys sort of sitting down around Generator, and then you've got one guy, one or two guys up on the A catwalk. So they've just got that B and A side locked down really strong. And look at the bait and switch there as well. We finally look like we're going to have Deathruptor fans. Well, they were looking to capture B. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it. B coming back now, but look at that. As soon as they get A, they're straight back in there, the 1620 Kings, trying to put a pause on that. So they've done a great job now switching out to this B and C stronghold. And with this sword, they're in a position potentially to even take A, Justin, if Tech can stay alive and do a bit of work.
Yeah, great utilization of his movement there. Not able to stay alive in the end, but he milked his life as much as he could. Samuel copping a grenade going down. Junior getting the better of him in this situation. And Deathruptor fans finally getting some points onto the board. Quite a big run from 1620 Kings. They must be sitting pretty right now with that 100-point difference currently. Rice with that mangler. The sword comes in. Ryu goes, hang on, mate. Slice and dice time. Takes him down.
Yeah, fantastic work there with the mangler, and look, grenades just exploding everywhere around Ryu. He's taken down. 1620 Kings just doing a great job of at least trying to keep them on their toes, the Deathruptor fans, but they are getting a little bit of a score here. 21 points, although this B side is soon to get captured. You can see here Apollo calling it out there. I think it's going to be pretty obvious there's someone in the B side, given it's getting captured. Probably don't need to hit the ping button on that one, but Tex just, he's pinging around there, trying to just poke around and stop any kind of push there with that shock rifle. Great follow-up there. Hits the body shot, gets the assist, and then another one straight away, just involved in 2 really crucial kills here. That C site now is going to be open for the picking if they want to move in, but it does look like we are having a push into A, I think, from Samuel. So he's pushing in to grab that A junior just below Tech right now. I don't think he knows he's there, and he is going to have Ryu in this top gold as well, but providing a bit of cover fire, looking over at that A side. Unfortunately, Sam's dropped, and that should go back in the hands of Deathruptor fans, but you know, they're still racking up score. They actually managed to re-secure that A side, so Deathruptor fans not being able to capitalize too much. They do have a camo now in the hands of Apollo. He's got the shock rifle. He's going to need to make a move with this combo at some point because this is starting to get out of hand pretty quickly, Justin.
It is, and able to get the double beat down there to reset the hill, stopping that one. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to stay alive in that situation, but he did milk that as much as he could. Now 1620 Kings, tough with that shock rifle, sneaking away with his life there. And he's got plenty of ammo as well, Hoots. He can do a lot of damage with this weapon, and they're racking up points in the board. They got all the time in the world. Deathruptor fans need to come to them. 1620 Kings with the power weapons currently, and it's their game to lose currently.
Yeah, absolutely. They have Deathruptor fans are getting some solid pushes together now, and I think it was just at the start they just couldn't really get a read on the game at all, and they were pinned back in long haul, and C was the only thing they could really even make an attempt at holding, which they did. But with A and B being held by 1620 Kings, I love this move from Tuffy. Great movement, pushing into C as well. They are 2 down, the Deathruptor fans, so they're going to be in a position to try and cap this C site. We do have a spawn here at long haul. Bit of a predictive nade. Unfortunately, Apollo is up on that sneaky ledge instead, and you can see just even the distraction that Tuff was causing there, causing the 1620, the Deathruptor fans to push him hard on C, and they were 3 down momentarily there. So 3 down for both. Bit of carnage going on. We've got a body hanging in the ceiling. It's all happening, Justin. It's getting pretty freaky.
that was very spooky. It's not Halloween, is it? I mean, we're from Australia, so hopefully some Americans can correct us on that. Halloween's in October, right? Anyway, back to the broadcast. 100 points-ish the difference right now, Hoots. And Deathruptor fans, I feel like they're just a little bit sloppy out of the gate, right? I think that they're struggling a little bit, but they've got it in them to bring it back, bust off some of that rust and get ready, because 1620 Kings is just taking them apart right now, and they're ready for this next camo. They're set up for it. Deathruptor fans trying to get that camo, so they're trying to be disciplined, but 1620 Kings, things just keep falling in their laps, luck on their side.
Yeah, Samuel's got the sword in this A side, which is where you can be super effective with it, given how close quarters it is. A lot of areas to drop down onto that lift and then back up, really just run around, snake around the pillars and being able to pick up some easy kills. But A and B in the hand of 1620 Kings. It was almost a triple cap for a moment there, but Deathruptor fans managed to secure that C side. Samuel's just happy sitting here, bobbing up and down, holding on to this A side because, you know, they're up by about 100 points now, and they've really got them pinched, the Deathruptor fans. They're going to have to make a push through either long haul or bottom mid, and Samuel's starting to move out now. I think he's got the call up. Unfortunately, he isn't using that that grapple shot as effectively as possible, but Junior here trying to just make some kind of a stop to the A side. Let's see if he can win this one. Great win there. So, look, he's cleaned him out, gets shots on Tech, should be able to be cleaned up, hopefully, and then he can make a move on at least one of these A or B sides. Take your pick, really. A's taken, so B he moves across to. They can finally start scoring, but that was a big run, Justin, for 1620 Kings.
Yeah, big run, and Deathruptor fans, I mean, they've got 7 minutes on the clock, so they've got time on their side, but only if they can keep pressure onto 1620 Kings and not allow them to go on any more big runs. Like, Deathruptor fans, they've got to make sure they play perfect Halo from now on. Junior coming in with the sword, not able to find some plays, gets a nice clean up in there. Killing spree for him. Doubles there as well, double kill. And now they're starting to put some points on the board. They're about to tick over into Trip Dig territory and putting some pressure on the 1620 Kings.
Yeah, there were 3 down for 1620 Kings there. Junior's the leading Slayer on the map, so he's, you know, putting all that experience of his to good use, but I love Ace hiding in this corner here. He's going to be able to move in. Unfortunately, slides and gets back whacked. That kills you, and the teabags there as well. That's crushing for him. I mean, look, they're 2 down for 1620 Kings, so he was causing some kind of a distraction, but he just picked the wrong target there. I think he put a slide in when he shouldn't have done it and just couldn't get the lunge. Really unfortunate there. 1620 Kings end up taking that A side, although Deathruptor fans are starting to move in and get a cap on that, but 1620 Kings still scoring just while they have some kind of this control here. And we do have Noble, who, look, he's probably been the one who's struggled the most so far. Unfortunately, he can't get that kill on Rice. He does get the assist there, but with that shock rifle, not able to put it to any real decent use. And look, he's probably the one standing out right now who needs to try and lift. He does have 7 assists, but the 5 and 17, he's just not on the map long enough to be able to impact and help his team capture some of these sites so they can be scoring.
No, now Apollo with that sword too, he can hold down A all on his own, twitching around, trying to find some victims, and Deathruptor fans doing really well to just hold things down. Someone in the commander's chair went, boys, we need to slow things down. Perfect from Apollo, killing spree for him, really stringing things together. He can hold A all day and night with that sword. Opting to rotate through to help out his teammates. Comes in with a pounce. Oh, we almost saw Duel of the Fates, but he couldn't get the draw quick enough going down into the Sarlacc pit for him. Triple Cat Carmen for 1620 Kings. Deathruptor fans in a lot of trouble, Hoods.
Yeah, they've actually managed to put a stop to it though, and they're putting in a bit of a fight with this A side, although it looks like it is going to fall. So 16-26 starting to score again. Deathruptor fans did do a good job of bringing that deficit back a little bit, brought it back to about 35 points, but now whilst 16-20 Kings are scoring and they're about to hit that 200 mark, you do start to panic a little bit, hoping that you can get in, just try and stop them from holding the majority of strongholds here. But Junior, he's still trying his best. You know, he's no longer the lead Slayer. Apollo's taken over that role, and that's probably one of the reasons why we have seen Deathruptor fans be able to get back into this game. But unfortunately, time is starting to tick now. Only about 30 seconds left. We are seeing a B cap here coming through for Deathruptor fans, so they will put a stop to the scoring momentarily as they do cap that B side. Although look at the chaos happening down here. Junior, nice time to drop down, picks up the double, and he's just going to keep making sure that this B side is held. But look, they probably got sucked up a bit too much around that B side, Justin. They had about 3 of them, and they've left C completely unattended. But the rotation through to A is good. They've gone through there. They might be able to take it, but in the meantime, B being captured by the 16-20 Kings. They're just sort of being caught unawares on a lot of the rotations here.
Yeah, they are. Junior had a great life then Hoots. He couldn't stay alive the whole time. He does end up Noble getting the trade there. Back on board with Junior. He's already broken the 20 kill mark, but it can't all be down to him. He clears it out and gets the zone secured, trying to scoop up that sword while he was there. But he does go down. Apollo losing a 1v1. Samuel, the 17th, coming in with the double kill, clearing that one out. Aerial denial grenades come in, wanting to get his shields back. He wants to get up there. You can tell he's twitching. He's like, let me at him, let me at him. But smart enough to know he shouldn't challenge no shields, but he gets called out and he's taken down. Ryu now from Deathruptor fans scoreline 219 to 187 with Deathruptor fans putting some points onto the board. 16-20 Kings, they had a very sizable lead, and that's just starting to eke away one grain of sand at a time, and only roughly about 15 points the difference right now. Deathruptor fans just playing patient Halo currently, and it's paying off for them. 16-20 Kings, I reckon they're got to be feeling some pressure, right, Hoots?
Absolutely. Ryu's playing this absolutely perfectly. Massive double. He's got a great angle across on the B side, which seems like, as we can see on the heads-up display here, he's clearly the most contested. A lot of players hanging around that B side, but he's just helped his team be able to secure it. It looks like we're going to get a reset here from Apollo, and they've now taken the lead, so they only have about 25 seconds left. B side is being contested again, so this is where all the focus is. It looks like 16-20 Kings have been able to secure it, so they're going to start scoring again now. But just as we say, that C getting taken, and we do have a camo in the hands of Tough. So Deathruptor fans trying to get that C down. I think it's probably been stopped, and we just need someone to come in from 16-20 Kings and reset it so they can start scoring again. But right now, we do have a triple cap out of nowhere, it seems, very temporarily, as A is secured for the 16-20 Kings. Time is really becoming a factor now. Deathruptor fans locking down this C, but they need to move into A or B and try and get something quickly, because only 10 seconds to go, Justin. It looks like 16-20 Kings is going to take this one out.
Yeah, 16-20 Kings in a very strong position right now. Only a few ticks to go, and Tough just being such a nuisance, denying all routes to that B stronghold. And look at that, 16-20 Kings. They take map number 1, and a lot of kills that game and a lot of assists. Just both of them beating each other up, racking up plenty for the old stat line.
Yeah, I saw the optic skins there looking very slick as well. They've clearly just jumped in the store and grabbed them while they can. But yeah, it was a really topsy-turvy game. It looked like 16-20 Kings were all over them at the start. I think they raced away to about a 70-80 to nothing lead. But then, you know, great work from the Deathruptor fans to bring that back. Constant ebb and flowing where the 16-20 Kings were pulling out a lead and Deathruptor fans were bringing it back. But it was just those final closing moments where they almost had a triple cap going. And when you do see that third site start to tick over as blue, when you're a Deathruptor fans player, you know, you can really start to panic and you lose your head a little bit, not sure which side to go to try and contest, and you end up splitting as teams, and then you're just easy to be picked off. So yeah, those final moments there was just cool heads prevailed, I think, for the 16-20 Kings.
Yeah, and highlighting Rice here, 13 and 18, but 11 assists. So just putting damage down on the map for his team, and it is an objective game, and they got there in the end. And a couple of picks here and there just makes all the difference. And sometimes you just got to get in and get the dirty work, like Rice was doing there for his squad. And Polo, he put up big numbers that game. He was one of the players that went hit the old 20 bomb.
Yeah, and Junior as well was one of the lead slayers too, so he was putting in some pretty decent work for the Deathruptor fans as well. It's, you know, from a point of slaying, I think the teams were pretty even, and that's probably reflective of the scores in the end as well. Only about a 26-point differential in the end, but I mean, look at the scores here right now, 90 to 180. So 16-20 Kings were doubling them. That was an unfortunate moment there for Junior with the sword, and then he copped a bit of disrespect afterwards. But you know, those little moments are the ones when you have a game this close that can be the difference between winning and losing. And, you know, the good players are able to at least acknowledge those moments and then move on from them pretty quickly. But I don't know, Justin, if you're a player like me, that kind of stuff, that sits with me for quite a while.
Yeah, you know, like it'll be 3 years later, you'll be standing in the shower, lamenting all your mistakes, and think about a play that you fumbled in a game of Halo. Sometimes things just stick with you. Oh, and look at those optic skins. They are so damn sexy that I'm going to go to the tattoo parlor and just straight onto my skin with that one. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was, you're right, the sitting in the shower moment. It's a bit like a Casino Royale, sitting on the floor in a suit, just crying and getting drenched. It's, it can
great movie, by the way.
Yeah, great movie. But look, we do move now onto, what are we moving on to next, Justin? I think we're on to Street Slayer. So, you know, keep an eye on Junior and Apollo, as we mentioned before, the two lead slayers in that game. Interesting to see what they can put up in this one. But look, 16-20 Kings, to be honest, even though the score was really close, they did impress me. They were able to put together those really strong periods of field time when they dominated. They were dominating pretty hard, and it was mainly just on Deathruptor fans to try and scrap time where they could. So they did seem to control that for the majority. And look, Rice is an interesting one to watch. I find him a very interesting player. He takes some interesting routes a lot of the time through the game, and he's got that Twitch KBM sort of setup that we love watching. He's a great player to watch.
Yeah, and what's great about Infinite with all of these new players coming through is that after you've watched a few of these players play for a long time, you know what they're going to do. Even the players playing each other, and it's like, I know Madsy's going to take this route off the rip, or it's like, I know, you know, where, you know, this player wants to run their flag and all that kind of thing. And when you have a whole mix of brand new players to the scene and Halo in general, it makes for some interesting gameplay, and really shows who's on top and ready for any situation that comes at them.
Yeah, absolutely. We are just waiting for one of the players to rejoin. We've just had a slight dropout, so we will be getting started soon. But Justin, next week we're up in Sydney for the Super. Yep. First time us as casters have all been able to get together, which is kind of crazy given we've been doing this for a fair few months now. It should be a fantastic weekend, and I don't know, it's going to be a bit weird actually sitting next to you and being able to cast.
Mate, I am so looking forward to it. Just getting in with all the guys and the gals, and that's what it's all about, those live events. You know, you just live for them. You know, that all I've been able to do is see the sweat on our faces through this, and we'll get to, you know, smell that stink in person. It's going to be fantastic.
Oh man, I don't want to go anymore if that's going to be the case. That sounds grim.
It'll be right. Sydney ain't that bad.
But it just also makes you, I think it makes you realize that whilst we're going to be there in person, obviously it's going to be an online tournament. We're not going to have the players actually there in the room, and so that just then gets you even more excited for the event that we've got in early September, I believe, when we have the regional here in Melbourne, our home city, Justin. And that's going to be something different as well, because one of the things that I guess you don't get from these online tournaments is you don't get the trash talk and you don't get the player comms, and those two things that we'll probably be able to get when we are in Melbourne for the regional at DreamHack, and that's just going to be fantastic to hear as well. That's what gets people coming to tournaments and constantly playing, is that connection with each other, the trash talk, the catching up with people who you typically have been playing online with for years who you might never have met. those kind of things have really been missing due to COVID. And so to be able to get back to that in September is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, it's what it's all about, in my opinion. Get together with your mates, your colleagues, your competitors, and showing what you've got in a high-stress environment. I'm certainly looking forward to the Super and then the LAN later on in the year. But we are launching into this next one, a Slayer on Aquarius, I believe. So we're just loading into the game after a little technical difficulty. Apologies for that. At the mercy of the game, but we are launching into it, and that game was very back and forth, and I feel like Deathruptor fans, they're going to come out of this one angry, particularly Junior. You don't want to poke the bear.
No, you don't at all. And Junior, someone who we have said before, I think he unfortunately wasn't able to attend the opening major in Raleigh due to some other real life commitments, but he's keen to get back involved in the scene, and he's been performing on a lot of top teams in the last couple of months. So interesting that he is on this team right now. I think we've seen him jump around quite a bit, but hopefully he can find a team just to hold on to and be able to really gel with them and start to progress further up the ladder, because that's where he does belong. He's been a top player for a long time, and he definitely has the pedigree to perform at the top level.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you get older, as an older competitor, you have different responsibilities that come your way, and you've got to reshuffle your life and how things going. And that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But now I'm board with Ryu, 4-4 the scoreline currently. Apollo on 0 up in the kill feed, but it is very early on. He's like, excuse me, Samuel, sit down, son. Puts him down, and those area denial grenades are going through. A little bit of passive income damage onto his teammate. Heat Waves there, doesn't connect on the shot, unable to get the cleanup. A nice double kill from Tough there with that camo, which is going to dissipate the moment I highlight it. Junior with that sidekick pistol, desperately trying to stay alive. He goes down, and the bait and switch comes in, and Tough gets away with his life, Hoots.
Tough's done a great job of staying alive here with that heat wave. I love that final peak shot there to secure that kill. And so they've jumped out to a 2-kill lead at the start now, 10-8 for the 16-20 Kings. And look, he's just going to catch another one completely unawares. Finishes off with the headshot with the heat wave, effectively just clipping the top of his head as he was dropping away. But he's staying alive really well here, Tough. He's only died once. He's 5-1. And he's pushing in on Apollo here with this heat wave, getting up nice, close and personal, gets the trade. That's a really good opening start from Tough.
Yeah, and lots of kills and applying pressure to those spawners. And as you say that, he survived long enough for that next camo to just about pop. Tech goes down bottom mid, and Samuel, my son, has managed to sneak that one away. And 17-11 currently, 16-20 Kings coming hot out of the gate as well, Hoots. And Deathruptor fans are falling a little bit flat.
Yeah, they have. This camo in the hands of Samuel. He's run straight into two. He's just absolutely deleted from the map. That's how you get a camo away. So unfortunately not able to extend on that one kill he has to start off this game. But geez, look at those dynamo grenades just thrown there. Look at the damage they're doing, picking up effectively a double kill there, getting the assist as well. They're just so effective, and great work by Noble there, throwing them down. And putting the shots in to secure those 2 kills goes a long way, especially when his team was down by quite a bit, being able to bring that back. But love that out BR then from Tough. He's started this one really hot, Justin.
He has, and scoreline
8 or 9.
It's 8. It's glitching out a little bit on my screen too. I thought it was a 3 for a second there, but it is 8-3 currently, which is what you want to be doing in a Slayer situation. But still, only 3 kills the difference early on in this game. Apollo getting a cheeky little clean up there, taking out Rice. And now rotating through the map, and no team dominating the other just yet. And they're kind of trading power weapons and power ups currently. One player gets taken down. Here comes the collapse, Hoots. One player comes down to destroy Apollo. He's back in the respawn screen. You've got Samuel, the 17th, taking down a Junior there, grabbing himself another kill. A thrust into another, not able to get the trade, and Strafe Noble getting a tasty little double kill.
Yeah, Noble's really he had a bit of a rough game in the last one, but he's definitely performing well. He's got 8 kills and 5 assists as well, so doing a lot to help his teammate out. We're kind of racing through this game right now. We're almost at the halfway point, and we've only been playing for a couple of minutes. I don't think we've really seen an Aquarius Slayer go this quickly. This is particularly given that most of the Slayers we have had so far have been really slow-paced people you know, stopping a bit of a standoff. But this one's just been balls to the wall from the get-go. Samuel staying alive in this corner, letting his shields recharge, which they do. Unfortunately, can't take out Apollo, but Apollo, good work there, chasing up that kill. Ryu's out to 10 kills and 5 deaths, so we are seeing Deathruptor fans starting to take a little bit of a lead here now. Nice double there with the assists coming through from the heat wave above him. And that's 3 down for 1620 Kings, Justin. They've really turned it on, the Deathruptor fans.
Yeah, Apollo, a neg 1 right now, but he's just warmed up. You can tell he's just getting started. And those passive income grenades come out, and Noble pushing in with that camo, finding that last player.
Great.
Rice trying to stay alive, killing spree for Apollo. Some shots across map, pushing those players back, instantly helping out his teammate, and now he's got flashing shields. Will he peek again? He does. It's just a sneaky little look. He's just like, just one peek, looking out over the edge there, one shot.
Yeah, it's well, they are starting to race out now. 7-kill lead. Apollo just staying alive. I'm pretty sure he hasn't lagged out. No, he's back. He's just waiting for the shields to come back.
He's scratching his nose. That's what he was doing.
Minor panic there, but we're all good. Maybe just replacing the controller batteries. But the bait and switch that we did see back then from Apollo was just fantastic. Like, you know, they're working in 2 super well. Unfortunately, tough missing the melee there. And we are seeing Deathruptor fans start to skip away quite a bit now, out to a, let me do the quick math, that's an 12 kill, oh God, 9 kill gap. Oh, I can't even add, 8 kill gap, sorry. Just trying to do
You got there.
It's not easy, but look, we've seen Tech, specifically for 1620 Kings, really been taken out of the equation in this game. He was a dominant Slayer in that previous game on Strongholds, and unfortunately only 4 kills right now and 10 deaths, 0 assists, so they've done a really good job of neutralizing him. As I say, that Deathruptor fans 3 down briefly, so 1620 Kings trying to make some inroads into this lead, but the pace is still just so frenetic that they're not really able to play this on their own terms at all. I think they're just being caught off guard constantly.
Yeah, it is very scrappy right now. 7 points to difference in favor of Deathruptor fans not wanting to get out of the tournament just yet, and that camo has popped up there, Hoots. So both of these teams might want to turn their attention to do it. I think Tough wants to get up there, but he keeps tripping on the ledge a little bit. Here comes Noble with a nice clean up there, and he gets rewarded with that camo, slamming it onto his chest, and now he's invisible. They can't even see him, John Cena, moving around the map.
Yeah, I mean, look, Deathruptor fans trying their best to make sure we still don't have a 3-0 series, and they're well on the way to doing that. Only 8 kills now required. Noble with this camo and the heat wave as well, so this can be a pretty big comment. He's probably should put on the vertical for these shots here. Rice is going to cop it. Rice actually spots him, and they take him down.
Oh, yeah.
Missed melee.
That's unfortunate.
Didn't have the heat wave on the right setting. That's a bit dangerous there, and so
He'll be thinking about that in the shower later
Hopefully
on.
that isn't a missed opportunity there and something that comes back to bite them on the arse. It is a 6-kill gap right now, so they're bringing it back a little bit, but they can't afford any more trades. 1620 Kings, they are pushing really hard up on this P side here, and Apollo taken down as well. So we're down to a 5-kill gap now, so things starting to get a little bit nerve-wracking potentially for Deathruptor fans. We're on board with Samuel. He's got 7 kills. And he is just hanging out on the flag here. I like this flank coming through, although he does run into Apollo. Backs down, very smart, knows that he can't give up any more deaths, and he's willing to sit back and let those shields recharge, wait for the team help to come in. And shots across at Junior, but working with Tough here, although Tough sort of getting in his way a bit. Might have copped a team shot or two, and he's taken down. This heat wave's proving a massive factor, Justin.
It is, and look at that, Ryu coming in with a double kill. They had the teamwork, they had it right there, but it's just a little bit of a fumble in their execution, and that's translated into Deathruptor fans racking up even more kills. 49 to 40. Deathruptor fans, they only need 1 more to secure this first map. 2 more shots with that heat wave, make that 1, and he's throwing out grenades like he's got unlimited of them, and he gets a cheeky little stick around the corner. Must have just like bounced and landed on his ankle like it was Achilles.
Yeah, look, so we go 1-1 in the series. It was a bit of it was a really consistent performance from the Deathruptor fans on that one. Pretty even kills across the board. 1620 Kings just couldn't really get much momentum. We said in particular, Tech seemed to struggle a little bit compared to being one of the lead slayers in the last game. So, you know, when you have one of those players who drops and isn't performing to the level that the team might typically expect, then you can get results like that, Justin. And yeah, that's got to be pretty concerning. That was a pretty dominant performance in the end, 50-41 for a Slayer.
Yeah, it was, and you know, you got to feel for the boys in 1620 Kings, but I mean that's just what happens. You poke the bear on the Deathruptor fans, and they can turn up when it's needed, and it's back and forth. And dare I say, another game 5 on the way.
Oh, yeah, well, my tummy's just starting to rumbling because it's about dinner time, but I think we're going to go the distance.
You know what I want for dinner, Hoots?
A
game 5!
Yeah,
that's right.
So, yeah, look, it's been the way so far, and we've said it before, but that's what's great about having these teams that are all on a pretty even playing field, is that we're going to get these really even series. We're not going to have these dominating, 3-0s of a team like the Chiefs coming up against a relatively new team. We've got all these teams who've been probably changing their rosters quite a bit, trying to gel, but, this is what we're seeing, and it's fantastic. It makes it interesting. We're not getting whitewashes because, to be honest, they're kind of boring to watch.
Yeah, no one likes a 3-0 whitewash. We want game 5s every single time. Particularly when they're scrappy and exciting. And all the highlight clips from here, you can see that both teams have got players that can turn it up when they need to. And it just so happens that Deathruptor fans got the better of them in that game. But it's now 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, exactly. So we move now on to CTF Bazaar, which is a game type we have spoken about quite a bit, Dustin. And, I think one thing we're going to have to see is Tech get that level of slaying back up to what it was in the first objective game. We've said, you need to be slaying multiple times on CTF Bazaar for any chance of getting a successful flag pull. We did see it, I think it was 2 series ago, that when we were commentating, but those constant slays need to happen because teams can just spawn down in the sewers and they can get straight across to your base when you're trying to bring the flag back there and get an easy pull and stop that easy cap. So teams have got to be conscious of that, making sure you're pulling flags at the right time, because I reckon, to be honest, the majority, we probably see about 10% of flag caps actually being successful on this map.
It is really tough, isn't it? Like, you just need to slay out so hard, or have your bodyguards escort you back to the other side of the map. Like, it's not like midship or something like that where you get a couple of picks and you can basically get that flag all the way across the map before you're even spawning up. You really need to take your time and make sure that you're getting your picks and then applying pressure to those spawners at the same time. Samuel going down, and looks like Deathruptor fans are sneaking out that overshield and the rockets. That's a great start from them, and Noble putting some shots across the map there and jumping off to challenge the player hiding in the corner there. He's sniffing him out. There he is. Gets the beat down, double beat down. That's the overshield all gone, and the cleanup grenades have come in, and it's good to get that overshield player down into the respawn screen, Hoots.
Yeah, that's smart. If you put all that effort into getting that overshield, you may as well finish him off. He is one shot. Tough here with the rockets. Probably a bit too far of a distance, although Noble's probably going to cop this one and get dropped. So nice one using the back of that wall there for the splash damage. Now he's going straight in for the attempted at a cap, because they are 3 down, Deathruptor fans, right now. You want to have 16-20 Kings starting to push back into the middle of the map now, because we see on the screen here, we have 2 players running straight down through the sewer. As we mentioned, they're going to be there to try and stop some kind of cap here. But I think we're going to have Tech dropped. So he managed to maybe actually get a trade, I think, because we're going to have the flag just go in. Yeah, he manages. So there must have been a trade or two there that happened. And so they managed to get that flag. And I said at the start, we only see about 10% of flags successfully capped. We've had 1 attempt and it goes straight through.
Yeah, 100% success rate so far, but it was all down to, you could see that the spawners were running through the sewers to stop that flag cap, but they knew that they were coming, so they were able to allocate some resources to holding those guys back, and then he had a clear run to put that flag in and get them onto the board. Junior throwing out some grenades. He hasn't really got a lot of help right now. He's kind of shopping on his own. He needs someone to push around the trolley for him, pick up some vegetables, and Junior changing positions instantly with that grapple. And he hasn't really seen a lot on the map, Junior. He's in the middle of the map, and everybody's just having fun elsewhere.
Yeah, no, and they managed to secure this OS here, Ryu, so pretty uncontested and quite surprising that 16-20 Kings enabled him to get it so easily. He's been able to put it in, take a few shots as well, but that's gone.
No. I didn't even know he was there, Hoots. That's how...
I didn't see it.
I didn't
got
see
the
it.
heads up. Was that legit?
Wow.
Yeah, so Rye's just been a real slippery pickle there, managing to stop that OS having any impact on the map whatsoever. He's going to get the flag return as well, so... Jeez, that's got to hurt if you're a Deathruptor fan.
Oh, a little shake of the head. He's like, not today, boys. Rice knowing full well that he outsmarted his opponents there. Still only 1 flag on the board. Not a lot happening. It's been a little bit slower, hasn't it? It's just basically been Rice embarrassing the Overshield player, and that's about it.
And a successful flag cap off the front. We do have rockets coming down now in about a second, so they're going to be picked up by Samuel. I think. Oh no, sorry, I say that, and Junior just right up in his face stops him from having any play on the rockets, and we should, I think, have those rockets now in the hands of Apollo. So Apollo is able to get them. And I'm just trying to find where the 16-20 guys are actually spawning. It looks like they are back there. Like, nice use of the rockets there. Manages to pick up a double from the grave in the pass. So great
that's
work.
3 dead.
Yep, 3 dead. So very momentarily, but we do have Junior now starting to push in, trying to at least get some, to try and pick up some of the momentum gained from those rocket kills. But geez, look, he put some shots down on the sewer and he's attacked straight away. 30 seconds till this OS pops. Junior's having a pretty hard time of getting a clean run.
Yeah, he just moved out of that spawn too, Hoots. Like he was standing in that spawn and he moved down in the front of the courtyard there, and then the player just spawns up straight up behind him. A really unfortunate timing. Now Rice trying to get this player Noble in a little bit of trouble. Rice going in to get the cleanup, and he does manage to get it. Flicks around instantly with our mouse and key, and moving out through the maps. Through the double doors, some explosions like he's in a Transformers movie, but he does go down tough. Now with that Bulldog, the OS is up too. Will Junior get the better of him? He does. And not sure what's happening with that OS. I think, did someone grapple that away, Hoots?
It's gone. Yeah, I think...
oh no, Ryu's got it.
Yeah, he had it. Yeah, so he managed to grapple it and put it straight in. Just a sliver of it left. It's pretty much gone now, but yeah, good job of getting that. I thought Junior was in a really strong position to grab that, but Ryu said, I'll just take it from a distance. It's a lot easier if it's probably in my hands rather than you, because you are still pretty prone and you need to put it in. It takes a little bit of time. But Ryu just holding down this bar control area here. We just haven't really seen, you're right, Justin, we just haven't really seen any big moments since that first flag cap that have given either team a real chance at having a run at this.
No, and you know what, it could be the patience that Deathruptor fans have, cheeky little perfect shots there. And as we say that, Ryu's got a flag on the move, but Deathruptor fans are definitely been taking their time before pulling flags, not being too hasty. And maybe it's their playstyle, or maybe it's in fear of getting counter-capped on.
Yeah, you're right, and they are being, you see, they're being quite methodical in this attempt at a cap here, just hoping that they can get these slays done. I think they've actually managed to do it. I think there might be one 16-20 Kings player who, oh, sorry.
No.
The sneaky
They're double stacking it.
Yeah, the sneaks have just been...
Hit shots Apollo, double kill for Apollo.
Unfortunately, Rice comes in and he's going to get that return, so I thought Apollo had done enough there, but Rice, the sneaky beaver, just comes straight in and puts a stop to that. Jeez, they're getting close, Justin. They just can't put it in.
No, that's really unfortunate. And 16-20 Kings doing really well to just allocate all their resources. Like, boys, we're all going to die anyway. Let's just get the return. Doesn't matter. We'll see them in the middle of the map off the respawn. Noble, he's been struggling to keep his shields going. He just keeps getting pushed back, and there he goes. Samuel, the 17th, showing he can shoot just as well as the 16th, putting him into the respawn screen. Now on board with Apollo. Will he find Samuel? He does. Another overshield has popped. And not a lot of flags on the move. Rice with that fresh overshield pushing in the players, and Apollo just down bottom mid. A lot of pressure getting applied to him, but he is doing well to respond and put shots down on any player that dare peek in.
Yeah, nice there. Apollo on tech there. OS though is in effect. Rice, he's taking that. So great team shot there. 2 down for 16-20 Kings, almost 3. Apollo, just great work of staying alive down around the fruit area there. And Junior, a massive out BR then on tough. So that's 3 down temporarily for 16-20 Kings. Junior actually scuffs the grapple shot a bit there, but we do have rockets in the hands of Noble. And not sure exactly
where'd that grenade come from.
I think it was a bank off the wall potentially. Players flying everywhere. I think there's still a rocket down there. So 3 dead, 4 Deathruptor fans momentarily. 16-20 Kings, they look like they were down and out for a little bit there, and we might be able to see a flag pull, but they've done well to regather it and get back into this. Apollo now jumping on top of the rockets here, all up on both sides. And yeah, it's been a really interesting one. There's those rockets, so they're taken down now. Rice is finished with all of them. He's gone. Apollo then coming in though with the nice cleanup. And it's just, it's hard to know where to look, Justin.
It is tough. As I say that, as tough goes down to the respawn screen.
Nice, I missed that, nice.
I hope people in the chat picked it up. I'm trying, okay, with my puns. It is very even currently. Both of them just going head to head, slaying each other, trade for trade. Not a lot of opportunities for running flags just yet. And it's just such a battle of attrition getting across this map into an opportunity to even pull that flag that it makes it tough. And, you know, we're only got 4 minutes left on the clock and we've only seen 1 flag go in, Hoots. And, you know, if you're Deathruptor fans, that pressure of the clock running down, that's got to start ticking and getting a little bit frustrating, the pressure coming in.
Yeah, but if you're 16-20 Kings, one flag is nowhere... Nice double kill from Junior there. One flag is nowhere near enough. You need to be at least getting that second one in, because I can't think of how many times we've watched these games where you're up by one flag and in the final 10 seconds, your opponent goes for the Hail Mary run and ends up putting in one and tying it up, and we have to go through overtime and then end up replaying the whole map again, and no one wants that. We want to get a result out of this. So, you know, 16-20 Kings by no means can go on defensive. There's still, yeah, like you said, about 4 minutes left. They need to push through and try and get another flag here. We see most of them over on the bar here, I think, as we are having Apollo trying to make a little play on this flag. He is going to run it, and he runs it palm, so that's a smart move. Most of these opponents are on the other side. Tuff's running through the doubles here. Nice use of the thruster, and he's got a bit of help with Junior as well, so this could be a potential flag cap for Apollo, although he is met straight head-on from Samuel. And Samuel, great job of holding that. He actually took down Junior as well, so Samuel's going to single-handedly stop that cap, and that's 4 dead, 4 death wrap defense. So 16-20 Kings need to get across here, get into the base, and try and get some offense on these spawns here from the Death Raptor fans, and try and maybe cycle them once or twice through the respawn.
Just really unlucky from Apollo and Junior there. Like, they're trying to do the old buddy system, the old bait and switch, and they all just got outgunned in the way, which is unfortunate for them. And now we have Tech with those fresh rockets, and he smacks one into the player already, and he's got one more to play with. He does. He does. It's just kind of, that's what you need, like, you've got to do when you're the other player. You just go, give him a hug, shoot the rocket launcher off, we'll go down together and firing death. And now Samuel pushing over the other side of the map. Look at that super slide coming through. Shotty coming through like he's playing a game of Infection. And now the flag is on the move, and he's avoiding this player. Comes out with a Shotty, not able to get the trade. But 4 dead, and that flag can get on the move if they want to. And that overshield also about to pop. Is Tech just fumbled that, or is he sussing out players?
No, he's sussing out players. He's perfectly waiting there. He did see 2 players on his right-hand side. So smart move there. No point trying to run it bottom mid when you know you've got 2 guys in the lockers over there. But, you know, they need to be conscious that the flag doesn't return. At least just try and keep it alive, which he does, and tosses it down bottom mid. So he's pretty much said to the Death Wrap defense, you guys are going to have to go down there if you want to return it. Bit of a scut. Oh, those nades are terrible.
That's unfortunate.
I don't think he realized he was switching to a spike after that, and just wasn't working out for him. And that's going to go a long way probably into seeing Death Raptor fans return this flag, because I don't really think 16-20 Kings are going to make a play on this, as it is down in a pretty sketchy position here.
Yeah, sometimes you're better off just let them have it, just let them return, because you allocate those resources and you die, then they can push into your base and they can pull a flag, and the counter comes in. Double kill from Noble. Can't lock onto the triple, but he gets the assist anyway, so I'm going to pay it, Hoots. Now we have Apollo running straight through the front doors. No one there to stop him. It's been left open, and now he's moving into the treehouse area. He just moved across the map completely unchallenged. Good opportunity for Death Raptor fans to get a flag moving. Rice doing the best he can to deny that push, and Samuel being a little nuisance behind, but Apollo, just the jiggle peak is real, Hoots. He's just jiggle, shoot, jiggle, shoot, jiggle, shoot.
Yeah, so 45 seconds to go. A flag is out. Apollo is going to try and run this. We had 2 down momentarily for 16-20 Kings there. This is what I was talking about, Justin, when you sort of really need to do a Hail Mary run. You start to do it, and I think Tuff's the only one really in a position right now to try and stop this. I think he's in the palm, but he's had a pretty clear run at this. The Shotty coming in from Tuff, there he is, so he managed to put a stop to that, but he really needs his team to come in and help him. These nades are coming down, doing a lot of damage, and if this flag gets touched again, we might see Death Raptor fans able to actually put this in, because they're going to have another round of respawns coming through, but they're not making a play on it, Justin. They're
wow!
Get a touch. Jeez, you scared the hell out of me with that one. You literally had me jump in my seat. That went straight through the headphones, super fun. But they're going to put this in. 9 seconds to go, Justin. This is exactly what I said would happen.
Yeah, you predicted it very well. Apologies for the jump scare, by the way. I was just so impressed by Rice almost clutching that up. And we will be going into a sudden death. 1-1, the last 30 seconds. Death Raptor fans clenching the old butt cheeks and clutching up in this situation. Next flag cap wins. 5 minutes on the timer, which so far trends to 0 flag caps per 5 minutes. So
yeah, I know.
We'll probably run it down again, right?
Yeah, who knows? We could be replaying this very shortly if we don't get a result out of this. But OS, I think, would have been picked up then by Death Raptor fans. Looked like they had a pretty clear run at it. Rockets have gone down from Samuel. I don't know if he even managed to get one off, although 4 dead, 4 Death Raptor fans. So we get an OS in the hands of Tech. He's going to get that grapple shot and get up there. grab those rockets. So he actually does have 2 to play with, and an OS is a good combo. Nice clean up there with the BR, going straight in with the rockets. May as well just kill himself again. Love it. That's a double. And so we have 2 down, 4 Death Raptor fans. Apollo starting to push through to the rockets here, but tough here. Sort of hanging around top mid. Bit of a dangerous position, but I like the peak there, pushing Apollo back in. Who knows, Justin? Are we going to see them be... I was going to say we're going to see them be a bit more passive, but no, we've got 2 16-20 Kings players in the Death Raptor fans base right now, and Apollo's just copping a rage of hurt right now from Apollo. Apollo really aggressive. Samuel really aggressive. Picks up a nice double. 3 dead again. Junior seems to be pretty much the only one alive every time I look at the scoreboard for Death Raptor fans, but we do have a smart move here from Samuel, not pushing in yet, knowing that we actually have a flag out as well, which I didn't even realize. My apologies.
And it's in a very precarious situation.
Yeah.
If you're a Death Raptor fans currently, and Rice just trying to stay alive. Oh, he's so very close. And Junior there to stop that one. That was a critical kill. I think maybe Rice felt the pressure on that one and went, you know what, that's Junior. I'm not fighting that. And unfortunately not given the opportunity to win that 1v1. And now Junior, he's in a position to run a flag, Hoots.
Exactly. So he's going straight up the middle, which is, we haven't seen it too often. He gets a nice slide there off the jump, running it through, completely untouched right now as well. And you can see the support there hanging out in bottom middle for him to bring this. He literally has not been touched. He's running all the way through. We do have, I can't actually see anyone apart from, I think it's Tech running through the double doors. They're not going to be able to finish to him. And that's just a completely clean run, Justin. Runs straight through, puts the flag in. Easy as you like, game over. 16-20 Kings were leading that pretty much the entirety of the game. And then a final cap from the Death Raptor fans right at the end there to tie it up. And then Junior just waltzes straight through, making Bizarre CTF look absolutely easy.
Mate, you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me when you're playing matchmaking, your teammates are a peanut, a potato, and a guy with one thumb. And you're like, all right, I'll run the flag all on my own. And you just run it through. And it's like, see, that's how you play Halo. That's what Junior just did for his squad, securing that map. And now it's 2-1 in favor of Death Raptor fans.
Yeah, absolutely. So probably not what we thought we'd see after that first game on the Strongholds, but Death Raptor fans are really starting to find their groove. And looking at the stats here, we've got, just having a look now, the damage dealt is the one I often like to look at just to see how much shots people are putting out across the map. For Death Raptor fans, it was clearly Apollo there, 7,759, and then over on the other side, it was Rice putting up sort of similar numbers. But God, there were moments there where we didn't really have any big plays, but then when they did come, they came out of nowhere, and it was fully encapsulated by Junior's run at the end there to just go completely through untouched.
Yeah, it's so strange, right? You know, sometimes you can get caught up in how scrappy things are that maybe you don't utilize those opportunities that come your way. It's like, you know, but you can't be thinking of absolutely everything on the map. And I think Junior just saw his opportunity and just went, you know what? I'm running this flag. This is perfect, rather than just going, because sometimes you go, I need picks before I can run the flag. But Junior assessed the situation and went, nah, I'm running this flag, and it paid off big time.
Yeah. One thing that was of note in particular in that game was how just sneaky Rice can be when he wants. He had 2 or 3 back smacks throughout that game where it was just, couldn't even see him on our screen, and we can see everyone with the heads up display, but he was just hiding in these real sneaky corners. He took out an OS at one point, and then yeah, we did see this second flag went in, and that must have taken the wind out of 16-20 Kings sail really heavily. And unfortunately, when they came back for that overtime, Junior just waltzed straight through, and it was like they just pretty much rolled over and let him have it.
Yeah, and something that I noticed as well, and I was going to call it out in the commentary, was that there was a couple of 16-20 Kings players rotating through the sewers. They were on the red side of the map. They were almost there, and they diverted.
Yeah,
and I don't think that there was any other players keeping them back. They just, rather than going around that corner, they changed course. I don't know, you know, maybe my memory's deceiving me, but they had an opportunity to apply pressure to Junior as he was getting that flag in. It was just too little too late. But we are moving into another game, getting close to a game 5, Hoots.
I know, Oddball Li-Fi is the one we're on now, so like we said before, Death Raptor fans win this, they go through and they do something we haven't seen yet today, which is winning a game of a 4-game series, sorry, but 16-20 Kings obviously not wanting to allow that to happen. So we're going to have, off the rip here, a bit of a push. We do often see now that players don't go immediately bottom mid. It's let's just get some kind of control on the map. Let's get the snipe at least, and then we can go under. So we see there the wrapping around through sandbags and then straight down once the snipe's secured. And at the start here, we have 16-20 Kings looking to hold this over around the B side, it looks like. So the previous Oddball games we've seen, Justin, it's all been about the tower, but over here now, it's straight to B.
It is, and you can see Rice is just poised on the ledge there like he's Tommen from Game of Thrones, ready to go to play that ball, which he does, milking as much time as he can. 15 points on the board. Not a bad little start. It's always nice to have some in reserve, and that overshield's popped as well. Ryu getting a clean up already, applying pressure to that ball coming in, and now picking it up, getting some points for his squad. But look at those grenades come in, and Rice coming in for the cleanup, taking him out there, sending him to the respawn screen. As we say that, the Caster's Curse is real, and he goes down. It's just a rain of grenades there. Bolo tossing that. Did he just throw the sniper?
I'm not sure what he was doing there, but all I know is that Rice went massive down in those tunnels there, picking up a double. Samuel's starting to rotate again. We're seeing through to B, so that's where they want to hold it, it looks like. But Noble's going to be a good position here up in the nest, be able to put a few shots on, although I think we've managed to actually hide quite well here, Samuel. So hiding in that little tunnel thing there, and the ball ends up not actually getting play balled. So that's a bit of a mistake there from Samuel. Should have tossed that ball off the map. Instead, Deathruptor fans able to go in and pick it up. And with 2 down for 16-20 Kings, they should be able to get a bit of time here, provided I think Rice, who's pushing, who's pushing in, gets dropped. Although Tech goes massive there, manages to pick up a kill when I thought he should have been dropped pretty early on in the piece. And just like that, look at the complete flip. 16-20 Kings, when it looked like they didn't have a chance of putting much of an impact on that setup there, they just come in and roll them straight away and take control.
They did, and they just like bum rush Junior there, just multiple players to clear him out. And you know, Apollo was already down, and Junior was the last man standing, trying to hold those players back. Now Samuel with that overshield, able to just one-man army through, and Apollo trying to get away with his life, and he's just giving him the dipsy doodle, getting away there. And Samuel has gone, oh, you know what, Apollo, I'll see you later. I'm just going to get out of there.
God, 16-20 Kings have been like 2 down, 3 down constantly while you were speaking, Justin, but the whole time they were still holding on to the ball. So I'm not really sure what Deathruptor fans were doing then. They were clearly out slaying, but the one person they were killing was the ball guy. I like that move there, getting the ball straight off the map there for the play ball. Look, they're 3 down. They weren't in a position to make any kind of a setup, and it looks like as well we're going to have, apart from a missed melee there, Tech's going to be taken down as well. So Deathruptor fans should be in a position now to get a bit of ball time, although 16-20 Kings have set up a very strong lead at the start. They're now spawning back in the garage and starting to push. You see Rice pushing through the bottom tunnels there, setting up for this camo, which I believe is not actually coming up for a while. So Tech's just sitting down there, causing a bit of a distraction in the burst, but you can see a lot of fire going towards him.
Yeah, and in the kill feed, Samuel, the 17th, grabbing one to open up the push. Rice with a double kill for himself. Sniper rifle in the hands of Tech, and it looks like they have broken that setup because the ball has been played, and he's got the face scalper in hand. Plenty of fresh ammo to go, looking down the sewers just there, throwing out the grenades and not connecting on anything just yet. But he's poised, ready to go to help his teammates and find some faces, hopefully, Hoots. We haven't seen any world-class sniping yet tonight, but I'm ready for it. Here we go. Hits the body shot to push that player back, and the cleanup does come in. Not able to connect with that one. Will the ball be played? No. Tech slides and grabs onto it the best he can. And there he is trying to line up that no-scope, but his teammate grabs the ball and is like, mate, you stay there, get your shields. I'll grab the ball and I'll see you later.
I'm not really sure what, I think it was Noble that was holding the ball there, was thinking. He just carried the ball straight to Tech at the snipe tower. A bit of an interesting move when he had support down around the OS area and in the garage, but instead he ran it straight to tower and effectively just handed the ball over to the 16-20 Kings. You know, they've only got about 15 seconds left now, so they're in a real good position to close out this opening round. But yeah, a bit of a miscommunication there, or I'm not sure what was going on, but you don't deliver the ball to a guy in snipe tower when he's got the snipe.
No, you don't. But you know, they can hold hands up there. There's room for more than one person, surely. But when you're trying to create a buffer for your oddball player, it's got to be like a fire break. You can't be holding their hands. You can't giving them a piggyback. You got to give them a little bit of time to react when the inevitable push does come. Peaking at the scoreline, 95 points in favor of 16-20 Kings in round 1. Deathruptor fans trailing on 40. Not over yet, but the scrap time is all that they'll need to secure this first round.
Yep.
100 points to 40. 16-20 Kings, round 1 on the board.
Yeah, and not only have we seen 5-game series in every series we've had so far, we've also seen 3-round series in every oddball we've had so far. So are we in store for another one of them? As we've said before, Deathruptor fans win this game, they win the series. 1620 Kings need to win this to stay alive. So they've done the first thing they need to do, which is win round 1. Moving here with Ryu, holding around this camo area, nice shots there, putting on the plat, and then working really well there with, I think it was Noble, assisting with that back smack. Noble picking up a nice double, and he's going to have ball and snipe in hand. So they're pretty stacked at the start, Deathruptor fans. This is what they need to do. They need to get a setup on this snipe tower because they just couldn't get a run at it in that last round.
No, they didn't really have any big runs, did they? And now Apollo with that heat wave and the overshield, he's the man to watch right now. Not sure about letting that play get away, but it does look like the assist has come in. And there's another player. Tech almost sends him off the map with that repulsor, desperately trying to play it, stay alive. The assist comes in. Messy. That was very messy. Apollo's lucky that he didn't get embarrassed in that situation. He's just kind of hanging out in no man's land at the moment. He can go back up in the tower and kind of chill out with some comic books or something if he likes. He's got plenty of help from his teammates holding them back. Junior, you've got to be hitting those headshots, mate.
Yeah.
Pretty textbook shot down there in the mid, and he gets taken down. 2 players go down tough with that heat wave. The ball does get played, and now he's in a position to grab it, holding back that player on the other side of the map, and now he's slinking away. He's managed to worm his way out of that one, and he's going to move up into the snipe tower and take up residence.
Yeah, smart move by Tough there. The play ball as well was the right idea from Deathruptor fans. Unfortunately, they didn't have anyone down there, so you kind of have to make up that call of, do we play ball it knowing we have no one in position to get the reset, or do we back ourselves in to try and win this fight and maintain control? It's a real gamble, and you have to make those calls within a split second, really. Unfortunately, that one just didn't work out for them. We do have here Noble sitting down at this bottom tower area. Ball's there, just sitting there waiting for him. So it looks like he was going for the play ball again, which was probably the smart move. Tech takes him down very quickly, which is the right way to go about it there. He's picking up this heat wave and puts it on the vertical, which we like to see, Justin. We've had a few people forgetting to put it on the vertical, but that's how you get the most damage, as long as you're accurate with your shots. And yeah, 1620 Kings starting to get a bit of a setup here. They haven't been able to do it so far this round, but looks like they've got one here.
Yeah, you got to put in the vertical position. That's where you get the height. It's like you're either 6 foot or you're not. All right, 6 foot or you're a hobbit. That's what the heat wave is, right? It's like you've got to be tall if you want to get those kills. And now we have 1620 Kings putting some more points in the board, and Tech with the heat wave in the correct position, not able to pick up any kills for his effort though. But the ball does get played straight away. Apollo ready to pounce on it, and look at those grenades coming down, not taking a lot of damage himself. And he's going to be challenging Samuel with the jiggle peek, and he desperately wants to get down there. You can tell Apollo, he's getting frustrated. He wants to get down there and grab onto that ball to get some points for his team, but just not working out so far. Here comes Rice to push him back, and Apollo, he's just applying so much pressure. Like, he's not getting any kills, but he's being such a nuisance. He had to go down if 1620 Kings were going to grab onto that ball.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get the ball, but you were spot on, Justin. He was fighting 2 or 3 players the whole time, keeping them off the ball, which was just as important. So the other team weren't able to really do much there, while Apollo was putting in all that damage into bottom mid and just causing a real distraction down around the power up as well, which is exactly what he needed to do. Finally, we've had the ball extracted from bottom mid. It looks like 1620 Kings are the ones to take it out. Great use of the repulsor there. Can't follow, at least gets the trade, so not a bad result there. 3 down for 1620 Kings though, so Deathruptor fans going to start to put a little bit more time in to try and bring this this lead back in their favor. They're only down by a couple of seconds. This has been a really close round. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. As we've said before, the time does stop when the ball's not being held, but I like this setup they've got here in the nest. The support's coming in from the pillars down there. Camo is about to pop in a couple of seconds, and Samuel's smart move. Knew he probably wasn't going to win an engagement there. May as well go and get the camo to try and break any kind of setup that Deathruptor fans might be about to set.
Yeah, and sometimes that's what you got to do. Like, you got to prioritize those power-ups and power weapons when they're going to pop, and that's what allows you to make plays, right? It's much easier to break a setup when you've got a tasty overshield to work with, almost losing that one to Strafe Noble, but is able to get that kill, and the shots from Ryu across map are coming in, and now we have 1620 Kings putting yet more points onto the board. Even Steven in the scoreline currently, but 1620 Kings, they have their tournament life on the line. Deathruptor fans with a chance to send them home.
Yeah, 1620 Kings doing a really solid work though of holding onto this ball. They've had a nice chunk here of about 20 seconds, and Rice with this heat wave in hand is going to be able to stop any kind of push through the brute fields. Doesn't look like they're going to come there. I think he'd be wanting to keep an eye over on Nest, and the sneaky as well is a good move. Ryu, he's going to be caught unawares. He's dropped great BR, the perfect there. Going for the triple. He's going to back down. Smart move there. Samuel's going to come in, help him out with some shots, and look, they're just holding this really well. 1620 Kings only need just a little bit of time more, about 10 more seconds to force this, Justin, to another game 5, which I think we're going to get there now. Only 10 more seconds to go. And Rice is just playing this perfectly, putting shots everywhere, stopping. The ball gets played. I really like that. We did have 3 down for 16-20 Kings there, but Deathruptor fans are going to have to head down to that bottom area to try and pick up the ball. They do get it to extract it, but where are we seeing the spawners, Justin? It looks like over at Garage. So this is probably the last attempt Deathruptor fans are going to have to try and get a strong setup here. Because if they get rolled on this one, they only need a little bit of scrap time, the 16-20 Kings, to close this game out.
Yeah, a bit of scrap, and they've got things in the bag. Glue sticks in the ready for their books. And dropping the ball already. Deathruptor fans, they've got to play perfect Halo at this point. Those points do rack up so quickly, though, don't they, Hoots? And Ro in a little bit of trouble. He's got to stay alive. That ball does get played. It is down bottom mid. Junior applying pressure. Rice trying to stay alive. He's doing a Dusty, jumping up into the corner. And look at this. Junior doing everything he can to stop them, but those points are going to tick over. I don't believe it. Another game 5. Back to back to back. It's hat trick time.
Oh, the support down at the ball then was just fantastic for the oh my god, my mind is completely soft for 16-20 Kings. They just had constant team members dropping down and being able to pick up the ball, and even though they were trying their best, the Deathruptor defense, to stop any kind of taking of the ball out from bottom mid, it just, when you've got that sheer weight of numbers of teammates dropping down, there's nothing you can really do. So they were smart enough to know we only need a little bit of scrap time. Let's just stack. We'll lose a couple, but as long as we can eke out 2 or 3 seconds, we're going to win the game. As you said, Justin, we head to a game 5 now, and we sure are picking them, I tell you what.
Yeah, we're being very fortunate. We're just getting treated. Must know that I've had a stressful week because we're getting some excellent Halo now. Another game 5 Hoots. I can't believe it, but I'm ready for it. And so are these boys. Deathruptor fans and 16-20 Kings are just trading blows at every opportunity. And, you know, while 16-20 Kings took out both of those rounds in the oddball, Deathruptor fans didn't go down without a fight, and sometimes it's just their execution that was lacking, that, you know, a few things a little bit differently, and they might have been able to stay in that one.
Yeah, exactly. It was just unfortunate. There's just those little moments, and nice no-scope there. But yeah, look, across the board, it was just a really solid performance from the 16-20 Kings to bring that one back. You know, let's keep in mind, they lost 2 games in a row leading into this, so the momentum and the energy's got to be down a little bit, but you know, to turn it around like that is really big. And so we now move onto our final game type, which is going to be Slayer on recharge. And this is exactly what we saw in the last series, Justin, where we come into a game 5 on a game type that typically the pace can get taken out of it in when it's just a normal game, let alone a game 5. I think we'll see some pretty tentative Halo to at least start off with at the start of this next game.
Yeah, the nerves will certainly be there. It's make or break time. Like, you've got to be on your game, no excuses, no matter what's going on. It's just Halo time, and you're in a game 5 situation. No second chances, no parachutes, no self-revives. It's time to turn up for your squad in this situation. I hope I'm building it up, because the stakes, you know, can't be any higher. Like, these aren't like rough cuts that you feed to your dog. You know, these are proper like Wagyu cuts on the line right now, Hoots.
Exactly, yeah, and you know, any team who does qualify for the Super is guaranteed some cash, and you know, that's for a lot of our region. For those people who are watching from overseas, you know, our region really has been starved of these kind of opportunities, where if our players wanted to even have a crack at earning some money, they always had to go overseas, you know, traveling, and to get to the US, for example, for a lot of us, that's 15, 16 hours of travel. And so for them to be able to compete on their home soil for big cash prizes is something that's pretty new to this region here. So there is a lot at stake, Justin. You're completely right. And as we go into a game 5, both of these teams fighting for a chance to at least stay in contention to earn these last few spots for this Super. It means a lot to both of them, I can tell you, especially for some of these players who've been around the scene for a while, players like Junior.
Yeah, absolutely. And even on the flip side of that, right, you have players that haven't been around very long, like Rice. He's just been flopping around on all different types of rosters. He keeps getting kicked out, or he's moved out, and all sorts of things. He's the roommate no one has wanted, and he's finally found a nice home with 16-20 Kings, and I think he wants this so badly, and that's translating to some great gameplay. but both sides equally wanting this opportunity. You can tell in their gameplay, very twitchy and being hyper aware of everything that's going on. Game 5 situation, and we're a Slayer on streets, Hoots.
Yeah, my apologies. I thought we were going to Slayer on recharge. I've written it down wrong in my trusty little notebook here. That's all of a sudden become very untrustworthy. But you're right, we are on Slayer on streets. A very even start at the beginning. Justin, I don't know if we saw Rockets. Oh, there we are. Rice had him, I think, and managed to blow himself up with them. So Rockets are either down or out now. Nice double from Tough there, picking up an assist as well. So he's putting in a lot of shots across the map, helping his team secure some of these kills, jumping out to a quick 3-kill lead in these first few moments.
Yeah, and now Tough hiding out in the corner a little bit, checking his bros have got his back, ready for this push in. And no picks just yet. Junior does find one on Reese, and then Tough coming in with that Bulldog. But Junior, I think he may have seen that. He saw the dog coming, and he's backed out immediately. Beware of the dog sitting there on the mailbox, and got out of there straight away. Managed to get away with his life, and now the collapse comes in. Junior, very hungry, and he goes down. The team shot there just melted Junior. He was gone in a second.
Oh, he just wasn't able to secure one of those. I think he had 2 guys down to 1 shot and just couldn't even land one of them. So that's really got to hurt. And we did see about 3 Deathruptor fans down there at that point, and 1620 Kings jump out to a 4-kill lead. So, look, they're doing well to take advantage of those kind of mistakes. Samuel, I like the back smack there on Apollo. He's dropped straight away. So, a lot of chaos happening in that bottom mid area, Justin. And you see on the screen there, that's because rockets are popping up in 10 seconds. So, when you have a game and a series this tight, these things like rockets are just, they can't be ignored. They're so crucial in turning the tide for your team. If you can get 2 quick kills out of them, these rockets are popping now. And looks like there's just a lot of emphasis on this arcade rather than bottom mid, and I think they might have actually been secured. They were by Noble, so Noble's got these pushing into the arcade here. I think they've actually managed to clear out all the 1620 Kings there. Rice is pushing through the Pizza Rally. He's going to be dropped there with the rockets. Nice use by Noble. We're finally seeing some clean rockets, Justin.
We are seeing some clean rockets, and I feel like he saw the reflection on the asphalt down there, thinking he was a player. I know I did. Need to get my eyes checked, and here comes Apollo just tagging players up. And Strafe Noble finding Rice again. Imagine copping 2 rockets. It's straight off the respawn. It's just not a good time for all those involved. Noble rotating around the map, reconnecting with his teammates. Only 4 kills the difference, but things have slowed down considerably, except for Rice, who goes in for the 3rd challenge.
Yeah, he's just a maniac. He does get dropped as well. 3 kills, 8 deaths for him actually. So maybe he needs to dial it in just a little bit, to dial the aggression in just somewhat. You know, this is a pretty high stakes game here, given the series is 2-all. But we are with Sam. He's got that Stalker rifle here, holding up on this balcony here really strongly and putting in shots. With Samuel taking down Noble as well. So nice effort there to secure a couple of kills for his team. And 21-all, Justin. These teams are so evenly matched. It's been the story of the whole night, really.
It really has. Just perfect matchups on stream all night, and I've been absolutely loving it. 22-22, fresh spike grenades in hand, a Stalker rifle, couple of shots on Ryu with a cheeky little crouch strafe there, getting the better of him in that situation, winning that 1v1, sniffing out a guy that's in a PD, and here comes the collapse to get that player out. Sentinel beam in hand. That player was very lucky to pick up a kill on that one as well. Just Tough getting pushed back by Ryu, and it does look like Deathruptor fans are moving a little bit more as a unit and collapsing on players when they need to, and getting set up for these rockets, playing some good Halo. They've got to work together. Great cover, and the team shot comes in to keep Noble alive, and he's got 2 fresh rockets off the press, ready to go. And look at that discipline. You'll be loving that, Hoots. He didn't shoot it.
I know, we've seen so many people wasting them, but it's great to see. I'm just keeping an eye on the scoreboard here and seeing who's slaying out. Tough's got 10 kills, 7 deaths for his team. And meanwhile, Ryu leading the way for Deathruptor fans. We are seeing Rice still 5 kills, 11 deaths. So,
there's your wasted rockets.
One of those rockets that I love to see. Yeah. No, it's just the stakes are too high for those kind of prediction wishy rockets. You need to hold on to them and make sure that once you're getting it, at least picks up a kill there, an assist there. Sorry, but yeah, probably a waste of rockets there from Noble. But he does pick up the kill there on Samuel with the BR. So, look, Deathruptor fans have skipped out to a 6-kill lead. This is probably the biggest lead in the match so far. So, a bit of breathing room for them while we have Noble here just hanging low down in the dumpster here, just waiting on those B stairs. And look at the pace, Justin, taken out of it completely.
It really has, which is strange because the rockets are all gone now. You think that it would have slowed down considerably once the rockets had popped out. And Tough, he gets shut down there. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up. My tongue is getting all twisted in my mouth. And Rice trying to put some shots down onto that player there and instantly rotates away to another player. And I love this. Each team to just seem to be working so well together, Hoots. Like, you know, they're pushing his units and they're rotating his units and collapsing on weak players as soon as they can. And here's Rice trying to get another player. No help on board for him. He's desperately trying to stay alive. Does get one. No, he doesn't.
Yeah,
somehow that player wasn't weak enough, and Junior now with the double kill.
Unfortunately, no trade. And Rice, like, he did seem he was playing a little bit more conservatively there, which is what he needs to, given that he has given away 12 kills. But it just, you know, unfortunately got pinched and was completely outnumbered. We do see here all the 16-20 Kings players around this arcade and B balcony, B stairs area. They are starting to push out now into PD. Junior just trying to hold back. Rockets in the hand of Apollo. Nice little third person view we've got here. Putting the rockets to use. And we finally see some really effective rockets, Justin. A double kill from Apollo, which is going to go a long way into helping his team get towards this final 50 kill limit. They're up by 12 kills now, Justin. They're really starting to roll away with this one.
You can see the confidence in just how they're moving around the map. Like Apollo just like full send everything. You know, foot to the floor on the accelerator, challenging everyone that's in his way. And when you've got a 12-kill scoreline like that, and you're 16-20 Kings and you're getting a little bit nervous, sometimes that over-aggression just gets to you mentally, and it can work. Sometimes it backfires big time, and then other times the other team can't handle it. Now only 5 kills to go, and Deathruptor fans will be taken out this Game 5.
Yeah, and let's point out Noble in particular. He struggled with a couple of the games earlier in the series, but look at him now. 10 kills, 11 assists, 8 deaths. Ryu there, nice work with the Bulldog there, taking down Samuel. They're only 4 kills out from closing this out, Justin, and Noble's just been absolutely huge. Keeping those double-digit kills and assists and only the single-digit deaths, geez, that's gone a long way into helping them have this really big lead. 14 kills. I don't think 16-20 Kings can come back from this one.
No, it's getting pretty rough out there, isn't it? 48 to 34, only a couple to go for Deathruptor fans, and they're going to move on in this winners semi. 2 kills to go. Noble, who, as you say, has been playing out of his mind this round, underperforming in the Slayers department, but now being one of the key players in this Slayer. Just tough managing to get one himself. A lot of Deathruptor fans, players going down, but they do snag one. 49 kills. Last one there, and that will be game. Double kill for Apollo. Deathruptor fans 3-2 over 16-20 Kings, and what a wonderful Game 5, Hoots. I can't believe it.
We were jumping all around trying to find the final kill, and we finally did. But yeah, that's a great turnaround from Deathruptor fans after that opening game, and also to have it, you know, the pressure of the two apiece, but you know, they really didn't take much of the pace out of that. They were aggressive from the start, and it absolutely worked for them. I think they caught 16-20 Kings completely off guard. We were probably expecting a bit of a lower pace game, but instead, straight out, really aggressive, and that's why they were able to win in a pretty dominating fashion.
Yeah, and I think congratulations should be in order here for the side of Deathruptor fans. The fact that we're able to go all the way to a Game 5, and now they've qualified for the Superhero and pool play. So it has been a little bit of a long road for these guys to get here, but the way that they're able to do that in that final map really goes to show that I think they just had a little bit extra here in the tank up against the 16-20 Kings to get themselves that qualification to the Super Pool play. And it's super big for these guys because now that they get those extra bit of competitive matches underneath their belts here, Justin, as we move forward in toward that championship bracket, which is what 16-20 Kings are even playing for now, they're going to have a little bit of this extra kind of, I want to say, competitive scrims against a lot of these teams. And even if they come out trumps in some of those matches, they can put themselves in the upper bracket and secure themselves a little bit more prize money as well.
Yeah, and you know what? It sucks that they didn't make pool play, but it just proves that they can hang with these guys.
Yeah.
So not down and out just yet. They'll have to start in the elimination bracket if they manage to qualify in the last couple of slots. But if anything, that should just motivate them even more. Like, take those losses and, you know, don't get down in the dumps about it. Use that as fuel. Prove everybody wrong and come back even stronger.
Yeah, it's pretty insane the fact that we've been able to see the kind of series that we have so far going into this, and you know, a lot of mental fortitude from both these teams, and I think this is going to be a good story for us to tell for the rest of the day, right, is the fact that 16-20 Kings, I feel like they certainly should be able to get themselves a slot going in towards, you know, the Super, but they're probably going to be pretty disappointed with themselves not being able to secure pool play, but I think big props here to the Deathruptor fans, and I think this really goes to show that we've got this kind of depth of talent. Yeah, there might be a bit of a gap in between maybe our top 4 and everybody else, but the way that we go down here, it feels like a lot of these teams are super, super tight, and the fact that we have all 5 games today, lads, really does go to show that there is a very tight kind of competition as we get a little bit deeper into it. But Hoots, I mean, what a day for us so far. Like, we talked a little bit about it, the fact that there was potentially a 5-game curse, and so far we've done it. So I think we're just going to strap ourselves in for a full 5 mapper for the final series.
Lock it in. I was going to say that last series, I think it's just also really good to see someone like Junior getting a crack at the Super. I feel someone who, you know, has just put so much time into the scene down here over such a long period of time. You know, it just feels a bit poetic in the fact that he gets to have a crack at the biggest tournament we've ever had. It would just, I think it would feel a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? A bit unjust if he wasn't there to at least have a crack at that prize pool.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of it, let's have a look at our top 8 teams that we've got in the Super so far. We've got all teams that are going to be in pools, lads, so we're actually able to you know, theorize about a few things that are going to be going forward. Obviously, we still have these 2 final slots to give away in these next Elimination Bracket quarterfinals, but right now we're looking at our 8 teams that are in pool play. And Justin, just looking across these teams, I think everybody's probably pretty happy with the 8 teams that we have so far, and, you know, maybe even as we get these pools revealed to us in the next coming days, we might see, you know, a very, very tight race in a lot of these pool play matches.
It's just gonna be brutal. Like, look at this lineup of squads, right? There's just so many great names that have turned up over the last few months of Halo Infinite being out. But when the big money is on the line, you've got to put up or shut up. Like, there's, you know, there's no time for mistakes. This is it, and all that hard work and that time, you know. You've got to get it over the line. Even, you know, a team like Chiefs, right? You know, they're the favorites. They've been dominant this whole time, but sometimes it's just who's the best on the day. And if they don't perform in that time, then you might see Divine Minds or perhaps Immunity come in and take that crown. Sometimes the people on the top of the ladder don't take out the big tournaments.
Yeah, and especially when we see, you know, across the way that the format's going to work for the Super. Yeah, albeit we're going to have 3 teams from each pool that are going to be going in towards that upper bracket, but who knows who's, you know, looking, you know, potentially the way that the bracket could pan out. We might see some teams that get a little bit of an early streak going on, and then, you know, at the end of the Super, we could be singing a completely different song. But I'm just excited for us to get into pools, I think, is the biggest thing for me. I really just want to get into those pools, figure out who's playing against who, and see who can, you know, as Justin did say, kind of shut up. I said stand up or shut up, you know?
Yeah, and it's interesting to see. I can't even talk right now. It's going to be cool to see what kind of pools we get, and is there like the death pool where the top teams just beat up on each other for ages and then eventually, you know, cannibalize each other a little bit. So, yeah, can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for us to jump into that. But lads, we've got a winner's interview. We've got Junior here on the line. Let's bring him in. Let's have a chat to him after his team did qualify for the Super Pool Play. Junior, congratulations to you and the lads being able to get in that final slot to Pool Play for the Super. I guess the first question, what does it mean to you, being somebody who's been a part of the Halo scene for such a long time, to be able to qualify for the Super in pools for the biggest prize pool that we've had here in ANZ?
It's insane, actually. I mean, obviously I was playing with Immunity before, but I can't keep playing with them. I can't go to Kansas, unfortunately. I've just had a little baby girl recently. So these guys on my team have been really awesome to be able to let me play on their team all the way through these tournaments and leading up to the Super. So yeah, we've been working pretty hard in the background. I mean, as hard as you can with like a newborn. It's pretty ridiculous trying to balance all this stuff. And so to be able to actually, you know, qualify for the Super, it just makes it all worthwhile.
I was going to say, Junior, how is it juggling that when you do have a young kid? I mean, how much time can you actually dedicate to playing? And does that make you, you know, think that, you know, if you were able to dedicate more, you potentially be on a top team like a Chiefs or something like that? I mean, what kind of impact does it have on your playing schedule?
She's a pretty good sleeper at the moment, so it's not doing too bad. And my wife Livia is like really supportive. Could I play on a team like Chiefs? I would have had to say probably for the last several months, or like since the game's come out, no, I haven't really been happy with my performance. Even in recent times I've been moving houses, stuff. I haven't had like an Ethernet cord plugged in the last several weeks, so I've got that hooked up through the garden. So yeah, when I'm playing on an even playing field, I definitely feel recently, when I've got my settings finally adjusted, everyone knows Junior the head case when it comes to that stuff. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting there, and I feel like I could play on a top team for sure. Yeah.
What has it been like because of those those big trips like Kansas not being available to go on those. So, you know, the top teams have kind of been overlooking you in that respect. What's it been like being on a lower tier team, maybe some newer players thrown in the mix? It's kind of like, you know, juniors boot camp to get them up to the level that they need to be. What's that been like?
Well, I worked out a long time ago that I probably don't have the best relationships with all the connections, all the networks. So I'll just train everybody else in the community, and when I get bumped off of a top team, I'll just have all these guys who already know the way I like to play. And so I know Kat coaches this team, like he's a sick dude. Like I used to team with him like for ages. And then the other guy, Strafe Noble, young boy, he new to the scene. He's played competitive Halo for what, a couple of months, and he's still keeping up with everybody. Yeah, I've played with those guys recently. And then yeah, Ryu, I already saw him like, along with like Beaston and Nexus and a couple of other players who came in. He was a stand-up player, so he's got amazing individual skill. He's just got to learn the team game. And then Apollo, I didn't really know much of him, but I know he's been trained by Kat, and Kat is really knowledgeable. So like, we just have good chemistry, and we've definitely been getting better like each scrim, which is good. So yeah, I'm so excited for this like Super. It'll be really good to see how we stand up against the other top teams, because they're all looking pretty strong.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's super exciting for us to see a team like Ketraptor fans really be able to grow and build into something here. So I guess one question before I do let you go, Junior, here is obviously, you know, past Kansas and all those kind of things. Like what's kind of the future looking like for you as we start to look towards, you know, Worlds and all that kind of stuff? Obviously, as you said, newborn child and all that kind of stuff is going to take up a lot of your time, but, you know, maybe somewhere down the track you're looking to try and compete towards a high level here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, most of the stuff I do in my life is kind of revolved around Halo. Like, I didn't answer your question correctly before. Probably like missing out on these big major tournaments is like heartbreaking to me, because I've been waiting for this game for so long. It's so paired up in the fact that COVID is here, and I can't like go back into my hospital where I work for 7 days following returning from international travel. So getting work off for that is just crazy. I hope that changes that. I'm definitely planning towards the end of the year, whether it be like the other major and the World Championship, if I could compete and get on a good team and my baby's settled in a bit more. I definitely want to be there. Yeah. But props to my team for like getting us this far. Those guys have, you know, really stepped up and just really came out strong in that last game. It was insane. Like I haven't really seen them teamwork like that. Everything we just talked about started like clicking, and yeah, it was really good. I hope it was fun to watch. I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah, we were super excited here on the desk to see another Game 5 and the way that you guys were able to step up in that final game and really kind of make it look like you guys were super dominant throughout the series. So, Junior, congratulations on the qualification to the Super. I hope everything goes well, you and your wife and your new baby and everything in the future here for Halo Infinite.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks, Junior. It's always good to hear from, you know, the old guard and the OGs and all that kind of stuff, right? When you come into a game like Halo Infinite, where you have this kind of long tapestry of all these guys' kind of careers and all that kind of stuff, and just being able to hear from one of the guys who put a whole lot into this game and a whole lot of, you know, into this series to be able to come out on top here. It's super exciting and super heartwarming as well.
Yeah, heartwarming is the thing. I mean, you can see like the baby bed in the background and everything. It's like, geez, I just can't even imagine being able to compete at any kind of level, work, have a kid. It'd just be so hard. So props to him for being able to do it. And like you said, heartbreaking for him that he can't attend some of these events, but yeah, fingers crossed we can see him at some of them a bit later in the year. Yeah,
I'm super excited to see what those guys can do, and specifically Junior here in the Super. But speaking of Junior, it's time for our AMD Power Performance, ladies and gentlemen, and it can be no other than Junior himself here in this series, getting himself a 1.22 overall KD and 18 average kills per game here, Justin. This man was able to step up when his team needed it, and as you said, even just a junior boot camp for those Disruptor fans being able to get themselves a qualification to one of the biggest tournaments here in ANZ.
Yeah, and I liked it. He talked about the fact that he can foster up some of these other players, and sometimes that's just what it takes, right? Like, I know what it's like to be on those lower and mid-tier teams, and you know, you're scrimming, you're having theater sessions and all that kind of stuff. You're putting in the work, and you know, sometimes you just need someone to come in and just, you know, give you a slap in the back of the head, and it's like, boys, you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong. Like, pull it together, and it's perfect to have someone like Junior, who is realistically being one of the best players in the region. I mean, if you've watched any of the tournaments, like Worlds qualifiers in Sydney and the last couple of games, he was just styling on everyone. It was amazing to watch. And, you know, Junior will be back once things like COVID and travel restrictions start coming down. I have full faith in the man that he'll be back and at the top in no time.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what somebody like Junior can do here in the scene once things all start to settle down for him, and maybe he might be able to find himself on a top 2 team. Or who knows, maybe we're talking about Deathruptor fans in the next 6 months and they're a top 2 team. Who knows what's going to happen here in Halo Infinite, but what I do know is that it is time for a break here. We've got one more series, we've got 2 more slots to determine here for the HCS Super in ANZ. It's time for us to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side of this, our final qualification series.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
I'm Chasen Cavuto, otherwise known as Super CC, and I play for Fnatic.
Super CC picks up the OS. Return coming in, but CC, if anything, I mean, he can get a couple kills here, maybe a return of his own.
Ooh, double kill coming out of...
Representing Fnatic's been a really cool experience. They've been stepping into new territory with getting a Halo team, and it's been really cool being the ones to do it. But we have a lot to prove. We've been placing pretty poorly online, and people have been seeing that. I think this time we're going to show that we have what it takes to compete with the best. I think the biggest skill gap is probably the sandbox, honestly. People using all the weapons to the full potential. Not a lot of people do that. A lot of people just run past guns and leave them, but like the best players know how to use everything like as good as possible. I would say the team I'm looking forward to playing is KCP because, you know, I got dropped from that team just before Raleigh. It'd be a nice grudge match to play against them again.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello HCS fans, welcome back once again here to the desk. We've got one more series to get through and we've got 2 more slots to give away for our Super. We've already determined who our 8 teams are going to be in the pool play. We need to figure out who our 2 members are going to be in that elimination final there for the championship bracket. Let's have a look at our day today, lads. We talked about it ad infinitum already. The fact that we have had literally every single series going to 5 maps to start out today, Justin. But looking at all the other ones, they've all been 3-0s off stream.
Yeah, we just we can pick them. That's what it is. You know, despite popular opinion, we know what we're doing. We know what's good. We know what's good for you, ANZ Halo community, and it's certainly been a spectacle to watch. And I can't wait to get started on this final matchup.
Yeah, I'm super excited for us to jump into it. So let's have a look at this elimination bracket. Obviously, with the Demons and the Disruptor fans getting themselves to top 2 today is always big and exciting for them. But this is where the qualification quarterfinals are coming into it. Hoots here. We've got the Lolly Degeners going up against Nebula. Nebula got themselves a 3-2, but that was a reverse sweep for Nebula over New Era. So those guys are certainly walking on a high right now to try and get their qualification to the Super. But we're going to be jumping into 1620 Kings versus Next. And you know, looking at these series, we're looking at this and we're like, Next had themselves a full 5 mapper, 1620 Kings had a full 5 mapper, but 1620 Kings came off an L. So, you know, maybe coming into this, we might be looking towards some of these teams, and specifically 1620 Kings might be feeling a little bit down going into this final series.
Regardless, lock in 5 games. Like, it's clearly going to 5 games. We know that's definitely going to happen. Yeah, but a few 3-2. So it just shows how even it is across the board. Like, yeah, in the winners bracket, it was mostly 3-0s apart from the ones we did. But you then did see in the lower bracket there, it's 3-2s everywhere. So these guys are all super evenly matched. Who knows which way this one's going to go? But I'm excited just to keep seeing these new teams and seeing what they can do. I feel like we're seeing them actually progress before our eyes.
Yeah, exactly, and we get to have a special double dip today of the Sick Gorilla logo, so let's talk about this series. Let's jump into it. 1620 Kings versus Next, and we're going to start here with 1620 Kings, Justin. Obviously, we did just see them play in a full best of 5. Unfortunately, they did go down on that final map of Street Slayer. They just seemed to get outslayed a little bit coming in from the Disruptor fans, but this is still a team that I've got pretty high hopes for. But, you know, coming into today, maybe this is where the pressure starts to get to them, right? Like, this is where you start thinking, oh, we're getting so close to being able to qualify time after time, but just haven't been able to take the bite of the apple just yet.
Yeah, their mental fortitude needs to be stronger than ever at this point. Yes, they narrowly missed out, but there is just this last chance to make it into the Super. And if they can play the same way that they played against Disruptor fan, they'll take this, no question. They were playing so well, and it's just a matter of a couple of situations going differently that cost them that series.
Yeah, and I think, you know, so obviously coming into this, we probably had a bit of our power rankings going into the entirety of today, and I think 1620 Kings probably certainly would have been a team that was a bit higher than Next. But Hoots, we saw these guys today already, and obviously they weren't able to get the dub just yet and get the qualification, but they still were able to come in and impress us as they come into this series. And I think it might not be that much of a kind of blowout for 1620 Kings, because I think all these teams are so evenly matched when we look at this, and this Next squad, I think they certainly might be able to do it, but this still today has been a good day for them nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we didn't really know much about them at all, and they've come out of nowhere and really started to impress us. And I think Bandit and Hendra were the 2 that I was sort of most impressed by in that first series we watched. Just some really good plays out of them, really good power weapon control in particular from Hendra, I think it was. And he had the power-ups down on lock as well, so he's clearly that guy that plays that role for the team. But, you know, they all were putting out pretty crazy performances themselves, and they were really unlucky to lose that first series. It was so close. So, you know, we very well could be talking about them. If things had gone slightly different, we could be talking about them already having qualified and being in pool.
Yeah, exactly. It could have been a completely different story, but right now this is the story that we have to tell, and this is the story that we have to go through, is that unfortunately one of these 2 teams will not qualify for the Super, and that means that they're going to have to sit on the sidelines, they're going to have to jump in a Twitch chat and watch the Super unfold before their eyes. And I think both these teams are certainly looking to try and get in towards that championship bracket. I think 1620 Kings are probably going to be more disappointed if they don't qualify to this, right, Justin, because of the kind of nature of the players that we have on that squad. These guys have been able to consistently get into a few of these top 8s, maybe even some of these top 6s, whereas a team like Next, we're looking at these guys as kind of fresh new hot runners here coming onto the scene.
I agree 100%. Like 1620 Kings, heart on their sleeve. They just want it. And they've been doing really well throughout this year. And, you know, I'm sure they feel like they deserve it, but you got to turn up on the day. That's just how it is. You know, your ranking within the scene doesn't matter when it's tournament time and you're trying to qualify for something. So I'm hopefully they can bring it together and then perform at the Super. And it's unfortunate that they're falling a little bit shorter than they had hoped, but it's not over just yet, boys. You can do it.
Exactly. There still is a few maps of Halo Infinite to be able to play here, and I think that's the big thing looking at this series right now is the fact that there's still a decent amount of maps to play, but I feel like this is probably going to be pretty important for a lot of these players because this is a series that you want to try and get the dub, and this is a series that you want to qualify into the Super. Justin, I'm loving looking at your beautiful big face here while I'm having a yarn about it, but either way, like this
Give
is
me
a
that
super
sweet screen time, baby. Just
I'm
inflating my
surprised-
ego, mate. Head is this big.
I'm surprised you didn't drop a little wink or something.
I
Like
did
a blue
wink. Check the
seal or
broadcast.
something. You did? Okay, I mustn't have been paying that much attention to you if I'm being perfectly honest. But Hoots, this is
I'm
a
a
super
married man.
important series.
Stay back.
Okay, we'll wait until then.
It's
We'll wait until
derailed. It's all derailed.
We've gone completely off the map here, lads. But let's just jump back onto the map and talk about the maps of this series because this is where it all is going to unfold for a lot of these teams and these players specifically. Because Hoots, 1620 Kings are next, fighting for the final slots of the Super, and they really want to try and get their teeth into some of this juicy prize pool of the Super.
Yeah, they're literally fighting for the right to get paid. Like, that's how it works, because if you're in the Super, you're getting paid. So, yeah, a lot on the line. You know, these guys walk away and they've just guaranteed themselves at least a couple of grand if they can win this series. So that's got to make you feel good. And yeah, Justin said it was beer money, but depending on how you place in the Super, it could be something maybe a little more on the top shelf.
Yeah, exactly. It could be a little
Depends
bit
how many
nicer.
beers you can drink, mate.
Yeah, true. I can drink like 2.
Yeah, I drink like 3 slabs at a time, so yeah, whatever.
You guys have gone absolutely across the deep end. I think it's too many 5-game series, but you guys have got to strap yourselves in because this is probably going to be another 5-mapper. But the fact that we're being able to chop and change these maps once again here, we're looking at an oddball streets. I think that's always going to be a map and a game type to me, Justin, where you look at it, and whether it's a top-tier team, whether it's a low-tier team, I think a lot of these teams are going to be able to play this game mode quite consistently and quite competitively. So let's jump in it. Let's see if we're going to go to full 5 maps. Let's see if we get all 3 rounds and our first map here of our final best of 5. So let's get into it.
Yeah, listen, I hope that this final matchup lives up to the previous matchups that we've seen so far tonight. Game 5, every single series, Hoots, has been unbelievable to try and cover. It's just, you know, it gets so frantic and hectic that, you know, we're trying to keep up ourselves, and hopefully the viewers are having a great time. But this will be the last series for tonight, everybody. It's last chance to make your way into the Super, and we will be launching into it with Streets and my boy Hoots.
Yeah, and it's Streets Oddball, Justin, which I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's probably our favorite game type just because we've seen some insane matches on this. And even earlier today, we've had so many Game 5 series, they're all blurred into one another, but we had that one particular one that went down to the absolute wire in round 3 by about a second or 2. The names escape me, but we've just had some rippers throughout the last couple of months when we have been casting this one, and we are just loading in right now, sort of getting a nice overview of the map. We're just having a few little issues, it seems like, with a few players connecting, but guarantee you this game will be starting shortly. But while we do say that, it's you know, everything's on the line here right now for these teams, and if you can't secure a win in this series, you go home with your hands in your pockets and you're pulling them out and they're nice and empty because there is no cash for you.
Yeah, no participation trophies in this tournament, unfortunately. You either get in the money or you go home and buy dinner for your mates after a disappointing finish. But we are on board with 1620 Kings. Tough, throwing out those grenades, trying to predict people coming up the runway there. Coming up against Next, I like those shots from Tough, and then he jumps down into the little hidey hole, and that rocket's still there, ready to be picked up. Someone's going to have to scoop those ones up. Now Tough with the with those rockets with the 360, and now Tough with one on board himself, throws one out, does connect it. Hoots, that will make you happy, mate. Now collapsing, Fraser hiding behind the pole there. I wonder if he has any idea that he's coming, and I could hear Fraser running up behind him. I hear that Spartan just stomping up behind him like a bloody elephant, and does look like Tough managed to hear him and got away with that one. Fraser, he was sitting behind that pole ready to strike, and he just miscalculated his play.
Yeah, and with 3 down there for a while for next, it was timely that 16-20 Kings tried to make a play on the ball. Unfortunately, couldn't really get much out of it, and we are going to have Rice coming through to try and get a bit of securing around this ball. But Fraser is pushing up through the alleyway here. He's nice nades there, dropping back, actually picking up a kill on him. Should get a double there on Hendra. So Hendra taken down almost a triple. Unfortunately, was taken by someone else. So 3 down, 4 next. Rice in a good position here to get a bit of ball time at the start of this map. We did take a little bit of time to start getting some kind of a setup, but we're seeing next start to spawn over on that cafe alley, I think it is. So Rice probably going to start to move it to PD. We see he is now starting to shift over there as Lith is pushing in pretty quickly onto him. The ball's just dropped right down to PD. Smart move by Rice. He is still alive, but he's not letting this ball really show up where he is, and he's been able to get away here, and somehow he actually has just been dropped. So still smart play by Rice. Picked up a fair bit of ball time. You know, he had a pretty disappointing end to that last series. You know, he had some pretty poor performances stats-wise, and so he'll be out to look to try and make amends to that, Justin.
He will. Everyone on 16-20 Kings must be hurting at this point, and hopefully they can get things together because it's game time. And the boys on next, they're kind of been waiting on the sidelines a little bit while things get moving. And you know, it's kind of like, if you're not ready, then don't show up. Boys, you gotta be ready for this final game if you want to make it into the final slots that are available. And both of these teams are pretty back and forth, I'd say, so far, Hoots. Kill department's pretty even. They're pretty even on the scoreline. Things only just starting to warm up. And next have surprisingly been able to match up to 16-20 Kings, who are pretty warmed up from their fight with Deathsruptor fans.
Yeah, that's a good point. The warmed up thing as well, right? I mean, they've just come off a 5-game series, but there's that fatigue aspect as well of you can get pretty wrecked when you go for these 5-game series. So pay attention, have that high intensity. It's pretty exhausting, and sometimes all of a sudden you just find, God, it's just completely gone from me. I've just got no more energy to give, and you start making stupid decisions. So, look, right now, I don't know if we're seeing any of that from either of these teams. We're pretty even as well. We're about to hit pretty much 29 all apiece. Nice push out there by Samuel, picking up a nice double with that Bulldog, Justin. And now putting it to work on the bottom as well. Pretty much a triple there, picking up the assist and just shooting that last bullet, not wanting anyone to have any of that Bulldog. But that kind of stuff really opens up the map and allows his team to get a bit of assert some dominance, and we have seen that now translating to the scoreboard. They're about to hit the 50-point mark, and Next haven't been able to get their hand on the ball during this little spree.
No, but look, Next pushing together, advancing onto that setup with the ball, and that ball has been rotated away. Next doing well to break that setup. You know, they pushed as a unit, coordinated and committed to a play, and that's translated to them being able to get their mitts onto that skull, and now racking up some points onto the board. Lith putting some nice shots onto there to keep those players at bay. There's a Sentinel beam coming down, breaking his shields. Nice little burst to the head, pushing him to the respawn screen. Now on board with Tough. He's being a bit of a turret, flicking around, trying to find some players. Fraser caught unaware. He goes down. Easy cleanup for him. Now Tech with that Sentinel beam hiding in his back pocket. The spawners have come out, and Tech in such a strong position to apply pressure, and unfortunately just pops his head out just a little bit too much and gets his helmet taken off.
Yeah, it was still really good of just keeping them at bay there. He was just putting a lot of fire. They were all spawning down at the tram, and they weren't able to get through just because of the sheer amount of fire he was putting down and ducking in and out of that little stair coverage. Nice rocket there by Tough. He's playing this super well, and then picks up the double for his troubles. Fraser copping shots as well. He's not going to be able to make much of an impact on this ball as he gets taken down as well. So Tough picking up 3 kills there, 3 really solid kills, and now they've got them spawning over at Cafe side, and Samuel's just holding this ball sitting pretty. They've gone on a really big run here, Justin. Just 20 seconds left or so for them to take out this first round, and we see the rotation coming through to Tram, and just look at that. There's no one really in a position, although actually Fraser, a bit of depth perception not working properly, but Fraser coming up the beast dead. His easy picking's able to drop him, but he's got a bit of a fight on his hands now to try and secure this ball as the 16-20 Kings are starting to swarm in.
Look at those grenades. Far out. That was like a precision airstrike from COD. They just kept coming. And Fraser doing so well. How did he live? I'll never know. But showed up for his squad. He got that double kill, rotated the ball through, and now he's keeping his team alive. 86 points on the board for 16-20 Kings, so they're pretty close to being able to take out this round. But now Next is completely set up here and ready for this push. You see all those red outlines of the players coming through, ready to make a coordinated push. Who's going to come out on better? Next has a little bit of a lead they have to eat up before they get back into it. And 16-20 Kings are coming in. They've got a couple of picks. Rice, he goes down. Bandit holding back that push, and that ball back back in the hands of Next, and they're racking it up. And that fragile lead, the 16-20 Kings, that's about to disappear, Hoots.
Yeah, exactly. They've done a really good job of just managing to hold control here and keep the 16-20 Kings players at bay. Rockets are coming up shortly, although they might have actually popped. But we have had, I think, potentially a disconnect from 16-20 Kings here. And so we are seeing Next starting to move that ball through to PD. That's really unfortunate. They've managed to lose someone right at this last moment. And so 16-20 Kings are just going to have to go all out and try and secure this. They're chucking it in. So this is a smart move here, Justin. If they can just
all in,
up and turn
all in,
and just all in, hold on to this ball because they've only got 4 seconds left. And if they can secure
No.
the win with one,
99!
doesn't get it. No, all 3 taken down. That's heartbreaking. And
What's going on with the ball? The ball is glitched into the map. It's going to time out. If I'm
So
16-20 Kings, his head's stuck in the roof.
That's massive as well. So 16-20 Kings, they can actually get in a position. If you're Next, you should get out of PD, get around the ball because look, Tuff's just sitting on it. Fraser needs to get in there and stop because once this ball respawns, they're just going to be able to grab that and put this one to bed.
They've got to be ready for it. It's just like when you're getting set up for the
Camera
the overshield, and they're ready for it. And 16-20 Kings taking round 1.
Gee, that is just a shocking. I don't want to be hard on them. But I think we've actually finished the game. So we've had a disconnect. I think I'll just wait for tournament ops to get in my ear and let me know. I'm not sure if we're going to actually award that round or if we are going to. We're just looking into that of if we're going to award that round. I'd say we probably would, given that the team with 3 players actually ended up securing the win. But Justin, that was just a really weird call for Next not to be pushing in on that ball respawn. They should have known that that ball was going to come back and that 16-20 Kings were just sitting on it.
Yeah, such an odd situation. And you know what? With the scoreline that tight, I mean, the next push did come in and shut them down on 99. And all 3 players were there to pick up that ball. And if they could have scooped it up, then chances are they would have taken that game. The ball would have been there and there would have been nothing that 16-20 Kings can do. But that's, we can speculate all we like, but we get communication with the guys in the back and then the teams, and we'll give you the verdict of what's going to happen. But I think it just shows how closely matched these teams are. Again, another team where they're just back and forth with each other and really evenly matched.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're going to get Luke back in. G'day, Luke.
I just appear sometimes.
Yeah, I know. It's just weird. You're just like the god that just sits above the 2 of us. But look, that's really unfortunate that that's all happened. And so we got 2 things to look at. We did have a disconnect, but we also potentially a ball glitch, which I doubt
I've never seen before.
Yeah, I doubt it was intentional, but we're looking into it. So it's just going to take us a little bit of time to get the game started back up. So please bear with us. But Luke, it's still a damn good effort for them to, whilst being a man down, to bring that back and potentially win the round if that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, that's the kind of crazy thing. Like, everybody's had that game of matchmaking, right? It's the 99 butt clincher where you're like, all right, all we need to do is just hold on to this ball for an extra second. And then you can even see the scramble comes in, right? Like, we've seen it across today that, albeit you might need to get 1 or 2 seconds, but it's still very hard to try and get control of that ball for that extra seconds because you need to hold it for the entirety of the second. So if you do just die before it ticks over, then bad luck, so sad. You have to come back and try again later. But I mean, it's just an insane series that we've got on our hands so far, and once this does get sorted out, I'm excited to jump back in and see how this Halo does pan out. And I think today, lads, I don't know what one of you guys did today. Did somebody smash a mirror, walk underneath a ladder, or cross a Black Cat's path? Because we have been absolutely, I don't want to say cursed, we've been blessed with a lot of the good games that we've had today, but we've had a few, kind of wayward issues for today, and I think this is all just kind of getting us ready and raring to go for the Super, right, Justin?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Hopefully the Super lives up to the reputation that today has, because it has been a long time since I've had such a hectically close set of matches, just one after another, one after another, one after another, and it's been very intense. And these teams have been on the top of their game, and we've had to be as well. I'm finding myself fumbling a little bit too because the stakes are high at the moment. These games are so good, and we've got to deliver it tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for us to jump into that. Obviously, we're still waiting for word here about what's going to be happening as we move forward. So I guess this is probably a good time for us to start to change gears a little bit. We talked a whole boatload about Halo Infinite and all the teams and stuff like that today. So I would like to welcome you guys to my favorite time of every broadcast that I've ever been on, and it's Fluke's Trivia time.
No.
Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for some quizzes? Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
What's the topic?
What's the topic? It's Halo Infinite. Okay,
Oh.
is obviously the topic. So
That's
you
good.
guys are pretty good experts about this. Okay, so the first question that we're going to jump into: what is the most common letter in map names?
I'm going to say S.
Justin?
A.
Where's my notebook? My notebook's right here.
I probably should have picked a vowel. That was brain.
Our producer in my ear said that E is the most common map name. I think he might be cheating because I'm pretty sure that he has a few of these map names in front of him. It is actually E.
Oh,
He
that's
said that he didn't
disappointing.
cheat, but I feel like he's cheated. So it has been E. There is 6 E's in all the map names across Halo Infinite that we have in the competitive map pool, by the way. So it is the most common letter. So congratulations to Mr. Producer Man. He was able to get himself the first point. Unfortunately for you lads, it was not a point. Where'd my pen go? My pen is here. So Producer, 1. Justin, 0. and
Don't point that
Hoots,
out to everyone.
Also 0.
I'm number 1 in everyone's heart. Right,
Okay.
chat?
Yeah, sure. I'm
everyone,
sure chat will be a part of
everyone
that.
put SSJ for heart. And just
Okay.
prove who
Are you
loves
guys
you,
ready?
baby.
Are you guys ready for question number 2?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
What is the maximum amount of points a team can score in Oddball?
Maximum amount of points? It
Yes.
would be
200.
Nah, it'd be 299.
Oh, I don't know who was faster in my ear. Was it Producer or was it Hoots? That's the real question
Oh,
here.
yes.
See?
Yeah.
It's
Now
a
I
bit
get
of a
it.
trick
Hoots is
question.
right.
All right,
Hoots is
all right.
right.
Hoots is right. Same with Mr.
Yeah.
Big Producer Man in my ear. So
It
we'll
doesn't
give-
really work if the producer we can't hear is playing along.
Well, he's playing along in my ear, so I guess it's all about
There
just
is
being
no
fast.
producer.
It's just the
Behind
voice
me,
of
I've got a
God.
whole, stack of Pokemon cards. Like, there's no one behind the scenes. It's just us.
It's just us that are playing around here. Okay, next question. You guys love this map. I know everybody in chat loves this map as well. So how many weapon spawns are there in total on Bazaar?
Loads.
Okay, that's not an answer, Justin.
Well, it's technically correct.
So
Who's
producer
counting?
said 10 in my ear.
10 weapon spawns. There's
I'm going to say 9.
So
Oh,
Justin,
yeah,
you
wait.
gonna go 4?
Different weapons?
No, not different weapon spawns. Total weapon spawns.
Ah. Okay, 9. That sounds like a lot. There's 8.
Okay, the answer is actually 10. So producer
Oh,
gets
damn it.
himself another +1. All right, this goes out to the producer as well. Can you guys name them all?
Yeah.
Needler, Heatwave, Sniper.
Well, there's, no.
Mangler.
The weapon spawns on Bazaar, Justin. You're
I
just
thought you
throwing
said
out.
Live-Fire.
No, I said Bazaar.
Oh, did ya?
So producer
That's
gets
unfortunate for me.
+1. Hoots, can you name them all on Bazaar?
Am I naming the actual weapons or the location?
The weapons.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, Needler, Bulldog, Rockets, Plasma Pistol.
You're going to forget one, and I know which one it's going to be.
The, Plasma Rifle.
The Mangler.
Oh, Mangler and Commando.
And there's an AR as well.
And there's a Spanker as well.
Oh, and the Rockets, yeah.
You guys
No,
forgot
he
about
said Rockets. That was one of the
Did you
first
say
things
Rockets?
he said.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
probably, sure. Why
All
not?
right, Hoots. You get half a point for that one. Justin, unfortunately, you're still on a bit of a goose egg. So
Are you kidding me? I got.
You're the one that's supposed to be
missed,
answering
he
the
missed
quizzes,
He
bro.
missed out like a couple there that I picked up.
He gets half.
I
a one.
even
I'll give him
predicted
half
the
one.
one that he would forget.
All right, okay, Justin. I'll give you a pity half then. How about
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
You
that's
get a
right.
pity half. Okay. All right. So question the third. This is kind of circling back to what you were talking about, Justin. What equipment drops on live fire?
What's the game type?
Let's say all of them on any game mode for live fire.
Isn't it different?
Yes. So can you tell me all of them?
Okay.
On
Let's
live
take this
fire
one.
as a map.
It's Repulsor, Drop Wall,
No, producer, you are wrong.
and that's all.
Producer is wrong in my head.
Drop Wall and Repulsor.
No. There's another.
Didn't you say power-ups?
Yeah.
Oh, power-ups?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't include OS in that.
Oh, you don't include OS in
Power-up
that?
literally
No, that's
is
a power-up. That's not equipment.
Ah, come on.
Different.
All right, fine. I'll give you that one then. Hoots. You
Right.
get-
I thought you said power-up off the bat.
Dude, they're in the same slot. Stop calling
Mate,
me a noob.
half the time I just zone you out.
I call them equipment because they're all in the same slot.
You
okay?
come back in, I'm like, oh, lose.
All right, I'm starting to run out of questions here, lads. So
Is it worth maybe for people who've just joined us why we're doing this and not talking about the game? Should we maybe just have a quick recap of what happened?
Yeah, okay, sure. So for those of you who have kind of come into the HCS stream and been like, I thought there was supposed to be Halo on. We're doing a Halo quiz right now because unfortunately we had a bit of an awkward scenario in our Streets Oddball match where it was 99 to 91. We had a disconnect from one of the teams, and then unfortunately when someone died, the ball went into the roof of PD, and we're not quite sure really what to happen.
Went into the panic room, and nobody
just didn't respawn. It just it didn't even get untouched either. So there was a bit of a ball bug. So we're kind of hanging around right now.
Well, so it did respawn in the end.
Did it?
I think. Yeah,
I don't think it did. I think they ended the game before it redid itself, because otherwise they would have played on, right?
I think, well, no, the thing that we are trying to, I think, ascertain is, was the ball intentionally glitched into the roof or was it not? So it's a known glitch that people can put it into the roof. So we're just trying to figure out, was it done intentionally or was it a case of pure accident? So that's, I think, what we're trying to get to the bottom of. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, it's just, I think we're going through the VODs and just making sure on that, because it was it was all such a blur, but I believe it was the 1620 Kings that lost one of their players. So they still, even then, I believe, won the round, but we just need to figure out if they intentionally glitched the ball into the roof. If they didn't, then I think we then have to figure out if we award the round to them and recommence and we just know that they're up around, or we need to figure that out.
Yeah, it's a big whole lot of admin decisions that need to be made here, so that's why we're kind of vibing out with a Halo Infinite quiz. But speaking of, I guess it is time for us to get into the final one here. I think I kind of revealed this answer a little bit earlier, so maybe I did these in the wrong kind of order, but this is fastest person to get into this. I will give Justin, I'll give you 15 points if you get this before everybody else, so you can win, okay?
Sounds good to me.
Who's the fastest? All right, you guys ready?
I'm the fastest. There we go, I win. Thanks for the 15 points. Woo! Let's go, boys!
No, that's not how it works. Okay, on what map does the Mangler and the Spanker both spawn?
Bizarre.
Oh, who's so fast, man? He's so fast. Oof. God damn.
That's my fault for telling him that he missed the Mangler before.
Yeah, I know, exactly. That was sort of what gave it away.
All right, so Hoots is the grand champion of the HCS Flukes quiz moment. Maybe I'm going to have to bring in the new members when we get into the Super, ladies and gentlemen, and see if Hoots can get dethroned, because he is fast.
It's the only thing I've ever won to do with Halo, so I'll take it.
That's big brain. We'll take that here. And obviously, I've got... I don't really have anything to give you as a trophy, so unfortunately, Hoots, you'll just have to get a crisp high five from me. So,
thanks,
good
man.
job, well done. But yeah, I guess it's now a good time for us to start talking about the Super as we look forward to it, right? Because right now it is going to be a scenario where we've got our 8 teams going into the pool play. I guess the question for you then, Justin, is looking at these teams that we've got and going in towards pool play, we're going to split them into 2 groups, right? Do you feel like that we've got enough competitors to even make a pool of death, or do we feel like both of these groups are going to be relatively consistently even?
There'll always be another pool that will be perceived as more stacked as others. And sometimes that's up for debate. And then other times it can be weird with seeding and placement and things like that, and how those pools are set up. And it will be interesting to see. And things like seeding into a bracket and seeding into pools and all that kind of stuff, it's always a topic for debate and always gets players hot under the collar. It's one of those things where the points just have to be used as the determining factor to set those things up. And we'll have to see how it plays out. And you could set them up perfectly and like evenly balanced, monster squad in each one and mid-row, blah, blah, all that kind of stuff. It could be perfectly balanced as all things should be, and people would still, be a little bit upset about it. It's just one of those things where you want the best run for yourself, and we're just going to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how these pools do pan out. But ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, it's going to take a little bit longer for us to get back into this series, to get everything right as rated and get everything ready for you guys to enjoy at home. So we're going to go to a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, fingers crossed, when we get back, we can jump back into the action here, because this is the final slot for the qualification into the Super as well. So make sure you join us after this for more HCS.
you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
I'm Chasen Cavuto, otherwise known as Super CC, and I play for Fnatic.
Super CC picks up the OS. Return coming in, but CC, if anything, I mean, he can get a couple kills or maybe a return of his own.
Ooh, double kill coming out of...
Representing Fnatic's been a really cool experience. They've been stepping into new territory with getting a Halo team, and it's been really cool being the ones to do it. But we have a lot to prove. We've been placing pretty poorly online, and people have been seeing that. I think this time we're going to show that we have what it takes to compete with the best. I think the biggest skill gap is probably the sandbox, honestly. People using all the weapons to the fullest potential. Not a lot of people do that. A lot of people just run past guns and leave them, but like the best players know how to use everything like as good as possible. I would say the team I'm looking forward to playing is KCP because, you know, I got dropped from that team just before Raleigh. It would be a nice grudge match to play against them again.
Hello everyone, welcome back here. It was a short break as I did promise, and we are ready to jump back into this game as well. We did get confirmation from the admins that it is going to be a full reset here. So lads, we're going to start from the start. We're just going to forget that first opening round happened, and and we're just going to head back in towards streets, and we're just going to get this series underway here. And I'm just excited for us to see what happens coming into this. I think this is a good opportunity for these guys to kind of shake off a bit of that first round as well, get up, walk around, try and get yourself a bit of water, try and get yourself a bit of food. It's starting to get a little bit later on here today. It is 8:30 p.m. right now in Australia, and we are looking to see if these guys can get this done before everyone has to go nap time, specifically Justin, because he is an old man. But lads, let's jump into this series and let's see who's going to qualify to the Super.
I don't let facts hurt my feelings, Hoots, so that's
Justin,
okay.
like, you can't come back from that, can you? That's just enough to make you want to give up.
Well, Daddy will be pulling the belt out when we get up to Sydney.
Oh my God.
Anyway, boys, we're launching into it. And I'm very happy that it's just a full reset, just clean slate, no drama about what coulda and woulda shoulda been. Both teams have an equal chance to bring things back, and no feelings are hurt, and we are launching into it straight away with Tough from 1620 Kings. I think he did that same thing off the last break, and he goes down now on board with Rice as he's poised for the Spanker rocket launcher, and he does get one. No, the assist comes in, those rockets sitting there on the ground, and he just gets annihilated with those cleanup grenades coming through, Hoots.
Yeah, this is a little corner of death down here with Rocket's ball and a heap of grenades coming through, and very nice double kill there from Tough. Just the predictive Rocket, knowing the player was coming around the corner, didn't even need to see him and took him out with the splash damage there. They're going to then try and pick up Lith down there in the PD to clear him out, but it looks like now we are going to have a bit of ball time coming through from 1620 Kings as they just collapse in on this PD area. I love the team shot coming there from Tough and Tech. That's really cool. That's just really fun to say. But then we have a setup now in A. Fraser just trying to stay alive here whilst the rest of his team starts to come through Cafe area, but the setup is pretty strong here from 1620 Kings. Tough does go down, but they still have the reinforcements coming through, although that's a really strong work there by Fraser. He's really G'd himself up for this return to the series. He's going to start to make a move on ball potentially as he puts in a lot of damage, breaking this setup almost single-handedly, and now it looks like Nex is going to have some time to put a bit of time on the clock as well.
Yeah, and throwing that ball off to Fraser, someone else deciding to push up. Here comes the push from 1620 Kings. Couple of players are coming in, and Bandit and Fraser doing really well to hold that player back. Another one goes down, that ball just sitting there, ready to be pounced. And here comes another player coming in. The crouch strafe is real, but he goes down. Bandit getting the better of Rice in that situation. Now he's got that ball, racking up some game time. Very fragile lead for 1620 Kings at the moment, but they're at full strength. All four players, no lag outs so far. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, and way ahead here, knock on wood, and that scoreline is completely even at this point. Fraser desperately trying to stay alive, and those rockets, Lith trying to be so disciplined, is like, no, I want to hold on to those rockets, not going for the suicide trade, and that might end up coming back to bite him, Hoots. Sometimes you just got to send it out and leave it for both teams. But now Tough has got two fresh Rockies to play with.
Ooh, and a bit of a
Hoots rocket
there. A stinker from the Spanker, just nowhere near him. And he has the really difficult choice of, do I try and kill my team? He kills himself. No. He gets the assist for it in the end, but it was first and foremost, it was a suicide, and the other player managed to survive. Unfortunately, the bullet then came through and took him out as well. But, geez, we've seen some real rough rockets tonight, Justin. We've seen some good ones, but we've seen some real rough runs. Meanwhile, Samuel bringing the ball back into the scene of the crime from the last round, really, starting to rotate it through the PD, back to the A stronghold area, but Rice is coming in to protect him as well, putting some nice shots, or getting ready to put some nice shots at least, over on this arcade. You see the push coming through there. It's Hendra, and I think it was Fraser as well coming through and picking him off. So a good little pinch there on Rice, taking him down, but as you see, the ball's starting to move now down to Tramp. They've got it a little bit of the way, but that is going to be 3 down for 1620 Kings. So Nex really has a few choices here. If they bring it back to A, or try and then move it over to the Tram, you wouldn't want to take it to the Tram because it looks like that's where 1620 Kings are spawning. So they're bringing it back to that A side, Justin, and they're going to have a bit of control here while they can put some fire down on the 1620 Kings coming through from Tram, trying to come through from Tram in the arcade.
Yeah, Hendra with a nice double kill there, holding down that side of the map. Rice comes in with the cleanup, but he does take a little bit of damage from that grenade. And now here comes Rice to break this setup. Fraser goes down. Rice just twitching around that power of the mouse and key, cops a grenade in his face, and he's just playing out of his mind right now. He just does not want to die, valuing his life so highly, doing everything that he can, and now watching his teammates back and opting to put in some shots before he goes for that ball. He's like, I'm going to take this bullfrog, hold these players back, gets one player one shot, challenges Lith. The other one's behind him in frantically turning around like a tullet. And Samuel the 16th will respawn as Samuel the 18th because he just committed suicide.
Yeah, they were doing a great job then, 16-20 Kings, of just keeping Nex pinned down in that arcade area, and Nex just had no chance to make a play on those rockets. Samuel ended up killing himself, and Tough, unfortunately, isn't able to get a kill with the rockets there. So those rockets have been nothing but bad news for 16-20 Kings, but the good thing is they at least kept them out of the hand of Nex to be able to do any damage. That being said, I think 16-20 Kings were happy to do the damage to themselves anyway, so that is 3 down. Tough, the last guy alive for 16-20 Kings, picks up a nice double, but they are going to go 4 down. So here's a chance for Nex to put some real time in on this hold here and try and bring this deficit back a little bit. Looks like they are going to try and maybe move it through to Tram, as we see Bandit running this ball down. He does have, I can't see who that is, I think it's Lit in the Tram, and he has a player near him somewhere. Goes missing. Unfortunately for him, that was Tech, I think, taken down. They had the teammate helping him there, did Bandit. And so this move, Justin, it's taken a long time to get the Tram, and they're actually still not there yet. But they are getting pretty close, but this has been a very slow rotation.
Oh, that's a little bit of a fumble there. Like, he could have just stayed where he was, and he didn't even bother to look both ways. You know, you're crossing the street, mate. You need to check if there's any cars coming, and he just walked straight into oncoming fire. Now that ball is just sitting there when they could have been racking up some points. Tough comes in for the cleanup, getting the better of Hens there, and then Lith taking him out, trading kills between 16-20 Kings and Nex, and now 16-20 Kings are racking up some more points on the board, rotating that ball around. But Fraser comes in, he has something to say about it. 2 teammates there, and Reese, he does go down, and now Fraser racking up some points, put him on the board for the next roster, and Lith is there to back him up. They've got a lot of control that, they're holding down an unconventional area, but they just seem to be buddying up really well and holding back and responding to call-outs to help each other out.
I think Rice managed to just pick up rockets. He wasted the first one, wasn't able to connect with it, but he has got this second one moving into the setup here. Ball, that should be a kill on Fraser. Nice rocket there, takes him down. So ball is down. He's got Lyth, I think, sitting right above him at A. He gets the assist there, so that's effectively a trade. We were momentarily 2 down for each team. Nice double there coming out of Take. He's pushing for the triple, but smart move. Back down, let those shields recharge. That ball is just a lot of chaos right now, and this is a really close game, Justin. It's similar to the first round before we had to reset. It's neck and neck the whole way through.
Yeah, this is what you want. You just go back to a clean slate and let the evenly matched teams fight it out, and the better team will come out on top, I'm sure of it. And Tech, nice out BR there, and his teammates are falling left and right, and that ball does look like it's going to reset basically into the same spot. Lith getting the better of Tech in that situation. Shields are flashing. He could be knocked over by a stiff breeze. That's how weak he was. And have a look at his health there. Just nothing even registering on the screen. And he has got that thruster in his back pocket if he wants to use. Does utilize it right away to stay alive. And Rice backing off. He does get cleaned up by a call out, and they just keep fighting over at that Bulldog area. Just a couple of teammates baiting and switching that whole time. It's pandemonium.
Didn't even notice the timer actually, Justin, was tricking down. Given the ball was in dispute so much, we typically expect those rounds to go a little bit longer, but completely missed the countdown timer ticking down there because the ball was in dispute for so long. So we do have a 1 round up to the 16-20 Kings there purely because time ran out. Something I just completely missed, but we do have now on board with Samuel making a push through to this Bulldog, but he's going to be met with a lot of fire coming through.
How is he alive?
Somehow he was no shields for so long, and then he does grab that ball but gets taken down straight away. Didn't have shields, and he was showing up as soon as he picked up that ball. So easy clean up there for Tech. Tech starting to push through there. He's taken down as well. So 3 down for 16-20 Kings, and we are going to have Next look like they're going to be able to grab a bit of momentum here with this ball. I think they've started to try and push it down towards Cart. Meanwhile, Hendra sort of trying to go on a bit of a flank here, but they are 2 down now. So Tough's taken down with an easy cleanup. But Tech, again, just coming out of nowhere. Really solid VR there from him. He was one of the lead slayers along with Tough in that last round. But 2 down for each. And yeah, I think no one's really able to grab any momentum right now in terms of getting a setup for a first push on this ball.
No one able to get a strong foothold on the map. Even the previous round, it was just so scrappy that entire time that it was hard to keep up with. Now on board with Samuel, he has got that Bulldog ready to bark at some of the people on the map, putting some shots in. He's lurking down, gets a beatdown finish on one. Very weak. He cops a BR burst to the head. He goes down. Now that ball is in a really dangerous position depending on who you're rooting for at home, because it's a good place to hold up and set up shop and get some ball time. And it does look like Next is poised to go on a little bit of a run here, who's to have things pretty well locked down.
Yeah, they've got a very good lockdown here right now. Fraser just sort of running around completely freely at the bottom of the map. putting shots on the B stairs there, and I think that's where we are going to see the push come from 1620 Kings. He's forced to stand down, and we do have 3, I think, pushing through that cafe. So it's just going to be a matter of, do the next squad try and rotate that ball out of tram and get it over back to the A site? But I think they've all been dropped now, so they're pretty much out of that tram area, it looks like, and 1620 Kings have been able to secure rockets with Tech grabbing them here. This is where they need to try and break some of this setup here. A nice kill there on Lith with the rockets. So he's taken down straight away, so rockets are going to be, I think, in bottom mid, unless they stayed on the balcony, Justin. I'm not too sure. Looks like they're up on the balcony there, so Tough manages to pick them back up for 1620 Kings, pushing in, and they need to try and break this setup. That's a nice rocket there. I'm surprised that wasn't even a double, at least with the splash damage there, and Bandit, that's a huge out BR then. He had a few players weak there on the next squad, Tough, but he just couldn't get in and do any more damage than picking up 1 kill. So they still have ball control here. They set up around it and they can pick it up when they're ready.
Yeah, they can. And next, they've been holding down this area for so long, but haven't really racked up a lot of points. They've been so preoccupied with the pushes from 1620 Kings, so they haven't been able to build up a lot of ball time. And as I say, that Bandit has jumped on one. Nice little challenge there. He goes in and grabs the ball. Now able to rack up some points for his squad. About 40 points the difference for those playing at home. And with 1 round already over in favor of 1620 Kings, they can afford to be patient and really make sure they're doing effective pushes and not desperate too much.
Yeah, you're right. We are seeing them stretch this lead out a little bit more. Starting to move the ball, though, now is 1620 Kings. So they've finally been able to break through in this setup and get it out of there. There was a lot of damage done for Next. You did say, though, Justin, for all that time that went by, not putting a huge amount between them, but proportionally they are up by a considerable amount. But similar to the first round, we've had this game time is ticking down the whole way through while this ball's in dispute. There's only about 2.5 minutes left, and we really haven't seen a huge amount of ball time for either team yet. So that's going to be something we need to keep our eye on this round, is watching that clock tick down to see if that becomes a factor as this game starts to wind up.
Yeah, couldn't be more right about that one. Fraser is poised to hold back everyone on 1620 Kings. He is out of grenades, though, and opts to change positions, and now he's getting pressure applied to him. He does go down. I would have liked him to just, apply as much pressure as he could to those players trying to grab that oddball, but now Samuel is poised to grab that rocket. If he's brave enough to get in there, Rice opting to slide in and take that one away, sharing the power weapons around. Now he's poised to let his team go on a massive run when he's got those rockets ready to go, and he can just hide around the corners. Not able to connect on one, misses 2.
No.
Hoots, you love it, don't you?
Oh, you hate to see it. Like the Ninja Medal, you hate to see it. Yeah, just a bit too long range there. Players can easily step around them when you're shooting them from that far. And we do have 2 down for 1620 Kings temporarily, but they're still getting ball time, Justin, and that's what's important. So they've pretty much wiped the whole squad now. I think we are going to see a very smart move there by Tech, chucking that out into the middle. It actually chucks it straight to Rice, who picks it up. A double there from Hendra, and that ball's going to be in pretty neutral territory right now. And look, 1620 Kings have done a great job to bring this back. Only down 13 points, and the ball is in pretty neutral territory. So no one really in a strong position to get it. They're going to have to slay out a little bit before making a move. 2 are down for 1620 Kings. Make that 3 as he gets dropped. So Tough down. Ball being picked up by Hendra, but even then, as soon as he gets a hand on it, it's that last player for 1620 Kings who's up and still managing to put a few shots on him.
Yeah, but great rotation from Hendra there, grabbing that ball and just moving it away. And it's good to see that his teammates are right there with him to make sure that he can rotate safely other than, tuck-tailing and run, just trying to stay alive. He has that buffer. His teammates are responding to it. And Bandit doing everything that he can to hold these players back. Playing his life. He does go down after multiple players target him. Now Tough trying to put some points on the board. 73 to 50 the scoreline at the moment. 1620 Kings trailing a little bit, but they have got 1 round already in the bag. Fresh magazine into that Bullfrog, ready to put some shells into the enemy team. And here he is pushing these players that are coming to break the setup. Takes down 1, doubles there if he wants it. He does get shut down, trading over that Bullfrog. Rice desperately trying to get the kill, and he does frantically. That's what happens when you got the mouse and keyboard. You throw your arm around and you just do a 360. Now he's targeting that other player. The assist comes in. 1620 Kings not going down without a fight, Hoots.
No, not at all. They managed to secure rockets. I think Samuel picked up 1 with the rockets. He's taken down in PD, the scene of the crime previously. But it looks like 1620 Kings are around this ball a bit more than Next, although Next does have 4 up. So this is going to be pretty much a full wipe. 3 down for 1620 Kings coming off the respawn. Nice double there from Bandit. He's dropped. But this get ball again, Justin, it's just sitting there. Next, not really wanting to make a huge play on it. There's only a minute of game time left. The ball, I think, has reset now. So teams need to get set up for this. I think 16-20 Kings are actually in a good position. Yeah, we see Samuel grab it. So next need to be a little bit more conscious of balls. Samuel looks like he is bringing it to A, but with Lith putting shots there, I don't know if that's the right move. He has bought it there and he's still getting time, but he really needs his teammates to come in and help him out. I don't know how that spawn came set up as a spawn or just a sneak from Tech coming through there, and that's actually massive now. They've taken the lead, only 20 seconds to go. They have got one round up. They've playballed it out into the middle, and with 50 seconds to go, Justin, this can be a time where they try and just play a bit of defense and a bit of keepings off.
Yeah, a bit of keepings off, and it's so tight right now. Next, they have to get some ball time if they want to stay in this one. It's very fragile lead at the moment. It's kind of like one rotation might take it. Rice with the back whack on that. Ball has been played. It's down bottom mid. Double kill for Rice and the 16-20 Kings. Triples there if he wants it. Grabbing that, and they're going to be able to get some ball time. And 86 points on the board to 73 and 16-20 kills. Kings with that triple kill as well. They're poised to put plenty of time on the board. And here we go, Samuel. Nice sneaky play there, catching that player unaware. Not able to get the kill. He goes down. And now we see next, their hands are on the ball. You know, Reese's triple kill, in the end, hasn't really translated to much.
Yeah, only 13 seconds though, so they pretty much have to hold on to this the whole time. Hendra there, Hendra's dropped. It's Lith here we're on board with, just trying to get this kill, manages to get it on
He's
top.
got to get on it. He hasn't got time. 2
Oh,
seconds, and the double rocket comes in to stop them. 16-20 Kings, they clutch up. 2-for-1 rocket. They had a few Hoots rockets there just shooting into nothing, and then right at the end landing those rockets, connecting on them right when it counts. Unbelievable. I didn't see it coming. Like, some people might have seen it. It's like, hey, someone just grabbed the rockets and it's just and then boom. No one saw that one coming.
There's so much stuff to keep your mind on in those last few moments. It's the countdown time is going, the score's super close, and rockets have just come up. I completely missed the rockets, but I thought it was a team nade coming through at some point. I was thinking, oh my god,
could you imagine? Can you imagine the arguments if that was a team nade?
Yeah, but I mean the story. Lith only. Oh, sorry, that's points. I thought that was kills. I thought I was gonna say Lith only had 2 kills, but look, the overall the King Slayer in that game was definitely tough and has been for a lot of the games we've seen him play. But geez, that was a frantic final few moments. And Justin, that's the first oddball game we've seen that's actually been done in 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's crazy. And what's even crazier is that it was so deathly close. Like, both of those rounds went right down to the wire, and it could have gone either way. And sometimes it is just that one play, that one utilization of a power weapon that comes down and get things over the line. And you know what? I was worried for 16-20 Kings when Rice's triple didn't really translate into a lot of ball time, but they ended up clutching it up with that rocket spawn.
Yeah, I mean, they were next was sort of fighting both the clock and the need to rotate the ball out of A and try and get it somewhere. But, you know, often when you are running that ball, you do lose 1 or 2 in the rotation. And unfortunately, the time was just running out. They had to scrap, and that's when you're almost forced into making plays that you typically wouldn't. And that was just the case there. It was unlucky for them, but couple more seconds on that game timer and they could have got that rotation through potentially and had a pretty strong hold down at the tram.
Yeah, and you know what? Game 1 to 16-20 Kings, but next, they've been putting up one hell of a fight, taking it down to the wire through both ones. So dare I say it, we have another series on our hands. It's all night we've been having these banger games, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, super close, and it's just, yeah, the level of competition is really...
There's that rocket right at the end. Yeah. Samuel, the 17th, you know, living up to his lineage of the Samuels, and I'm sure Samuels, the first to 16th, would be very proud of that play, mate.
Absolutely.
Well done.
Yeah, props to those Samuels. So we move next on to Slayer Aquarius, which we haven't seen a huge amount of tonight, but the ones we have been super fast-paced Slayer games. So hard to tell who that actually is going to suit, but the frantic play of Rice, who's just a maniac in terms of running in and just twitching all over the place. You kind of feel that the pace of a Slayer Aquarius really does suit him. But you know, as you said before, these teams, along with all the teams we've had tonight, so evenly matched. It's got to be pretty ballsy to try and pick a flat-out winner.
Yeah, it's predictions in the chat. They can certainly argue about it, but it could go either way at this point, and hopefully Next can just brush that one off as a game that they almost won and could have done a few things differently, and are ready for this next matchup because it's not over yet. There's still the best of 5. They've got plenty of time to bring things back if they want to. It's only one map, and we are going to be moving into this one. Hoots, you got some predictions?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Kings just because I think Rice really does get favoured on a map like this, being on the mouse and keyboard as well, and thanks to the production guys for chucking him on here for us. Some nice nades being sprinkled over there, but just managing to stay alive, which is a good move here. Pushing for top mid, I think camo has already been taken, so usually we see the camo stay alive for quite a bit before it does get picked up, but looks like it's been snapped up very quickly. I'm not sure if it's even been burned, but Rice doing a good job of just staying alive, keeping his head down, putting in shots, and we do see a pretty strong push coming here through the utility, and just a 5-kill lead already for 1620 Kings. So as we said, very strong pace, tough with the camo. He's been putting a bit of work into it. He's already got 3 kills, Justin, make that 4. So this has probably been one of the more effective camos we've seen so far tonight.
Yeah, and that's a double in the killing spree for him. So 7-0 start for 1620 Kings. They're feeling good, they're looking good, and they're ready to take out the rest of this series. Tough utilizing that camo to perfection, and they're getting ready to pounce on these other players. Still 8-0 for 1620 Kings. Unbelievable. I thought he was going to bash his team. Yeah, I really did. 11-0. Next, what's going on, boys? A little bit of trouble in paradise for those guys because 1620 Kings is just dumpstering them right now. And Tough is just moving anywhere he wants on the map. Like no one challenging him, and that straight from lift there, taking that player out. And Tough getting another clean up. How many kills is that for him now? 7-0 on his way to a killing frenzy.
Yeah, I know. What a start in a map that typically, like, you usually caught unawares in some area relatively quickly. Tough's just having his way with this next squad, and he's giving the intel to his team saying they're over at the fridge. So you're going to see, I like this move as well, moving around to P side, and then they're just going to collapse on the bed, using the height advantage, dropping back. One-on-one with Lift takes him down. So, where's the theatre, Justin?
Mate. I love the sound of a killing friend.
I know.
Like, it's just so good. And that fresh camo is about to pop. Samuel, he's just gone, oh yeah, the camo's spawning. And he's just run over there. He's snapped it up, slapped it on his chest. Now he's invisible. No one can see him. The camouflage is perfect. And he's got that heat wave. This is a very dangerous situation for the boys on next. There's another player there. Fraser in big trouble. Unable to connect, but doesn't matter. Samuel, the 17th with the killing spree. Camo and heat wave in hand. And scoreline plus 13 in favor of 1620 King. They're getting comfortable. They've got the tracky pants on. They've got a nice cold drink, and they're getting comfortable for the rest of this series.
Yeah, the 2 camos they've utilized have alone, I think, netted them about 8 or 9 kills. I think we had Tough managed to pick up a killing spree with the first one, and Samuel's just put together about 3 or 4 as well in a relatively short succession, combined with that heat wave. So camo is one thing that Next really have to get on top of, and I said Rice is going to be one of the difference makers. He's actually just sitting back as a bit of a passenger in this one. When you've got Tough and Samuel going 10 and 7 kills respectively, it's getting pretty aggressive beatdown right now. Next just can't really get any momentum. You've got 1620 Kings just running around the top, completely untouched. Same with going for camos, like they've had them pretty much uncontested. This has been a very easy win for them. Next managing to make a few inroads there, getting 4 down momentarily. So maybe this is the start of something, Justin, but gee, they've got a long way to come back, 16 down.
Yeah, they do. And I don't know if it's a mental thing and Next just, feeling a bit flat from the previous game, or if it's 1620 Kings just playing at the absolute peak that they can and dominating how we've seen them before in other Pro Series matches. And Bandit working here with Hendra, trying to stay alive and pushing in. There's a player there baiting and switching. Hendra's coming in for the support. Bandit trying to help his other teammates as well. And it just feels like maybe Next is just a bit disconnected, a bit frantic about what's going on. But 1620 Kings, they're just connecting all the dots together like they're coloring in a book, mate.
I think there seems to be a lot of indecision amongst the Next squad, right? Like they're just easy backsmack there for Tough. He's just on an absolute tear now on 12 kills. But you just even saw then watching it, just looks like when they're running around, they're second guessing, they're backing back and not really knowing where exactly they're going. They're stuck in the back of their base, whereas 1620 Kings just have this insane freedom of movement to run around and do whatever they want. I mean, look here, you've just got Rice sprinting into the flag base, whereas previously when we were on board with Next, they couldn't get out of their flag for about 30 or 40 seconds. So just this freedom of movement means that 1620 Kings can run around, gain height, secure the camo when required, and you've just got the Next guys just stuck at either base that they're spawning at. 39-17, Justin. It was ugly before, and it's getting really gruesome now.
Yeah, well, just watch the way that Tech is playing Counter-Strike Surf at the moment. He's just sliding all over the floor. They're just so incredibly comfortable, and 20 points the difference. I mean, how do you like your steak, mate?
Yeah, I know. A medium rare for me, please. Yeah, this is something else. And then going into the game 3, I mean, we're going to call it for them now, I think, but when you go into a game 3 after this, how do you recover? This is a spanking in every sense of the word.
Listen, I think you just spank yourself and say you need to do a better job. And just launch into the next one. But 16-20 Kings, the momentum that they have and the speed that they're playing and the violence that they're delivering is just unbelievable.
Yeah, so only 8 kills to go now on board with Samuel. It's him and Tough have been doing the majority of the work. Samuel's only died twice as well, I've just noticed. So he's on a positive 9, absolutely frying. And just running around without a care in the world. Look, just eating grenades and then going up against Bandit. Drops him easily. He's playing without a care in the world. This one's over, Justin. 4 kills to go for 16-20 Kings. Bring us home.
Yeah, I reckon 46-26 at the moment, 16-20 Kings, and you got to feel for them. They've had a bit of a rough couple of tournaments and a rough night, falling short a few times, and it's good to see them being very comfortable and happy and putting so much pressure on those players. Tech getting away with that camo, slams that on. One more kill to find to take out this map, and he's jumping up top mid. Got to find that last player. Fraser caught unaware. Steak-tacular, medium rare. With some blue cheese sauce, thanks. And we may have just lost Hooters, so it's just me, unfortunately for you. I love the sound of my own voice, and now I have full free reign over the broadcast. But we did just see 16-20 Kings turn it up. They just got both the NOS bottles opened up, hitting both of those, jumping over the bridge. Unbelievable stuff from them. Tough going 15-7, and we saw Samuel the 17th 14-5, and both of those guys spent a lot of time racking up kills and not dying. We almost saw a killing frenzy out of both of them, which is pretty incredible. And Next just couldn't do much about it. They just, every single time they came off spawn, there was pressure. Every single time they tried to do something, they were getting outplayed. And we're having a look at Just Tough here. 66% accuracy and going 15-8. What a performance. And Hoots, I can hear you coughing. You're back, mate.
I was just trying to give you the subtle hint that I'm back, mate. I didn't want to interject with your stats reading, but yeah, I'm back. I just thought I'd duck out for a little second, recapture my breath after that spanking that we just watched then. But
yep.
I'm back now. I'm ready to go, and we do see 16-20 Kings now taking that 2-0 lead in this series, so they're in a position now to close this out and give us our first 3-0 of the night, which is something I think 3-0s we've become accustomed to through the previous tournaments we've done, Justin. But God, five-game series has sort of been the menu, the item on the menu that everyone's going for. So this could be a bit of a, not an anticlimactic finish, but a very big statement finish to finish out our broadcast tonight.
I think statement finish is a good way to describe it for 16-20 Kings if they can manage to get it over the line, because there'll be plenty of people going, 16-20 Kings, they couldn't get it going in the end, and they might even be proving it to themselves that they have what it takes to go up and play against the big boys. But Next, they're not down and out just yet. They've performed really well in the oddball game, and then just something happened. Like, you know, they tied their shoelaces together and they're just falling over themselves that entire game, right? And 16-20 Kings, they were also equally playing out of their minds, and there's just nothing they could do. We saw the Steak-tacular. We are going to move into Strongholds live fire, so I'm excited about that. And it's last chance for Next. There's no backups, no 9 lives. You've used all 8 up, and you got 1 left. That's it. You're gone if you can't bring things together. And 16-20 Kings, they're on the cusp of qualifying for the Super.
And just giving everyone a reminder back home, watching at home, of what's at stake here is we're fighting now for the final 2 spots in the Super next week, and the teams whoever does win this will take a spot in the lower bracket in the championship bracket. So what that means is they won't take part in pool play. They'll immediately start in the lower bracket, meaning they've only really got 1 chance. If they lose in the lower bracket, they're out of the tournament at the Super. So, they go in definitely a bit at a disadvantage to everyone else. But as we said before, there's everyone getting prize money for this tournament. So regardless, they're still going to walk away with something.
Yeah, and it's always nice to walk away with something, right? I keep saying it, beer money. And listen, if that just goes into the beer money kitty, then that's so be it. But starting in that lower bracket, you know, at least you're involved in that process, and you have the opportunity to prove to everyone that you deserve to be there. And what better way to have to fight your way through the tournament? I mean, 1620 Kings have had such a slog all day to get there, and they're really just proving that they're one of the best squads in Australia and that they're going to work their ways up the ranks.
And it makes great practice as well for the Super next weekend, right? Like, they're getting in a lot of intense, you know, these aren't scrims, these are tournament games, so they're getting in a lot of intense practice right now, where you've got a lot of the other teams who've already qualified sort of sitting there and not playing at all. So, you know, there's value in this as well, of having to fight your way and do it the tough way to get through. In that kind of exposure you're getting more opportunities as a team to play in high intensity matches, and you know, matches that are really coming down to the wire. And sort of a lot of times in sports you hear about teams who practice the late game, so knowing what to do when the time's running low and you've only got a few seconds left on the clock. So in some of these games, like the oddball games we've seen, where you have to make these clutch plays and clutch strats you need to pull out, they're starting to learn some of them as well, of how to respond to those situations. So all of this experience and exposure is great for them.
Yeah, and that pressure as well, like being able to practice again, what happens when your backs are up against the wall and you've got to go through and break setups. Like, Halo is easy when everything is going your way. You get the power weapons, your communication's good, and you can just run around the map and do whatever you want. We just saw it in that Slayer Aquarius game, 1620 Kings. They just put on a clinic because they had it easy. Next wasn't able to respond to the ferocity that they were playing. 1620 Kings was so comfortable, and they got all the power weapons and things are easy. But when your backs are up against the wall, that's what really makes Halo players and tests them to their limits. And I hope they're ready, because moving into the Super, yeah, you're gonna qualify, but those big names that you haven't seen today, they're sitting there waiting. Like, Chiefs is sitting there like a final boss in a video game, ready to take them down.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, look, we're just waiting to get this final lobby start. Not final lobby, sorry. I might have gone the early crow on that one.
Spoken too
I know.
soon.
Very
Reverse sweep incoming.
Exactly. But we are just waiting to get this lobby started up for Strongholds Li-Fi. Just give us a moment while we're getting that sorted. But, you know, we said in the previous game, what kind of stuff does this do to the momentum, I guess, of the next squad after getting spanked and staked so hard in that Aquarius Slayer? Sometimes teams can just hit walls, and all of a sudden they've been playing great the whole way through the night, but then bang, one of your players is just really fatigued and things just start to fall apart, get angry with each other. But it's those teams who can manage to persevere through that, try and keep a level head. Like, the mental game needs to be so strong for something like this. And we've seen there are just those players who never get phased. And, you know, sometimes if you've got one of those more emotional players, like I think maybe you and I can be sometimes, Justin, they're the ones.
You haven't teamed with me, man. I'm cool. I'm as cool as a cucumber. The problem's the skill level.
Yeah.
You know, that's my real factor holding me back. I play my best after like a couple of beers, and I pretend I'm the greatest Halo player alive and just shell everyone. So if I'm having a few beers on a Friday night on a stream, you better watch out.
It's the same for me with like golf, tennis, like even skateboarding, things like that. A couple of beers and I'm actually
your kickflips are better after a couple of frothies.
Kickflips aren't that great, but just in general balance and everything. But then we sort of cross that threshold, and then it's just all downhill from there.
Yeah.
Friday night, no good on the sticks, terrible. Anyway, that's for another time.
We'll test that out in Sydney. We'll see how your your skateboard skills are after a couple of beers. You'll be on broadcast with a broken wrist, I reckon.
Well, I'm coming in hot the day after a wedding, so bad luck to the person sitting next to me on the flight up to Sydney. That's all I'll say.
And we are launching into this third map, everyone. Potentially the final map of the evening, because 1620 Kings, they're up 2-0 in the series. They only need one more map, and they qualify for the last remaining spot in the Super next weekend. And we are launching things off with Bandit NZ putting some shots down across the map. And look at this commitment to the B stronghold from 1620 Kings. They just rushed in like Riders of Rohan and just took that thing out.
Poor Bandit was just trying to put a bit of coverage and maybe scout out B for his team, and then all of a sudden sees 4 people just swarming it and had no chance. The poor bloke. And, wow, I mean, 1620 Kings making a real statement that they wanted that B side. It looks like they're about to cap. They were going for C. It's been reset, but managing to put a bit of a cap on that A side. I say that now, and they are managing to start scoring. So 1620 Kings with some early leads going on here, but it is early days. But geez, Justin, that's a real statement, that B push. We haven't really seen something that aggressive.
I love stuff like that. I'm sure that they talked about it before. It's like, hey boys, we're just gonna break things up. We're all gonna rush B, and they're like, what? And it's like, rush B. Just do it. Don't argue. And they all do it, and they commit, and that's what you want. Like the teamwork on point. And all of those boys just gelling, and the chemistry must be real to coordinate those things. And 1620 Kings with a temporary little triple cap to their name as well. And Tech's got that sniper. Only 2 more bullets to play with, Hoot. So, you know, he can find himself a couple of faces, but he's not going to be able to hold down this area for much longer with it.
I'm just watching Rice here sort of hanging around. Oh, yes, please. Just watching Rice here hanging out around these sandbags, just ducking left and right. He's so sneaky and manages to get the massive out BR there. He just, the angles he takes and the places he hides, you know, he doesn't need to be moving too much, but he holds the angles and can cut off and sneak up behind you super quickly. And look, 1620 Kings off to a real fly right now, going for a triple cap. Next, haven't been able to score at all. They're spawning around the C area. That A is going to get reset. Nice nade there, taking down Tech by Fraser. But yeah, look, looks like Next is finally starting to make a move on this C site. They're going to capture it, I think, and probably start to score. But yeah, 82-0 right now. And they didn't actually get it, Justin. It was a sliver away on that C, and then before you know it, it's gone, and they're back to scoring.
Yeah, but Fraser managed to get that overshield, so good opportunity for them to maybe get some control. They've got to get a pick. They've got to get in the stronghold quick. That pressure's coming from the bridge area. Rice coming in to challenge. He goes down. Fraser just turning up for his squad right now. They're down but not out, and Fraser wants to keep them alive. Another one in his favor, and he's instantly rotating to try and help out his teammates, trying to stop this A stronghold going over for his team. And the other boys, Lith, getting that kill in there, and they're already instantly turning over the B stronghold. And next, they're trying to keep things going, now putting points on the board for the squad. Fraser still alive, finding himself another one. Killing spree for him, and he finally goes down.
Yeah, now meanwhile we have B and C both starting to be capped by 1620 Kings. Repulsor doesn't get the pancake, unfortunately. I thought that would be the case there, but 1620 Kings take that C stronghold back, so they are now starting to score. But meanwhile, we have a movement over to A. So a sniper is up. I think Rice is about to pick it up. The KBM player picking that snipe up and running back, copying a bit of damage, I think, from Bandit, but in a nice position to overlook this B stronghold. And look, he's going to have to probably just hang around this nest area here, taking shot. There he is, bang, taken down there. He's Hendra. Oh, almost on Bandit. He's taken down, unfortunately, but nice little opening up there for Next, as we do see them, though, all 4 dead. So we're going to see this B cap instantly by 1620 Kings. We'll see if they move into A as well to try and go for that triple cap. But Justin, sometimes you don't want to overextend. Sometimes you're better off just having 2 caps, scoring that way, rather than pushing out and spreading too thin.
Particularly if you're 1620 Kings, right? So you have got a bit of a lead, and you just need to steadily increase the points that you're getting. And Tough doing so well. He put Fraser one shot. He scampers away to stay alive, and then he gets the other kill anyway. And now Tough, he's got all the time in the world to rotate around. Now trying to find Fraser. They're playing a bit of ring around the rosy currently. And it's like, where'd you go, mate? But it doesn't matter.
Capping still.
And still triple capping. So 1620 Kings, very much a statement, as you were saying before, in the pre-game lobby. And Tough, he's just getting some reps in. Like, he's working on his calf muscles, going up and down. His glutes will be glorious with that much action on the stairs.
Yeah, it looks like they still just can't get away from this triple cap next. They're trying their best. They almost captured A. They were taken down. They're going for B now, and it looks like we're going to have that contested as well. They just can't catch a break here, while 1620 Kings are just running absolutely rampant. They reset it again for the triple temporarily. C is going to fall, it looks like. So finally, Next is able to stop that triple cap, but at the same time, the score is still going up because A and B are both held by 1620 Kings. They've just got the rotations working perfectly. They down a couple, and then basically Next have been 2 men down the whole time, and they just can't compete with the firepower that 1620 Kings are putting out.
Speaking of firepower, look at Samuel the 17th and just Tough. Back-to-back monster performance in the slaying department. And, you know, Next just seems to be struggling a little bit with the aggression and the skill that they are getting outslayed right now. And 2 caps in the hands of Next, but that's quite a scoreline to make up. They've got a 140-point distance. And now Rice with that triple kill, and he's got the heat wave now capturing B and rotating instantly to try and apply some pressure. But no, trying to, you know, checking out the scenery, and it's like, oh yeah, that's how I do it. He's like, do I use the propulse before I jump or after? Yeah. It's like, do I look down or? Yeah, and he figured it out in the end, but he tied for his effort.
He likes to just sort of stand still in really weird spots sometimes while his shields regen. He might not even take cover, but he'll just stand in a spot that can be quite open. We saw him doing it just down there in the B field, but we have this overshield popping in 10 seconds. It looks like 1620 Kings are going to make a play for this. We do have, I think it was Bryce there getting dropped. He had the heat wave, but the drop shield just working perfectly there. That overshield popping in 2 seconds. Samuel going to be in a position to grab it, I think, although he clearly low shields. He gets dropped, so this overshield stayed up for quite a bit of time. Meanwhile, Next is still scoring the whole time, Justin, so it looks like a bit of the emphasis going towards this OS for 1620 Kings. Meanwhile, Next keeping that score going up. They do have a big deficit to come back from, but, you know, there's only one way to do it, and that's to hold the strongholds.
Yeah, that's the only way to score. Doesn't matter how many frags you manage to secure. Fraser, he's been playing so well, and I didn't want to jinx him, but just whiffing way too many shots. And Tech putting on a little bit of a clinic with that repulsor and how to move around the
no-scope.
You no-scope. You have to. I want to see at least one no-scope this game, Hoots, and he's still got 4 bullets to play with. Tries to land the body onto Bandit, and the Ego Child comes out, not able to connect on that one either.
Nice.
Finds himself Fraser and cops one to the face from that, and he's rotating through to apply pressure to this B stronghold. A lot of Next players there. Triple kill is there if he can connect things together. One more behind you. Time for that no-scope we've been wanting. Fraser applying some pressure, but there he got it there. The other, he did! What? No way! 180 and just no-scope trade. That's unbelievable. How does that even work?
Look at the consistency of performance across 1620 Kings as well. 13, 11, 13, 13. So every single one of them stepping up. Meanwhile, on Next, you know, it's kind of even, but not that level of consistency. So they're all really on the same page right now. This lead is minimized a little bit. Next have been able to get a bit back. Only down now, but well, not only, but they're down by about 90 points. The problem for them is just the close proximity that 1620 Kings do have to that 250 score point. Nice double there and beautiful use of the repulsor from Rice. I love that quick movement. Comes around and effectively that's a triple as well, Justin.
Yeah, we're going to pay it. We're paying that one, Hoots.
Yeah, we pay that one. So we do now have 1620 Kings starting to score again. They weren't scoring for quite a while, but with this B and C stronghold now, they're able to start putting that score on the board, getting closer and closer to our limit of 250. And Justin, Next is going to need a few big plays here to come up and try and arrest some of this momentum because 1620 Kings are just getting dangerously close to 250.
Yeah, there's no room for error anymore. Next tournament lives on the line right now. They cannot afford to make any more mistakes. Fraser grabbing that OS, which is a good start to get things going. You can tell he's trying to calculate what his next move is going to be. Doesn't want to make any missteps. And that overshield is already getting burnt away, and he cops another nade, and there he is. He couldn't do anything with that OS. 1620 Kings just being so strong, about 90 points the difference still. 1620 Kings being very close to being able to secure this series and qualify for the Super next weekend. But we're on board with Fraser as he's trying his best to hold down the B side, putting shots across map to help out his teams. And now the collapse onto the C stronghold is coming in, and Fraser is unsure what to do. Do I help out with my boys at C, or do I stop B? Triple cap in effect for 1620 Kings. Danger zone for Next.
Yeah, real danger zone. That C stronghold was contested for so long then, but Next just couldn't grab hold of it. And meanwhile, 1620 Kings were able to reset it. They only need 12 points now. They are not scoring though. We do have Next sort of a last line of defense here, holding the ANC sides. Nice nades there from Tech. He's actually going to be able to move in and potentially pick up this uncontested. They are spawning down in the brute fields. Bandit's coming up. He's got that heat wave though. He's just looked at the wrong side though and trying to push out and capture that. He can't get it. C or reset, although A, we do have going in with Tough, looking to close this one out now. Although B, though, is changing hands as well. So they're trying their best Next to stay into this, but it might be too little too late, Justin. They just don't have much time to work with. They can't really afford to make any mistakes.
No, it's just no buffer left. They have to play perfect Halo from this point. Rice finds himself 1 seconds there if he wanted. Double kill for him. And Rice now with that heat wave in hand. Points are ticking down. 238. They're at the precipice of being able to take away this series 3-0. And Next are in big trouble. And look at this confidence from Rice. He just pushes out with the squad. 248. It's right there. They want it. They're hungry for it. They can smell the victory. 250 in 1620 Kings is the victors. 3-0, and they qualify for the Super next week. We'll see you next weekend, boys. I'm excited.
Yeah, great work by them. And after such a close opening oddball game, they really did make a statement in those final 2 games, Luke. We finally had a 3-0. It means we can potentially eat dinner at a semi-reasonable time now. But yeah, it's that was a really strong performance by the end. And I think we always thought deep down that 1620 Kings definitely deserved a place in this Super. And so, you know, they performed when they needed to, and they've managed to get that spot. Granted, they won't be in pool play. They'll have to do it through the lower bracket, but at least they're there.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing for us to look at, right, is the fact that these guys have been grinding for such a long time to try and get themselves in towards a good position where they can make a splash in some of these big tournaments. And now they're actually finally able to qualify towards the Super. And as you said, albeit it is in the championship bracket, but that means they are now guaranteed the bare minimum of 1,000 USD to be going in towards that Super. And it is exciting to see a team like 1620 Kings come into this and see what they can really do. But Justin, I think, you know, Hoot said it perfectly, right? This is the first kind of shown of dominance that we've had from today, and I think this was a pretty good run coming in from 1620 Kings. They would have liked to have gone, you know, a little bit earlier on into the bracket, but the fact that they dropped down in this elimination bracket and showed these teams that they deserve this Super slot.
Yeah, you got to feel for them. They've had a pretty hard slog all the way through the bracket today, and excuse me, just narrowly missing out in the previous best of 5 launching on CMA. Mate. That's always satisfying. And it's good to see. I feel like the 1620 Kings, you could tell they just wanted it so badly. And it makes me happy when you see players that are playing out of their minds and they make it in the end, and they're going to be in the Super with all the other big boys.
Yeah, and I think that's something we haven't really touched on, right, is the fact that they were ever so close to be able to take down the Disruptor fans themselves and getting in towards that top 2, and then we could have been singing a different story. Maybe this wouldn't have been such a one-sided affair if it was the Disruptor fans that were going to be going down here, but it seemed like right now that 1620 Kings... I don't know. I saw that as well, and I was like, how does he get the no-scope, but then he also gets killed at the same time? Either way, we'll figure it out a little bit later on, but the fact that the 1620 Kings are able to come into this series and kind of make a statement on this series really goes to show that it has been a team that has been kind of on the up and up here, Hoots, and I'm just excited to see what they can do. But I'm also excited to see what these other teams who didn't qualify for the Super do. You know, a lot of these teams that are hovering around that kind of, you know, the 10th all the way down to, you know, 16th when they're hovering around the precipice, what they can do in the next couple of months.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to touch on this scoreboard quickly as well. I mean, it's a pretty dominant performance there for the most part. So, yeah, 100% deserve their spot in the Super. But, yeah, you know, next was super impressive. I think they've placed top 8 a couple of times in some of the previous tournaments we have run. But it's the first time we've actually seen them on stream. So for us, they're very new and fresh. So they definitely impressed me. They got that killer logo, so I'm keen to keep seeing that. But yeah, a few other teams, you know, the second 1620 Kings Gold didn't quite make it, but you know, performed pretty admirably. And yeah, we're going to have a really exciting Super. I'm looking forward to seeing how some of these more mid-ranked teams go, and you know, even some of these teams that have qualified, like Demons, how they go up against a team like BBR, for example, or something like that.
Yeah, and I think I'm even interested to see what BBR is going to look like after these next couple of weeks, right, Justin? Because it has been a long time since we've even seen the Chiefs, Divine Minds, or BBR who have been competing in Halo Infinite. I think going in towards the Super, these guys certainly have the most red-hot form, and I'm interested to see what a lot of this practice time is going to look like for all those teams as we get in towards the Super, whether or not we're going to have some dark horses who are going to come start contesting our top 4, or whether or not it might just be a scenario where, you know, maybe the Chiefs, Divine Mind, or BBR have stepped it up to the next level and we've got a brand new champion.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, a betting man would back the Chiefs, but the thing is, when these other teams are starting to rise to the challenge and are putting in the time, it's all about who plays best on the day. And all it takes is for Chiefs to have a rough afternoon, and all of a sudden you see Immunity come out on top once again, and you can't... Chiefs cannot stumble at the finish line. They've got to be ready. We've seen it all the time in traditional sports, right? You have the crowd favorite that's won majority of their games all year. They get to the grand final, and then the underdog team takes them out. And sometimes it's just how things play out on the day. So Chiefs, I hope you're ready, cool, calm, and collected, because the other guys have been. I've been checking out on Twitch and Twitter and that kind of thing, and all the other teams are scrimming pretty heavily. I haven't seen this many scrims going on and being televised on Twitch in a long time, and it's amazing to see.
Well, speaking of, I did just see that Mr. Barcode booted up his stream with the scrim set up against Divine Minds. If you guys want to go check that out, wait a little bit as we finish off the show here, then you guys can jump into that stream and go check out what the best in ANZ can do here. But let's have a look at our bracket from today, lads. It was a long day for us here. You know, when we decided to rock up to the our broadcast today, we thought this might have been a little bit of a fast one for us here, only covering 4 series from today instead of the regular schedule at 6 or even 7. But the fact that we had 5 mappers basically the entirety of today here, Hoots, was a big shock to us, and I think it goes to show that a lot of these teams in ANZ are much more closer than what we really expected.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Luke. It's but once you take out those top few, it is a pretty even playing field across the board. So yeah, 3-2s are very common. We saw enough of them, but they were happening throughout that lower bracket in particular as well. So you know, these teams are very evenly matched, and yeah, once we get to that Super and some of these teams come up against each other, I think we're going to see some cracker games in pool play.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how pool play does pan out. But let's have a look at this elimination bracket. There was another elimination game that was happening off stream, and unfortunately for the Nebula fans, it was a 3-2 that went the way of Lolly DeGeneres here. I was watching along with Scoob's stream. Unfortunately, the Slayer didn't go that way. The man dropped 25 kills in that Slayer as well, and they still missed out on the dub. So the fact that we're able to look at this game here where we've got 16, 20 Kings and Lolly DeGeneres who are going to be our teams in that championship bracket. So I'm excited to see what they can do with the next couple of weeks. Obviously, we've got until the Friday that these guys are going to be competing. Well, actually, no, it's going to be a bit later for these guys because they've got that extra day. So it's going to be a little bit of extra time for these guys to try and tighten up a few of these screws and see if they can make a full lower bracket run. But we've got one of our winners here on the line, lads. Let's chuck up Rice here. Let's have a chat about this day today. Rice, mate, I don't think I expected anything less to come out of you today, buddy. So I guess the first question is, how are the boys feeling after the qualifying to the Super?
Yeah, we're feeling pretty good. I think you guys have actually spelt my name wrong there on the stream, so I'm a little disappointed with that from the production there. But yeah, the boys are good. We're just getting on the beers now. Business as usual.
Business as usual, it seems. Okay, that's fair enough. I guess, before I start letting these guys have another question, I just want to ask you, obviously, the fact that you guys dropped down after that 3-2. How did you guys bounce back in that lower bracket? Who really kind of corralled everybody? Who's the hype man?
Oh, I mean, you'd have to go back and watch Tuff's VOD, to be honest. We were just getting fired up. It was disappointing to lose to Deathropter fans like that. They were just a better team, but, we knew we were going to qualify for the Super. There's a lot of money on the line here, so as you can see, we really need that. We're going to get the team house together, the boys straight pimping.
You're a baller,
we're ready
you
to
need
go,
that
boys.
cash.
Yeah, we're balling. We're balling. Cash money.
Maybe we've fixed up your spelling, Rice, and maybe you might be able to get some headphones that aren't dangling off your right ear a little bit.
Yeah, I know. I've seen the chat, man. I've seen it.
But I want to say, you had a bit of a tough run at the start of Infinite, right, leading into Raleigh, and that obviously didn't happen for you. Do you feel like you've got a bit of a chip on your shoulder and you have a real statement to make to the ANZ community, given sort of some of the stuff that was happening with your team a little earlier in the piece?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, as you said, I've gone through a lot. So some of my teammates and old teams. So we're just trying to get back to where we were. The team we have right now I'm super confident with these guys. Everyone's putting in the effort. And we really want to make those lands overseas. And especially for me, I got to prove mouse and keyboard's viable. So yeah, definitely a chip on my shoulder. Got to prove something.
Nice.
Yeah, speaking of the mouse and keyboard, mate, and I feel like we can ignite that debate one last time in here, and we did see that translate into a lot of great plays that put you guys in the running and able to take out those games. And it's kind of, with the other guys being on controller, have they had to kind of adapt to how you play differently as a mouse and key? Because it's pretty remarkable just how different even just the movement is.
Yeah, I mean, there's always an element of that when you've got a mouse and keyboard player on a controller-dominated team. There's certain things that I can't do that they can, so we do have to work around that. But there's also things I can do that no one else can. And I mean, you'll see most games I'll get top damage, so there's a lot of target switching involved and teamwork. So if you play your advantages right, I actually think having at least one player on mouse and keyboard can be a big deal and win games.
Yeah, I've certainly been in that kind of camp right now where it really does feel like a lot of these KBM players certainly have a little bit of their stocks rising here in Halo Infinite. But I guess one last question before I do let you go here, Rise. My first question, what are you guys going to do with the prize money if you guys get a little bit deeper in the Super? Maybe a new door handle?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a whole story in and of itself. I need a new headset, first of all. The boys need a mascot too, so we'll probably pay for someone to dress up in a suit. It's all about content down here at 1620 Kings, so yeah, business as usual.
All right, well, you know, let you all go to know it's about $1,000 a day to hire me to jump into a suit, mate. So maybe we can sort something out for the Super. But either way, congratulations, Rice. It has been a long, you know, story for you here in Halo Infinite. I'm excited to see what you guys can do here in the Super, and good luck for, you know, the Super.
Sweet. Thanks, guys. Always appreciate it. Have a good one.
Well done, mate.
This is the thing that really warms my heart when I do esports, when we actually get players who come in with a bit of character. Albeit, you know, it might be, you know, funny or cringe or anything like that that the guys want to talk about. I love it. I love being able to see a player who's going to be able to come in, especially a player like Rice too. Obviously, you know, you touched on a little bit in the interview, Hughes. This has been a guy who's been, you know, kind of through the ringer. He's been across a whole lot of different teams. And then unfortunately for him, he's, you know, been accused of certain things, and now he's being able to actually prove himself as one of the, you know, best KBM players that we've got here in ANZ.
Yeah, I also love the fact his mum walked in near the start of the interview and then was like, oh, just closed the door and got out of there. Nah, but it's really cool to see that, you know, he's had a fair bit of stuff thrown at him in the first couple of months that he's stuck with it and hasn't sort of let that just destroy his enthusiasm for the game. Like, he's still competing and he's doing really well, and he's just really fun to watch, man. Like, he's really aggressive and, yeah, super twitchy, and I love watching him play.
Yeah, I certainly do enjoy it as well. You know, obviously we've seen a few of these KBM players that come into it, Justin, and I think, you know, kind of what he said with the fact that it does feel like that maybe in the future we might be seeing these teams fall into a scenario where we see at least one KBM player. But enough of that, enough of the KBM versus controller conversations. We've got to start talking about the Super, and this is our 10 teams. They're going to be joining us here for 3 full days of HCS action. We've got our 8 teams that are going to be in the pool play. Chiefs, Divine Mind, BBR, Reunited, Direwolves, Immunity, Demons, and the Death Eruptor fans. They're going to be fighting it out in a full round robin, ladies and gentlemen, and then they're going to be chucked into a championship bracket where the 16-20 Kings and Lolly Degeners are going to be waiting in that lower bracket, Justin. And I'm so excited that we've finally been able to figure out our 10 teams, and I'm so excited to see what high-level Halo Infinite we're going to be able to get out of these 6 teams that we've got to the Super.
It's been killer, hasn't it? And I love the fact that these last 4 spots that we battled out for today, we got to see all of these teams really fight it out, because it can't be understated when you take teams like the Chiefs or Direwolves out of the equation. Your bracket just plays out completely differently, right? You don't get round one-ded by Chiefs and then have to fight your way through the losers bracket. You get that opportunity to fight against other teams that are a little bit more on your level, and it figures things out. And it's kind of the teams that have made it here today are the ones that truly believe deserve to be there.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, obviously these guys are fighting for glory, and these guys are fighting for a sick prize pool as well. The biggest in ANZ history, lads. And I'm just so excited for us to see where everyone is going to end up, because I think, you know, obviously you said it a little bit earlier on in the broadcast, Justin. Yeah, all your rankings and all that kind of stuff might mean something to somebody on some forum somewhere, but at the end of the day, you have to perform in this Super. And we've got 3 full days, Hoots, for us to figure out who is going to get the lion's share of $50,000 American dollars. Like, the fact that we pay it all the way down to 10th is insane to me.
Yeah, exactly. So everyone, you know, it's like a participation award for everyone. But guarantee that every team going into that is looking at that $1,000 and saying, nah, I want to get higher up that ladder there. So, yeah, it's great that everyone gets something, but I guarantee you no one's going in complacent.
I think it's going to be nuts, the fact that our final day is going to be worth at least 9,000 USD. Like, one of those best of 5s or best of 7s is going to be worth so much money for these guys. I'm just excited to see how we end up. But, lads, it is time for us to close the broadcast before we get in towards the Super. Justin, do you have any dark horses? Do you have anything to say to anybody who's, you know, thinking about watching the Super next week?
One thing I would watch out for is the teams that aren't the Chiefs or Divine Minds. BBR, Immunity, and Direwolves, I've seen them. They're putting in the time, and particularly Immunity, they know how to play at the top. They are one of the most experienced rosters in the region. You need to watch out for them, and if you're Chiefs or your Divine Mind, you can't get complacent, because those other teams are coming for you, and big money's on the line. They're going to be taking it seriously. This isn't a Sunday Cup for, you know, a bit of fun anymore. This is big bucks time.
Exactly, and this is where it all comes down to these final 3 days of competition. It is time for us to say goodbye to everybody here on the broadcast, and you guys can look forward to next Friday, March the 4th, where we're going to kick off the ANZ Super here, and we get to determine who is going to take home the lion's share of $50,000 American dollars. I've been Fluke, and as always, stay safe, and we'll see you guys for the Super.